Making the shift from free to paid is usually just who you're talking to. If I'm helping somebody build their brand or build their YouTube channel, as an example, the things that I'm telling somebody that has 1 million subscribers is not that different than the things I'm telling somebody who's starting up. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of the same basic things that they have to get right that they're not getting right. We tend to undervalue ourselves and not charge enough as entrepreneurs, usually because we're in the wrong room. So the fact that the person in front of you or at the line or whatever may not be able to afford your thing doesn't mean that you suck and you have to lower your price to do everything for free. You're just in the wrong room. I'm a believer that the decisions you make when you are the bold version of you is actually the right decision for you. You're just saying like, here are the changes to Social Security or whatever. Most people don't care or want to watch that video. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I have to. But if you're telling me the story of somebody who's struggling and what they're going through, if I see myself in that person, I'm much more likely to want to take the next step, which could be hiring you, subscribing to your channel, joining your course, whatever the next step is going to be. Yeah. Like if people will go on Jerry Springer and do what they do there, like they'll come on your show where you're actually trying to help them instead of make them look bad. You're not going to have them on and you're going to say, that's your retirement situation? Are you an idiot? What's wrong with you? Right? Right. You're going to support them and love them and help them and like give them a strategy no matter what they're coming to you with. Right. Long form is amazing. And I'm not trying to say that your content sucks because there's a lot of great information that I'm sure is in here. But if you don't package it properly, then nobody's going to watch it. Like if I don't know you and love you, I'm probably not watching this video. Like people bail that quickly.
No. People who know me and love me won't watch this video.
Okay, so nobody's going to watch this video. Perfect.
So my name is Trisha Walker, and my husband and I have a marriage ministry. His name is Thomas Walker, and it's called LGLP Ministries. Our Instagram is Trisha and Thomas. That's where we do a lot of our stuff online and our YouTube channels and just a lot of the education that we put out there. A lot of what we do is just really with couples, doing a lot of relationship coaching and retreats and things like that. But I also offer inner healing services and more one-on-one type services. LGLP stands for Love God, Love People. In the Bible, Jesus talks about the most important commandment really is to love God and to love people. And so that's where it really started from, is sometimes I think we complicate things and we, if we're really trying to help people and we can maybe, it becomes just a very complicated or overwhelming, but at the root, people just need to be loved. We started that ministry, the nonprofit, in 2014. And out of that, just that's where we move out of that place. And, when there's different opportunities, like we go back to the core of, okay, well, why are we doing this? What's the foundation of why we're doing this?
I have so many different questions I'd love to ask you. I think my first question is, this whole online is new to me. I mean, I've been going online, doing different videos and things for a few years, but just how to convert people into actual clients using the online format. So for me, I do a lot of coaching and inner healing sessions and things like that. And so mostly when I've booked people in the past, it's just been through my phone, just interactional. Let me text you, let me send you a link. And I have a nonprofit, so I just tell them, just send me a donation. I'm not going to charge you anything. Whatever, if you want to send me a donation, I just want to help you. But now I'm realizing, okay, I actually need to make some money here.
Right. Good.
So I'm getting invited more to speak at some different conferences, women's conferences, or different church events or what have you. And so people come up to me afterwards and want to be able to book. And so I'll send them a link to a page. I have a landing page on my website, but it doesn't seem to convert. And so I'm trying to figure out a good way that will actually get them to actually make the appointment.
Do you have paid ongoing clients, or it's been mostly for free now and you're working at developing the paid base now?
I'm developing the paid base now. I don't have ongoing paid clients now.
Got it. Okay. So at the beginning, honestly, if you're at an event and somebody wants to book a call with you to go deeper, take out your phone and book a call with them. Yeah. Put in your calendar. It's hey, how about I call you at blank? Here's what I have open. Because there's a point of friction. When they're meeting with you, they see hope, they see light, they see a pathway. Oh my God, my relationship doesn't have to suck anymore. I can get out. and then they leave the event, and the event also has its own energy to it. And finally, they're not, they're free from. A lot of times, people don't come to the event with their partner, right? Like
Yeah.
the people coming to the event, they're the crazy ones trying to make things better. When the partner's at home, like you're going to this stupid event, and so then they go back to their own environment, and then things start to fall apart, and they fall back from who they were. And so I'm a believer that the decisions you make when you are the bold version of you is actually the right decision for you. And then we talk ourselves down from it, and our brain gets in the way. And so if you have a great talk with somebody and then they're going home and they're falling back to their own patterns, they don't want to go to, it may not be a problem with your website. Like I'm sure the website hopefully is easy enough. There's a calendar, you can book a call. It doesn't, but the problem is the energy transfer is gone. It's waited too long. And so this doesn't necessarily scale. If we're talking like, how do I get 1,000 clients, or if you're coaching, you can't handle 1,000 clients, if you have 20 or 30 clients or whatever your max is at a time. But it's easiest when you're just with them. Hey, I've got an opening, and as soon as possible, that is open. So don't make them wait 3 weeks unless like you have to. But let's book something for tomorrow. Let's book something for Monday. What's your number? I'll call you then. Or here's my Zoom, or however we're going to do it. So it's probably less mechanics of like your landing page not being good, and more just the people are losing the energy. Like so many people watching this live too, we've been to some kind of event, and you get all excited and you're going to change the world and you're going to make huge radical changes, and you come back and it's like, who was that person again? What happened to that energy? So just trying to catch them in the moment.
That's good.
Making the shift from free to paid is usually just who you're talking to. So if I'm helping somebody build their brand or build their YouTube channel, as an example, the things that I'm telling somebody that has 1 million subscribers is not that different than the things I'm telling somebody who's starting up. It's a lot of the same basic things that they have to get right that they're not getting right. There might be some minor changes, but not that big a deal. If you're helping people with their relationships, people who have money have a lot of the same relationship problems as people who don't have money. We tend to undervalue ourselves and not charge enough as entrepreneurs, usually because we're in the wrong room. So the fact that the person in front of you or online or whatever may not be able to afford your thing doesn't mean that you suck and you have to lower your price to do everything for free. You're just in the wrong room. Getting around that is you have free content. You have your YouTube videos. You have your Instagram. You have if you're going to make a book or just something that is free, that is, hey, use this content. I do a ton for free every single day. I love it. Like most of my audience never pay me anything. I just want to serve. But you need to get the paid clients to support the business, because otherwise you're just serving on the evenings and weekends. Right? Which is still fine and great, but you can have a lot more impact if you were able to build the business around it. So it then becomes, how do you start speaking and being in the right rooms? So speaking at a paid conference, and like how much is the ticket to get that paid conference versus a free conference that might be organized by the local YMCA or something. They're not the same because the people coming will have different budgets. See, they all have the same problems. People who have more money are more likely to seek somebody out and work with somebody like you because they want to solve this problem. They'll pay for speed. So it's probably less an issue of my landing page is broken. I don't know. I mean, I could go there and it doesn't load and your calendar is broken and, but it's probably more just of, are we in the right rooms talking to the right people? And are we getting them fast enough while they're in the moment of wanting to make that change and having that moment of courage? It's hard to say I need help with my relationship. They had this moment of courage that you created. And like when you're with them, you create this space for them where they probably tell you things they've never told anybody else in their life. And so you kind of hold them while they're sharing this thing and give them hope that they can get out. And that's this moment of courage. And then they lose that and they go back to their life and forget. So at first glance, just that would be my initial assumption. How does that land for you?
That sounds good. Yeah, I completely get it. That sounds really good. Yeah, a lot of times if I do book someone right on the spot, then they tend to keep the appointment. So that's really good. And just being in the right room, that is why I'm here. That's why I'm, part of the movement makers and just trying to figure out the right community.
What else you got?
So this channel that I'm on, it's Trisha and Thomas, because my husband and I do a lot of marriage retreats and just different things together.
Mhm.
But more and more, I'm getting invited to do things on my own, and just managing this social media channel and then our YouTube channel and all of that, it can be a lot. And so I'm just trying to think about ways to start getting just my name. Like if people search on my name on Google, that there's stuff that's coming up under my name, and I'm trying to determine, is there some things that I'm doing now, like on my current channel, that will allow that to happen?
I don't know is that even the right problem to be solving right now? Like, is the problem that people are searching your name and you're not showing up?
Mm-hmm.
Is that one of your top 3 problems that you need to solve in your business right now?
Probably not. No, just probably not. Just thinking about like I'm doing more of like interviews through our podcast on YouTube, but now I'm doing more on my own. And we're doing some together, but I'm doing more and more on my own. And so I'm just, is there a way just to like link my name with those videos? That's all I was just thinking about as I, producing them and publishing and things like that.
So YouTube, you can change your name every 30 days. So if you wanted to change the name of your channel to just you can. If it's going to be mostly you and then your husband joins in once a week or once a month or whenever he wants to or whatever, it's fine. Like you still have guests join in.
Yeah.
Instagram is harder because that's your handle is your handle. So I don't know if your name is taken or you call yourself something that you can put in there, or Trisha Official or Trisha Coach or whatever to be able to get that. Usually for this kind of stuff, it's just keep going forward. Like if it's Trisha and Thomas is never going to be a part of it, okay, then cool. You can plan that exit and come up with a different name. Mm-hmm. When I'm talking to people typically in your positions, okay, how do we start getting more clients? How do we generate revenue? Like what's the most important thing over the next 3 to 6 months? It's like, okay, I want to have 20 paid clients or whatever number kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And so it's like, the name is probably not the reason why you're not getting clients. If you had a terrible name or something, I don't know. I hate husbands or something, then maybe you're not a good relationship coach. But it's just about prioritizing, right? So how do we take, like, what is the major problem? If you're making content, the easiest thing to do is coaching videos for you. You're a coach.
Yeah.
Have you done coaching videos?
Not yet. I've just been focusing on the podcast, and but I have not done any coaching videos. I was trying to think about how to do that because a lot of my coaching videos can be very personable.
Yep.
Or they share a lot of personal things, and so I don't know. I haven't quite done that yet.
So we'll come back to that one. The podcast is what? What are you doing on the podcast?
So we do interviews. We do a lot of interviews of other married couples, and then for me, I do also maybe it could be a married couple, maybe not. This year, I'm expanding it, but it all has to do with relationships. And so, if there's someone who maybe they have a school where they like I just interviewed a guy who has a church, but he also has a school, like a Bible school, and he wrote a book. And so he has a lot of married couples that actually come together to his school. And so I just interviewed him on just some different things that he talked about in his book and how it related to, relationships and then his marriage and things like that.
Yeah. So the way to think about a podcast, if we're trying to generate clients, is the Biz Dev Show, which you've probably talked to, our team about. Mm-hmm. You're thinking who could be a good referral partner for you so that if they knew who you were and loved you and had a great vibe, they would potentially pass clients off to you. It's not a hard sell. Like, you only come on my show if you're going to refer 5 clients to me. But by spending time with you on the show, they love you, they love your questions, they love what you're doing, and they recognize the gap in what they do. Like a pastor who runs a church, people are coming to them, I'm sure, all the time with relationship questions. And the pastor will do the best job to try to help. But at some point, it's beyond their capabilities. And I say, you know what? There's this awesome woman, Trisha, who you might want to connect with, who can take you deeper, right? That becomes the main goal of the podcast if you wanted to use it to generate sales. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having couples on and talking about relationships and marriage. But if it's not helping solve a business challenge for you, then it's just a hobby, which is fine. I mean, it might help you better than knitting or something, but it's not a show like that isn't necessarily designed to help you get clients. And so typically that's where we'll focus. Not always, but it's like, okay, how do we start getting the first 20 to 30 paid clients so that now we're above water, then we can hire a team, we can build and grow. Because what you can do with team, I just did a head count. We have 62 people on the team. And I can do a lot more with 62 people than I can by myself. Right? And so and my only mission is service. I want to serve the world, but to do that, I need team, and to hire team, I need money. How to make money, I need to sell something. So even, the most mission driven, you need to, even churches, like you need to raise money. So if you took that eye to the podcast, if that was a weekly show and every week you're having somebody on who might be a potential referral partner who connects with you, that can help for sure. Like that's the fastest way to start generating some sales is the relationships. It sounds like you're already doing that switch or you're starting to do that switch. So if you find great success in the Christian community, it's finding all the churches around you and saying, hey, to the pastor, I'd love to interview you. Like nobody's interviewing these people ever. Right. And what is the pastor doing most of the day? It's not like they're so busy, swamped every day, right? I mean, it's a chance to spread the message. They would love to come on your show and get to know you. And that starts building a relationship. That little pivot can make a big deal of difference for the growth of your business. And also in a like heart-centric way. It's not just, hey, we're just trying to sell people, right? Like these are the people that you love helping the most, relationships that might develop into like long-term friendships. And if you knew all the pastors of the biggest churches in your neighborhood and the goal is community and connection, like how much more could you help people because of that? For the coaching show. So like, that's great. And your podcast is once a week? How often do you do a podcast?
It was once or twice a month, but now I'm ramping it up. So I think just this month I'm going to be releasing one episode a week.
Okay, let's go. I mean, there's no right or wrong to it. It's just the more you do, the faster you scale your relationships. If you want to get to know the 50 closest pastors to you, it could take you 5 years to do it or 1 year to do it. If it was a show a week versus a show a month, right? Okay, for the coaching show, a couple of things here. The idea is let's show how good you are at coaching. Let's show how you can hold space. Let's show how you can listen. Let's show how you can help. Because if you're doing a typical thought leadership video, like here are the 8 ways to save your marriage, it doesn't mean you're a good coach. It just means you're a good speaker. And a lot of speakers aren't necessarily good coaches. So the best thing to do is actually show me you coaching. The way through that is one, not everybody has the same reluctance that you would have. Like you may never go on a show and talk about how your relationship is falling apart and your life's a mess and everything, but other people will. Right? Not everybody has the same filters that we might have on ourselves. And if you think about the people who went on Jerry Springer and Dr. Phil and, if people will go on their shows, they'll come on yours and you're going to give them a lot more support than they're getting on, the other people's shows. You also don't need everybody to say yes. So if you think about people who watch your videos, people who are commenting, people who follow you, your Instagram, you got 600 followers, 700 followers, 725 followers already. Great. You couldn't handle 725 people coming on your show and being coached, right? So, even if you had 10%, that's still too many for a years of content. So you just need 5 people to say yes. And the caveat is it's free, right? Like working with you guys costs money, but you're going to get Trisha time one-on-one for free, but it's going to be turned into a YouTube video so that other people who have the same challenges as you do can also learn from the experience. And some people will say yes and others will say no. It's not a big rejection. No, like if you ask, you're not going to say, Trisha, I hate your face. You are a terrible human being. Right.
Right.
It just may not be a fit. But if you started messaging people who follow you, like, hey, thank you so much for following me. I'm also starting this brand new show where I'm going to be coaching people one-on-one. That'll go up on YouTube and people can learn from your story. If you have a relationship issue that you'd like to talk with me about, let me know and maybe you'll be a guest on the show.
Yeah, that's good.
Right. And then I get to see you coaching.
Right.
And that's probably where you're in your element more than just making how-to videos teaching people XYZ.
Right. I definitely can do it. I think I'm just thinking about there's so many different and maybe because I'm in my own head, sometimes I can overthink things, but just thinking about like, well, what program would it be that I would coach, and or would it be more like a generalized coaching, or would it be like just thinking about, because I can do like so many different types of coaching and types of, I guess, sessions, different modalities, and I'm just trying to think about if it would be open, vague, or like specific, or if like what type of session it would be. But like I said, I think I'm probably just overthinking it in my head.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you for sharing. That's awesome. Whatever you want to sell more of, let me see you do that. Like if you started coaching on relationships, people will then say, oh, she's a relationship coach, I should hire her. If you started coaching on motherhood and children, they'll think you're that, and I want some of that. Right.
Yeah.
So whatever you could do a lot. Cool. What do you want to sell more of? What do you want to put out into the world that this is what Trisha does? And there's no right or wrong answer. It doesn't mean that you have to do the same format for the next 3 years of your life.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
so
a good point.
when I look at your Instagram bio, the first thing it says after the ministry is relationship coaching. So if that's what you wanted to focus in on, then that's what you message people about, and you do 3 months of relationship coaching and see how it feels.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
The easiest way to line that up is to have a day when you do kind of back-to-back sessions. So you do however long, if they're 25 minutes each, then you have 2 hours once a month on a Monday morning, and you get those 2 hours done, and now you have content for the month. Only caveat would be if you need a break in between, just emotionally. Sometimes you deal with heavy stuff, and it can be hard to go from one to the next to the next. And if your energy needs if you're carrying the last person's energy into the next, it's not always. I love it for this kind of stuff because it's usually a positive energy. But if you're dealing with a serious relationship thing where like just really heaviness, it's unfair to bring that to the next person. Or you can compartmentalize it well, and just also your own mental health. So if you need a break, cool. Otherwise, go one to the next, and that just saves on time. And it's usually pretty fun. Like it's fun to help people. Like time to make a 25-minute coaching video is so much easier than a 25-minute thought leadership video.
Yeah.
Like to help.
That's true.
To help somebody for 25 minutes feels like it's almost not enough time. But to make a 25-minute video of the 5 things to improve your marriage is a lot of prep work.
Right.
And same thing for the podcast. To do a 25-minute interview with somebody, a priest. I mean, 25 minutes may even feel like it's not enough. We're just getting into your story and what you do here, and how he came to manage the church or whatever it is.
Right.
So it's usually a lot easier, a lot more fun, and leads to better business outcomes than the thought leadership stuff. The thought leadership is the best for the long-term brand. So if it's like you're going to be the relationship coach for America, and you're going to teach, Christian marriage mentoring for America, you're not going to do that with 30 coaching clients.
Right.
You need to have a bigger platform. And that's where the thought leadership content really comes into play. And it doesn't have to be one or the other. A lot of people just get the sequence wrong, because that may be your big mission. Cool. How do we work a way to get there? Well, it starts with the coaching, because if you get 20, 30 paying clients, that gives an awesome foundation to then help you hire a team to then build the thought leadership content and keep putting the bricks in front of each other to get to the big goal. Well, there we go.
Thank you so much.
You got some homework to do.
Yeah. I've been working on it, checking off my list.
Yeah.
But that's good. That's really good. That's important.
I think at the beginning, whatever reduces the friction for people to say yes to you is the thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we can easily get caught up in the gear and the tech and what camera and like what app do I use and like what landing page and why is my calendar not converting and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Where just reduce the friction as much as possible. It's not where we need to be to scale to change America, but it helps to get you your 20, 30 clients a lot faster.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And whenever you feel a little overwhelmed or stressed or overthinking, just take a deep breath. And for me, I like take a deep breath and just think of who I'm trying to serve. Because most of the overthinking is not in service. We're thinking about ourselves.
Yeah.
What microphone and what camera so I look good and like I don't want to ask. But if you just like I'm just trying to serve.
Yeah.
And like you can help save people's marriages right now. And you're not because you're worried about like which coaching thing you're going to do. Right.
Right.
And so like, that's what I at least will tell myself is like just imperfect action is so much better than overthinking and not doing anything. And the thing that gets me through is just thinking about who I'm trying to serve and who I'm trying to help. And that, what you do helps, you've seen it work. And it's almost selfish to not now share this with more people.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's really good. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Cool.
I really appreciate this time. It was really good. I felt like it was helpful and just getting me to remember what is it that I like, what is my big 3 things. And if what I'm working on is that necessary right now, or is that going to lead to the big 3 things that I need to be focusing on or what have you, I think that was a big reminder for me. So that was really good.
My name is Lane Martinson. I'm the founder, CEO of Martinson Wealth Management, and I am the host of the Financial Fast Lane YouTube channel. When it was started, I had no concept of what a YouTube channel really was. We had just made some educational videos and we just needed a place to host them for our website. We put them on YouTube and then didn't really think much about it. And a couple months later, I got a phone call and someone said, in your video, you said this and this and this, and I think, in my video, what is he talking about? And so I remembered, I went back to YouTube and looked at it, and we had like 30,000 views on this video, which was the first one we had posted. And I was like, wow, I guess maybe we should do more of those. I'm a financial planner, and we have a team of financial planners in my firm. And so we do holistic retirement planning, primarily for people age 50 and over. So we help people that are really getting close to retirement to be ready to transition and to actually retire. In 1999, I formed a company, and so I've been self-employed business owner since then. And our company now has grown nicely, and it's always been an interest in helping people. I own a financial planning firm. We're investment advisors. We've got a team of financial professionals, and we do comprehensive retirement planning. I'm also a YouTuber. So we've got a channel and we put out educational videos on finance. Got a pretty good following, but we're always looking to grow the channel. We have an online course that we would like to make better known to people. And so just trying to learn from the best here,
Cool. So is it priority growing the channel or getting people into the course?
We think big, so we want to do both.
Classic entrepreneur answer there, Lane. No, it's great. So the reason why I asked is there's 2 separate strategies. So we'll talk about the coaching thing first, and then we'll pivot to maybe I'll pull up your channel. I'll give you some tactical advice. Okay. For the coaching program, is it that you want people to hire you for your financial services practice, or it's a separate like coaching as in like business coaching or how we might think of traditional coaching?
Yeah, it's educational. So we put out a good amount of educational information in finance, retirement planning. We've got a book out, but we also have this online course. So the course is educational. It's taking them through the topics and the issues and the newer types of solutions and the different things, so that they, so that they're more empowered to make informed decisions. So that's really what the course is about. And whether they end up working with us or not, some will, some won't. If it's a good fit, but we do service nationally, and we're able to work with clients remotely. So, yeah, so people that take our course, the online course, and they go through that, a good percentage of them will end up wanting to be clients. And so it's an effective, marketing tool as far as that goes.
How much is the course?
It's only $59.
Okay. Who's an ideal client for you?
It's 50 plus.
Yeah.
People that are getting closer to retirement, people who are at retirement and getting ready to actually retire. And so they need an income plan, they need to deal with taxes and RMDs and Social Security and Medicare and all those issues that they face. That's the type of planning that we do. So it's an older population or demographic.
And making a certain amount of money?
It's not so much making as it is that they have some retirement assets. They've got 401ks or IRAs, or if they're a little bit younger and they're still need to get prepared. There's a lot of things to do at the different ages, and we have clients at all ages. So, but most of them are going to be 50 or older.
Here's what typically happens. You can tell me this lands and if it's applying in your business too. A lot of times the people who sign up for a course, especially at a low price like that, $59, usually if they do become a client, they're like the lowest tier of client in terms of fees to you and sophistication of what they're looking for. Typically the people who have the most money pay for speed, who will look at your thing and say, I don't want a course, I want to hire Lane. Like the people who want to do it themselves usually they value their money more than their time. And so they'll find a way to do it themselves. It doesn't mean don't have a $59 program, but usually the ascension isn't great from a low ticket course into an ideal client, because the people who see it and who are great clients, potential clients, they value their money less than their time, and they pay for speed. They'll look at the course, they're like, I don't want to learn any of this stuff. I respect the professional. Lane's the guy. Can I just hire you, Lane, to do this for me?
Right. Okay. Yeah, and I would agree with that. But there's all kinds of people. And some people, they feel so unsure. There's so many landmines, and who do I trust, that they really do want some education before they start making some decisions. But
Sure.
It's not everybody. It's definitely.
Well, let's give them education, right? That's where the videos come into play. And an easy way, if you are a great coach, is to show them the process of you helping somebody instead of just doing a thought leadership video. So looking at your channel, it's typically you talking direct to camera about some theme related to retirement. Awesome. As a supplement to that, have people on who you coach. And so the deal basically becomes access to Lane one-on-one is very expensive. And you can't get one-on-one time with Lane, or you're going to have to pay thousands of dollars. But you get 25 minutes with him or 55 minutes with him or whatever it is, and it's going to become a YouTube video. Now, some people won't want to do it because they don't want to share how much in debt they are and what their finances are and where they're invested in, or their lack of sophistication on these things. That's cool. Not everybody needs to come on. Some people will. Yeah. And so some people call into Dave Ramsey and say all the things that they're struggling with, and he gives them advice. Or Ramit Sethi, and they go on his show, and he's basically trying to save marriages because of all the financial issues that they're going through. And so what you could do is take some people in the course, so that we start with a thesis of how do we better promote the course. Well, how many people who are watching your channel even know that you have a course as an option? So you take people who are in the course, even this is what we're doing is a great example. How did we start this? Here's Lane. He's part of my Move for Makers program. Part of that, we're going live. People now know there's a Move for Makers program, right? You take somebody who's in your course and you say, hey, here's Susan. She's in what's the name of your course?
University of Holistic Retirement Planning is the name of the course.
Say it again. University of Holistic Retirement Planning. University of Holistic Retirement Planning. Good. We've just said that like 5 times now, right? So for anybody watching, now they know, right? But you basically bring somebody on who's in there and you offer them, hey, here's an option. You're going through the course. You paid your $59. Awesome. If you want some one-on-one advice with Lane, he's opening up new slots to do a show where you're going to go on his YouTube channel and get free advice from Lane, and other people who are like you will be able to benefit from your story, right? Who wants to join? Yeah. And you don't need everybody to join. You just need, if you had 50 people join, that's one person a week. Could you get 50 people over the next year to join a coaching program with you.
Right. Okay.
And then you have people from different ages and different situations and different backgrounds and different whatever that they're going through. And then you're just helping them.
We're regulated. We've got a lot of, compliance to deal with. So you're talking about interviewing people who are not clients, but we're kind of giving them some general advice.
Yeah. You work around your regulations. You work around, you know what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say. You can caveat with, this is not financial advice. Go do your own, whatever you have to do. And we've worked with lots of people in regulated industries.
Yeah.
But you can still help them.
Yeah.
You can give them some specific generic advice, if that makes sense. Like, you're not going to tell them, go buy this fund or something, right? But you can give them some strategies based off of where they're at that could literally change their life, because they didn't even know it was an option.
Right. Yeah.
And so now I get to see you coaching, and now I know you have a membership group, and so now we're talking about the membership group without talking about the membership group.
Yeah.
Because if you just made a YouTube video and said, hey guys, by the way, I have a membership group, and that's a 2-minute video, it's going to die on your channel. Nobody's going to see it. They don't know that you have this thing. It's really not how the YouTube algorithm works. But seeing you coach somebody and giving value, and in that process, I know you have a membership group, makes me curious about joining your membership group. I still may just want to hire you. Like, for me, I just want to hire you. If I see an expert, like, okay, I don't want to join your course. I don't want to learn what you do. I just, if you're my guy, you're my guy. You tell me what I need to do.
Right.
But there's 2 different types of clients, and that's fine. If we want to target both, that's fine. But that's how we start using our YouTube channel. So we go from just being a thought leader where you're making talking head content to actually coaching members of your community. They don't have to be clients. I mean, I guess they're clients in that they paid $59 to be in your thing, but they're not your paid clients who are taking you on for your services.
Right.
That might accelerate them to say, holy cow, Lane's awesome. I want to he's my guy now, and they end up hiring you. But the goal becomes, first, to give value and to help, and then second, to create awareness for your community and abroad that you have this other program for people to be able to join.
Yeah. No, it sounds good. I'm just visualizing how to do that, but that's really good.
You set up a Zoom or Riverside. You have your assistant reach out to people in the community. Like, how many people are in the program right now?
In which program?
In your University of Holistic Financial Retirement? Did I get it?
Yeah, probably about 200 at this point.
Perfect. So, like, you need 4 to start with. So you message everybody and say, hey, Lane's going to start this new thing. Who wants to be the first 4 to join? I mean, your assistant can do that. It doesn't be you writing in. And then you pick 4 people. You set them up on a Riverside or a Zoom. I mean, you already have the setup. Your office looks beautiful. I've seen the videos. It looks good. You know how to operate a camera, and I'm sure you know how to use Zoom. And then you put them back to back, so it doesn't take up a ton of your time. So it's like half-hour slots. You can put 4 people in, 2 hours, you're in and out. And they don't even need that much editing, and there's no scripting. Like, you don't need to know what they're going to ask you before they come on the show.
Right. And so we're asking them for permission to then.
Yes, of course. That's baked in, but that's baked in from the start, not asked afterwards saying, hey, like, do you mind if we put this up? Like, this is going to be on Lane's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You're going to get free one-on-one advice with him to the extent that he's able. And other people will learn from your story who are struggling with similar things. And again, not everybody's going to say yes, but you can get 4 out of 200 people to say yes. Yeah. Like, if people will go on Jerry Springer and do what they do there, like, they'll come on your show where you're actually trying to help them instead of make them look bad.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
You're not going to have them on and you're going to say, that's your retirement situation? Are you an idiot? What's wrong with you? Right?
Right.
You're going to support them and love them and help them and, like, give them a strategy no matter what they're coming to you with. Right. Also, kind of look at some of your videos, be able to I think you'd be great with people. Like, I think your clients probably love working with you one-on-one because of your heart. But we don't get to see a lot of your heart in the thought leadership videos. It's more boring. It's more, not that you have to be entertaining, because you're talking about taxes and retirement, and it doesn't have to be the most entertaining thing. Right. But the stories, especially for people who are, why does Ramsey do well? Why does Ramit do well? Because yes, is the advice, but it's the human stories behind it.
Yeah.
That gets people interested.
Yeah.
And so, like, nobody wants to have this conversation, but when you see somebody else and the struggles they're having. It's like, oh man, I don't want that to be me. Okay, I really need to figure this out.
Right.
So
right.
you're just saying like, here are the changes to Social Security or whatever. Most people don't care or want to watch that video. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I have to. But if you're telling me the story of somebody who's struggling and what they're going through, if I see myself in that person, I'm much more likely to want to take the next step, which could be hiring you, subscribing to your channel, joining your course, whatever the next step is going to be.
Okay.
Make sense? So I would do a new series. I would test it. I think also, dude, you'd have fun.
Right. No, absolutely. We love doing it. So it's, yeah, I actually had not considered it doing it that way. So that's brilliant.
Yeah. As long as you can get around all the regulations and again, you know those boxes and those lines more than I do. But everybody, insurance has their own issues and medical has their own issues. It's like every industry has their own set of issues, but you know how you can navigate around them and still provide tons of value to the person you're helping and to the audience. So that would be a great weekly show. And you don't have to film them weekly. You film them once a month, 2 hours on a Monday morning, and then you got content for the rest of the month.
What would you say is the ideal duration?
How long does it take you to have to be able to get to learn the context of what they're saying and then to get out an answer?
Yeah.
Like it's hard to do in 10 minutes.
Right. 20 or 30 minutes probably.
Yeah. So if you did 30 minutes, 25 minutes, keep it tight, and then you have 4 episodes in 2 hours. We also try to create strategies where it doesn't need you to be a full-time content creator and like you're spending 8 hours a day just making videos. You have a business to run, to grow, and content helps facilitate that. But it's like you're not, some people are full-time creators. That's not what you are. You're a full-time entrepreneur with a real business, and content's a piece of that. And literally there's no prep. Like I would want you to just, even me showing up here, I spent a couple minutes looking at your channel. I have no idea what you're going to ask me. Yeah. My team didn't have you fill out like a giant questionnaire or intake form or something to do this session. Right. Because I'm fairly confident that whatever you ask me, I'm going to be able to help with. You know, if you ask me about knitting or something, like Lane, I have no idea. But you're probably going to ask me questions that I can have some degree of expertise. Same thing, your clients or your people coming on are going to ask you questions that you have a degree of expertise because you do this all the time. So it's easy to make. There's no prep work required because you've spent decades prepping and just in the work that you do. And it's usually more fun because you're actually talking to somebody instead of just direct to camera. Yeah.
Do you have as far as kind of long form video or more shorts like we're doing here, Instagram, do you have some direction as far as that goes?
Long form and then clip it up. So you make a long form YouTube video, do it on Zoom or Riverside, and then put that on your YouTube channel as a weekly series, and then take clips from it that you can use for all the other platforms.
Yeah.
TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Snap, one-liners for Twitter, LinkedIn articles, newsletters, etc.
Yeah.
And a side benefit of doing the coaching show is it's also great conversion content. So your landing page for your course, I don't know what's on there, but maybe this is a video of you saying what's in here. Here are the modules. Here's what you're going to learn in our 6 hours of content, yada, yada, yada. Also showing you coaching people who've been through the course. So you've had 200 people complete the course or 200 people who've signed up for the course?
Complete it, yeah.
Great. So you reach out to the ones who've completed the course, and then on the show, it's like, here's John. He just completed our course. Hopefully John says something, oh my God, Lane, like your course was epic. We're only bringing on people who've completed the course so we can have a discussion with the framework of they've already completed the course. Yeah. So now on your landing page for the course, we get to see these people. It's not just a testimonial video of how good the course is, but I get to see somebody who's completed the course now get to go deeper with you. And so I get to see not only your knowledge, but also your heart and your care and how much you really value this and why it's so important to you. Like, man, I have to spend $59 to be with this guy. So it's great conversion content, not just lead generation for your YouTube channel.
Right. Yeah, it's great.
Okay. Make sense?
Yep. Love it.
So that's a weekly show. Now let me flip the camera here and let's take a quick look at your, am I on the right channel?
Yep.
So there's a couple of things that I would look at for you. I think one, getting back to being consistent on the content. So you uploaded a video 21 hours ago, and the last one was 4 weeks ago. So we had a lull in content for, whatever reason.
There were some shorts in between there, but yeah.
I would take shorts off and do a different channel. Shorts are mostly hurting channels with their growth.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Shorts are the fastest way to get views and subscribers, but they usually don't watch the long form videos, and they also typically bring in the wrong audience. If we looked at your backend analytics, I could take a deeper dive to show you, how and why. But I would do a Financial Fastlane Shorts channel and then Financial Fastlane regular channel.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And then figuring out a cadence. You were consistent a month ago, 4 weeks ago. So it looked like you were like doing a video a week a month ago. And then whatever got in the way, life got in the way, etc. So consistency will be important. But hey, you already have 200,000 subscribers, 262. So that's great. The first 262 is the hardest 262. So nowhere up from here. Next, what I would do here is if we look at the packaging around your videos, let's see how you start this.
Hello, friends. 2026 is fast approaching. In 2026.
Okay, so even that, like we want to start with a powerful opinion. So like, hello, friends.
First time I've ever said that.
Oh, okay. Well, you hadn't made videos in a while. Let's go back. Let's watch this one. 8 good reasons to file for Social Security at age 62.
In this video, I am going to give you 8 good reasons why you may want to file your Social Security benefits at the earliest.
Okay, I would lead with a powerful opinion. So how do we make this? This is already good. This video is done well. I think this is a redo as well as your best video of all time is like 5 reasons to file at age 62. They got a couple million views or something. I think that's the biggest video on your channel. So you're redoing it and updating for 2024. But what do you believe about filing at age 62? That's a powerful opinion other people don't believe.
It really depends on the situation. That's what the video is. It for some people it makes sense. For others, it doesn't make sense at all. And so there's not a one-size-fits-all answer. It's pretty complex. So Social Security is surprisingly complex, and it really depends on the individual, what their assets are like, what their health is like, what their goals are. And there's so much. A good strategy for one person could be a terrible strategy for another person because their situation is different.
Got it.
Yeah.
So leading with something like filing for Social Security at age 62 could be the best, the single best, or single worst financial decision you ever make. Now, I don't know if that lands. I don't know if that. I don't want to push you to an unethical place or
that's good.
Values.
No, I see what you're saying. That's great.
So we're trying to take something that you can ethically say and make it more catchy versus in this video, I'm going to share, I'm watching the video. You don't have to tell me that it's in this video, right? And then the 8 reasons why, which you've already kind of told me in the title. So to set this up better, I would just think about what is a powerful opinion that you can ethically say and also within your regulations allowed to say. So something like filing for Social Security at age 62 could be the single best or single worst financial decision you ever make. There are 8 things to consider to help you make that choice.
Yeah.
Number 1, whatever. And then you go into the actual content. So I don't know what your retention is like on your videos. I don't know if you've ever paid attention to your audience retention curve to see what you're doing. But you look great. The camera looks great. You look professional. You're not some teenager in an undershirt giving me financial advice. You definitely look the role, which is awesome. Now it's making the intro just a little bit tighter and cleaner so that you keep the retention a little bit higher on the video. I would never lead with in this video and definitely not, hey friends. But again, if that's a one-off, then that's great. You have a lot of great content, but I would say the challenge that will help you go from your 200,000 subscribers to your million is just better packaging. And that's a combination of your title, your thumbnail, and the opening sentence that you're crafting to hook people in.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
You got some homework.
I do. It is a lot of work.
Yeah. And listen, if you're doing 1 a week long form, and then you have your 1 a week coaching videos from people in your course, that's a great cadence to be able to put up. And if you already know going in what you're going to make a video on, you're going to make a video of the X simple ways to increase your Social Security benefit. You could come up with 5 ways, 7 ways, 8 ways, whatever, on a quick, notepad. Like, you don't need to have this whole thing scripted out. You could talk to most of these things. Do you usually script your whole videos, or you just come up with the intro, or what's your process?
It varies, but most of them are not scripted. Some of them are. Parts of them.
The only thing I would script is the opening. So, because that's not as natural for you, what's your first sentence going to be? And if you don't nail it, do it again and do it again and do it again. But like, that's 20 seconds. If you did 20 times, that's 40 seconds, right? It doesn't take a lot. I'm not asking you to do a 20-minute video 40 times. We're doing just your 2-3 second intro until you get it with the right words and the right emotion. And then if you're doing like 8 ways, you can just bullet them out on a sticky pad in front of you, right? And then just talk to each one of those 8 ways. If you can hold people for a minute, they'll watch the rest of the video. If you say or you forget, or you drop your sticky pad in the middle, whatever, like, you can edit that out. But also, if you didn't edit it out, you're probably not losing a lot of people anyway, because you've hooked them enough. They're interested. They love you. This Lane guy's a genius, and they want to watch the rest of the video. Yeah. Right? That's a good launching pad.
That's great. The other thing I think I would ask, I have a company. We have a team of financial planners. And one of the challenges is a lot of times people will connect, they watch our videos and they feel like they know me, they've read my book, whatever. And a lot of times, they want to work with me. And we love to work with people, but we have so much capacity, right? I have a team of excellent professionals, and we have a very specific process that we've developed over time. And so communicating that they're not necessarily going to be working with me, but they're going to be working with my process and my team is kind of a challenge that we're dealing with.
It's all in how you set the expectations. Well, this is we can reverse it. This is the first time we're meeting.
Yeah.
You joined my program. I don't know how you found me. You saw me online. You clicked an ad, whatever. Like, you're here. Yeah. And then who did you talk to? Do you remember?
On your team?
Yeah.
Angela. I can't remember all the names.
Okay.
It's been a few. Yeah.
Great. So you talked to Angela. She helps kind of get ready for these shows. But you talked to somebody on my sales team. Maybe it was Tony, maybe it was Alex, maybe it was a bunch of people. Yeah. And then you probably did an onboarding call with somebody else on my team, maybe Sean or somebody else. Yeah. All the while, like, you haven't met me yet.
Right. It's
trusting that this is my process. So they probably said my name a whole bunch of times in having you get to this point. Yeah. It's all in how you set it up. In your videos, you're not going to say, come work with me. You can say, come work with us. Yeah. And then as soon as somebody hops on a call, maybe at some point, maybe the highest level people end up working with you. If they have X amount in retirement, then it makes sense to get Lane involved. But we're following Lane's process. Yeah, this is Lane's process. And, we've worked with so many people who are like you. Usually the key thing is just speed of responding to people. So when people are with your team, how quickly do they get back to them? Yeah. And how much value are they bringing? So we've tried to do with my sales team, and hopefully we did a good job. You never know, something slips through the cracks, is I want them not just to sell, not just like, this is going to be great, this is going to change your life, and high pressure sales tactics to get people in, but to make it consultative so that they could look at something you're doing and actually give you some real advice. It may not be to the same level that I could give you yet, but ideally when you're leaving a sales call, you're still getting some valuable advice, whether you end up joining with us or not. Right. So it's really just, you're saying that you're following Lane's process, you're giving them value, and you're actually helping them. So they leave the call. People are so confused and they're overwhelmed. And like, this is scary stuff that they don't like talking about. They're leaving feeling a little more calm and a little more guidance and direction plan. And they're getting their questions answered quickly. Yeah. You solve those three things, and it becomes less about, I thought I was getting Lane to come on here and do it.
Right. Yeah. No, I see that. We're working on that. So
what might be helpful is, like, do you record calls with your advisors?
Sometimes we'll record Zoom. We meet with clients via Zoom a lot, and those are sometimes recorded.
Every call is recorded for us. That also just protects you, and you also know like what was said. But if you review some of the call, like, we don't share that publicly, but sure. If you review a call, if you know that one of your advisors is having a hard time transitioning from Lane to him, you can review the call and then give specific guidance on, okay, here's why this thing fell apart. And so if you do that enough times, it's easy to either develop a script. If you know that it's constantly happening, develop a script for them. Here are the 5 most common objections around, oh, it's not Lane I'm talking to. Who are you, John? Right? Whatever the 5 most common objections are, you can script it out for them to be able to overcome it.
Yeah.
And by watching the tape back, it'll give you a lot more guidance. Even you watching it back, you'll be able to know, oh, okay, this is why it's fallen apart, instead of just leaving it to them to summarize to you, and then we realize we have a problem, but we don't have a solution.
Right. Okay.
Cool.
Good stuff. It was great. He said some things that I had not considered at all.
My name is Thomas Husking, and I joined Movement Makers because I wanted to grow my YouTube channel to the point where it could be useful to the largest number of fathers possible. Here's what I've found. In maybe my parents' generation and previous generations to that, I just don't think fathers were as involved. And now there's a big push, it seems, I could be wrong. It seems like dads want to be more involved socially, at least in the United States. They're kind of expected to be. That means, dads are kind of faced with these big identity challenges, who they were before, what they did before, how they spent their time. All that is encroached upon by this new life, or lives, in my case, having twins. And it is devastating to the ego in a lot of ways, just because you really get tied up to who you think you are. The older you get this calcified idea of self. And when that is blasted into smithereens because you can no longer move freely around the world, it's very challenging. The people that are hyper successful are not spending enough time dadding. And so as a result, their kids can end up really, you just have to look at like Marcus Aurelius, arguably one of the greatest Roman emperors of all time. Well, who's his son? Commodus, arguably one of the worst, right? And so it's like, but you had your father and you could have modeled all this behavior. It's like, well, yeah, but his dad was off like fighting campaigns in Gaul and writing his meditations and what have you. And I think there's probably countless other more appropriate modern examples of great men that are spending too much time being great and not enough time with their kids. And it's not my mission to tell them how they should do it, but it's certainly worth pointing out relative to the dads that are spending a ton of time with their kids and making great humans, I am looking for a way to get a very targeted reach to the people that I would like to help the most, which is dads. I've only been with Movement Makers a couple of months, and I've only put out a couple dozen videos, but I think they're really good content. I think it's stuff that can help a lot of dads, and it feels sometimes like I'm screaming into a void, with this, like, hey, this is really good, helpful stuff, but I just don't know how to get eyes on it.
Cool. So primarily the YouTube channel, then you got this, Dad?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Can I try to show your channel here and we'll do some live breakdowns?
Oh yeah, please do.
Okay. So here we are, right? You got this, Dad?
Correct.
And it's mostly interviews?
Yeah. The stuff that I think is the most valuable for dads at this point is hearing other dads talk about their unique journeys, challenges, and how they solve them. The channel is not about, we're father experts or we're dad experts. We're basically exploring each unique dad journey, hoping that somebody else can take away, some nuggets in there to keep themselves from jumping off a roof or destroying their relationships, and to keep serving their children the best that they can.
I love it. Because I saw some older ones were like workout videos and other stuff.
Yes. And I mean, I started this channel in 2006 or 7 or 8 or something, a long time ago. And
that's before me, man.
Yeah, I know. I know. It was a long time. Maybe it wasn't that long ago, but it was definitely before 2010.
So you're not doing more of these fit dad exercise videos. You're prioritizing the interview stuff.
No, I wouldn't say that, because I've been working with Sean, and one of the things that I did that I thought that I spent a lot of time on, Evan, was that health hacks for dads over 40. Mm-hmm. You can see the thumbnail there.
Yep.
That was all about the results of a 5-day water fast, specifically for a man who's 45, almost 46, what happens on a day-to-day basis. It's sort of a vlog day in the life journey to watch me lose, 10 pounds over 5 days, the benefits of fasting, the downsides, etc. And I, spent a lot of time and energy on it, and it has 105 views or 106 views. So I know it can help people. I know the interviews can help people. I just don't know how to get them in front of the right people.
Okay, well, let's talk about it.
Advertising.
Yeah, so this is a different format where if you're going to do more of these exercise videos, it's a little harder because this is something that people would come back to regularly to do their 7-minute dad exercise, whatever, versus these interviews where they're coming to once. I mean, they might share it and come back, but really you want people watching this multiple times because it's part of their monthly or weekly routine, where these we're coming back to not much. We want them watching the next video. So usually this is fine because this is an educational video. Usually do it with me where we want them to come back. It's harder to have on the same channel, but that's fine. Let's dive in on these. There's a couple key things that we look at. So your thumbnails design-wise look pretty good. The length is pretty good. The frequency is pretty good. I think the biggest thing you're missing is the opening and then packaging. So let's dive in. I liked this one here. So this one is The Art of Courage, How to Choose What to Pass On to Your Kids, okay? Both of that, the packaging for the title could be better, and we'll talk about that. But let's start, if we play this, and I was watching a bit of this. If we go back to the beginning here, and hopefully the audio picks up properly.
I would never raise my children in an all-white community.
Okay, I would never raise my children in an all-white community. That's a pretty powerful opinion out of the gate.
Yeah, that's why I put it at the front. I was like, okay, this is the juiciest thing. And I don't know that he particularly loved the fact that I cherry picked that, but I was just, I'm combing the way that you do your videos, the way that other people do their videos, and having a statement like that, whether you like it or not, it seems like you're going to listen to the next 10 seconds, right?
Yeah, obviously we don't want to piss off our guest, but I mean, he said it, so you're not putting words in his mouth and he's saying something that he didn't actually say.
Right.
But if that's what we're talking about here, if that's the opening, I would never put my kids in an all-white community, right? I think that was the most powerful hook of all the videos that I watched of yours. Mm-hmm. But then the title is What to Choose to Pass On to Kids. And then the thumbnail was The Art of Courage. And so it's a complete disconnect from what he's saying in the opening. That's really powerful. This is just okay. How to Choose What to Pass On to Kids and The Art of Courage is just okay. But if you connect it to this opening sequence, you should get a much better response rate.
Got it.
If we look at this one here, which I was watching, if we look at how it started.
So, I do find myself in real time reconsidering things.
So I do find myself in real time reconsidering things. It's like, if I don't know who this guy is, I don't know what I've just watched.
Right.
And already in 5 seconds, I'm going to be like, okay, I don't know that I want to keep watching this video. That's how quickly, if I don't know you and love you, I'm probably not watching this video. People bail that quickly.
No. Now, people who know me and love me won't watch this video.
Okay, so nobody's going to watch this video. Perfect. But that's literally how fast it happens. So, okay, so I'll load the transcript. It's I do find myself in real time reconsidering things as Richard Pryor did. And I'm not able to self-correct at this point. I got way bigger problems. What am I learning from this?
You really, what this is setting up the big punchline, which I don't know if you watched till the end, but it's, 35 or 50 seconds or whatever. But what he says at the end is he's basically talking himself into a reason why he is going to stop saying the N-word in his house around his kids. And then at the end, he decides, no, I'm going to keep saying it because punchline.
Okay, so, but people won't wait
exactly
50 seconds to get there.
Right.
When you said, I don't know if you got to nope, I didn't. Right? And so other people won't as well because they don't know you, they don't know him, and they're not hooked by the first 10 seconds. So they're out.
Got it.
Now, if you hook them, then they'll watch an hour. Long form is amazing. And I'm not trying to say that your content sucks because there's a lot of great information that I'm sure is in here. But if you don't package it properly, then nobody's going to watch it.
Right.
And we can't just build an audience of people who know you or know your guests. I think we want dads who haven't heard of either of you two to be inspired by the content, to want to subscribe to the channel, improve their lives, and share with their friends.
So let me ask you this, Evan. Given that that's the case, is this repackaging and re-uploading fresh, or are you going in and just editing the existing video? I mean, it doesn't seem like with any of my material there would be a downside to repackaging and reposting, given they all have, fewer than 100 views.
Yeah, if you could find, so this is what? How long ago? This is 2 weeks ago. That's fine. Like if you posted it in 2 weeks, like you give it a month to breathe, and then you edited the intro to whatever is more. Like if you took this style of intro, you're capable of doing it. It's just your big bomb drops at 50 seconds instead of right at the beginning.
Right.
Literally, it's the first thing I press play, and it's like, I would never raise my children in an all-white community.
It's so incendiary.
Right? Now, I would take out the like. Don't start with like. Just that's basically, I would never raise my children in an all-white community. And again, I mean, he has reasons for it, and he's not being racist. He's saying it's easier, at least from my understanding, is easier for the kids to have people. There's so much pressure and burden that them being the only one in their community who looks like them is an extra level of burden that I don't want to put on them, right?
Correct.
But it's like that was definitely the best part of this video that I would put at the top. And then we need to make our title and thumbnail relate to the message, because I'm here, what to choose to pass on to my kids. And then the thumbnail talks about courage. And now I'm starting with, I never raised my children in an all-white community. It's kind of all over the place. So we need a more consistent, congruent message around it. So I would look at repackaging. Now, maybe your guests don't say anything good. Like, I mean, you're going to have, some, and you get better at asking better questions and learning the ropes and pulling more gold out of them. But hopefully there's something in this hour and 4 minutes that you guys talk about. And you just said it's already at the 50-second mark. Cool. Bring that way further and then give context afterwards. Don't lead with context. Lead with the opinion and then give context afterwards.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Got it. Okay. Next, and I'm going quick and sending you a fire hose of info because I got so excited and looking at this like, oh my God, I can't wait to talk to him.
Awesome. I love it.
Let's go help Thomas. Okay, next. When we're looking at our title, so this comes to packaging too. Now we're going to completely change this title because it doesn't match the intro. Mm-hmm. But here, how to choose what to pass on to kids. Like whatever you're going to title it, put it up and do a search on YouTube to see what's showing up. And what I found was there's almost nothing that's done well with that title. So like what should you pass on to your children is basically the same title,
right?
But got 300 views with a 40 million subscriber channel. What lessons do you hope to pass on to your kids? Kind of similar. 600 views for a 200,000 subscriber channel. This title sucks. Nobody is talking about this. And the best way to, if we're trying to rank, you're saying I'm making great content, but nobody's seeing it. Well, it's because we're not ranking against anything that's doing well. So if you rank after this video, who cares? It's had 300 views in 2 years, or this one has 600 views in 5 years. We're just not going to get enough views from those suggested videos.
Actually, based on that metric, I'm doing better than those videos.
Yeah, right.
You have 71 followers. There
you go. I like the optimistic positivity. It's great. But whatever title you're going to pick, we want to be authentic to what's in the video, right? Like this is, I guess, authentic to the video, but we're going to change it because it doesn't match the intro. But this one did well, 4 million views. Consequences of overprotected children. That's a good title. We want to rank after Jordan Peterson here. Mm-hmm. But maybe that's not authentic to here. Maybe he's not talking about overprotected children, right? But maybe somebody else does. It's a good topic to think of for future interviews that you do. Can somebody come on and talk about the consequences of overprotected children? We want to show up here. Now, Jordan Peterson talks about a lot of stuff, most of which is not going to be related to you. But if he talks about being a dad or parenting, that's pretty cool. Like that's our audience that we want to attract over.
Yeah, I think part of this is, I have a little bit of a writing background, and, one thing you're trained to do is not be on the nose. And what I'm learning is that just is not helpful. I think there's a certain elegance in the way that the titles for the Qasim video triage, you're straight out telling me like it's not on the nose enough for people to find it, or it's not titillating enough. And that's a great lesson. It's like, okay, well, you could be elegant and sort of artistic in the title all you want, but it's not going to bring people in.
Yeah, there's two different things here around titles. The first is we need to match it to what is actually the experience of the video.
Mm-hmm.
So what to choose or how to choose what to pass on to your kids is not what he's talking about in the opening of this video. So there's a mismatch. If I do click it, I'm probably not, I want this to be some powerful opinion about what to choose to pass on to his kids. So
you don't think the raising children in a white community is that very thing?
I think it's a big stretch.
Okay.
Like, you don't want to make people think. Could you make the argument? Of course you can make the argument.
Sure.
But you don't want to make people think in the first 10 seconds of a video, especially if they don't know you. People are not over analyzing this. Like, next. They just scroll on to the next thing. And you treat it like, if you were giving a presentation in a library or a speech or something, you have a captive audience, and if you mess up the intro or whatever, or you have some fancy title, it doesn't matter. They'll sit there. They're probably not just going to get out of their seats and walk out, right? Hopefully.
Right. Yeah.
but they're doing that on YouTube, right? They're like, okay, next. This isn't what I want. Next, move. But if you hook them, then they'll watch 56 minutes. And so we're not critiquing the content itself. It's just the packaging matters.
No, I agree.
Step one is matching the title to what the expectation of what I'm going to get. But then step two is we want to find a title that has done well. So this theme, just in general, is a bad theme. This is going to be just incredibly hard to rank for because there are no other videos talking about this thing.
Can I ask you, knee-jerk reaction, how you would rename the video so that I can write it down right now and put it on my video?
So I wouldn't knee-jerk it. I would research it.
I got it. Makes way more.
I'm a dad. What year is it? I just turned 44. So like close, like I should be your demo, basically, if you're 45, dad, right? But I'm not making dad videos. So I couldn't tell you how to choose what to pass on the kids. Gut reaction is a good title or bad title, but the data is showing us that it's a bad title because nobody's making videos on it. And we don't want to be the only one to show up. I'm ranking number one. Great, for a term nobody cares about, right?
Yeah, right.
So this is where packaging can matter. So when we're renaming this, it's going to be something about raising kids in an all-white community. Like, you could even put that as a title, what community to raise your kids in or something, and then see what's showing up. And we're looking for videos that have done well, not 200, 300 views for a 40 million subscriber channel.
How long do you test a title before you decide, all right, let's change?
At least a week. So like this one here, consequences of overprotected children, which is what we talked about. This may not fit any of your existing videos, but the fact that it got 3.9 million views, it's a good title. And that could be just a little ding or a little, like just for your notes. If you ever have a guest who's going to talk about overprotected children, this is what we're going to call our video. Or if you're ever going to make your own video, like a Thomas exclusive, this is what we're going to call it.
Got it. Now,
can you authentically talk about it, right? If you can't authentically talk about it, your guest doesn't say that, obviously don't. We're not trying to bait and switch people, but better packaging. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It totally does. But is that ranking that way because of the title or because Jordan Peterson is in the name of the title?
Well, both. I mean, Peterson has had videos that have done better than this, but also lots have done worse than this. This isn't on Peterson's channel. This is on Valuetainment's channel, which is Patrick B. David. And again, he's had videos that have done better than this, and a lot that have not hit 4 million views.
Understood. Okay.
So, but we're basically trying to find, like, here's a good example, right? How many children to have? Dave Rubin and Jordan Peterson. 76,000 views in 6 years with a channel that has almost 2 million subscribers. This is not a good topic.
Right. No one wants to hear the truth, Evan.
Well, or it's just packaging it differently. It's not that people don't care about this. Just this is not the right title for this video.
Well, it's an absurd title. I was just making a joke. It's a terrible title. Like, nobody knows how many children you should have.
Right. Okay. So here's one. Right. 500 subscribers, got 23,000 views. Is my child gifted? Find out with these 10 signs. So, again, I don't want to force you to make videos that you don't authentically want to make. But if this kind of falls in line with your dad philosophy, could you talk about this yourself, or could you bring on a guest to talk about how to find out if your child is gifted or not.
Sure.
And we're going to call the video, is my child gifted? Find out what these, however many signs you could talk to or your guest can talk to. And our goal is to rank after this video. So here's a great example of like 500 subscribers. It's a small channel, 23,000 views on that video, right? Like that's a really kick butt video for them.
Sure. How much are you willing to plagiarize a popular title's wording, etc.? Are you making any changes at all, or are you just actually stealing the title and then, changing one word? Like what's okay?
Well, it's not plagiarism. They don't own the title. And so I would just reframe the thinking around it. I would make it authentic to what's actually in the video. So ideally, you're taking the exact same title.
Uh-huh.
If they only talk about 8 things, you call it 8 things instead of 10 things. That other video had Jordan Peterson in the title. We're not going to put Jordan Peterson in the title if he's not on your show.
Got it.
Right? So as close as possible. But it's not that like this Beautiful Minds channel owns this title. Like they don't have a trademark on this title and that you're plagiarizing them. We're trying to rank, the biggest game on YouTube is ranking against other people's videos. And so the easiest way to do that is with the title that matches.
Got it.
And then there was one video I saw down here. This one got 800,000 views. How to raise kids you actually like.
That's a great title.
Right? So if you look at that title, how to raise kids you actually like versus how to choose what to pass on to kids.
Right.
This is more clickable.
Mm-hmm.
And we could subjectively guess, but this also has done a lot better. So this again is a video that you in air quotes should make, whether it's a Thomas exclusive video or whether you have a guest on that you're going to talk about how to raise kids you actually like. That's a good video topic.
Great.
Right? This short one here. If you don't want children, you're either deluded or immature. Maybe that's too inflammatory. Maybe you would never make that video, right? Again, I don't want to
make that video.
Yeah. So cool. Skip, right? Like we're not making content that's against our ethics, values, belief systems, whatever. But how to raise kids you actually like, if that fits, what you can capably talk about or talk to a guest about, cool. Like that's what we're going to call the video.
So then is it a search and research around how to and kids and just kind of looking for the zingers in there with the lower subscriber count and the massive views count?
Yes.
Okay.
You start with whatever you think you want to call a video.
Right.
I started this with how to choose what to pass on to kids. That's what we started with, right? Because that's your actual title, how to choose what to pass on to kids. So I just took what you thought the video was going to be called and we did a search and we found that, okay, all the videos that talk about this suck, get no views, but it's also, if you keep scrolling down, it recommends more and more videos. And we found a couple of good ones that you can authentically make videos on. So that's the process. Because again, your content is probably good, but the packaging needs to be improved. And then one last thing I would change, your opening questions are, who are you, where are you from, and when did you become a dad?
No, that's what I did in the first couple episodes. And then in this last one with Issa, I was like, how do you deal with the N-word at your house? I'm just definitely going right into some meat and potatoes.
Okay. If you were to have a generic question, I'd definitely make it more powerful when you're going to get more emotion from them. So example could be, what's the most important lesson your dad taught you? Right away, you're going to go to some emotional story, right? Or what's the most important lesson you've learned as a dad?
Yeah, that's in every single episode, but it's just not at the beginning.
That's fine. Or if you know something about them that we're trying to get out, then just lead right with that question. You might need to do a little rapport building before you get into it, right? Like before you press record, you're chatting with them. They may not know you, so you're not just going to launch right in and hit them with a zinger. But that all happens off camera so that you can lead in with the thing that you want to know. So, okay, I didn't know that you weren't doing it anymore. So I would have a more generic, like a more powerful generic question. I think asking them what they learned from their dad is a cool, even if they didn't have it. I didn't have a dad. He left when I was 2.
That's happened in multiple episodes now. What about your dad? It's like, I didn't have a dad. So, and it opens up a whole new can of worms. It is,
exactly.
I definitely ask those questions for sure.
It leads to a powerful story either way. I didn't have a dad. He died when I was 4, whatever, right? I was adopted. It still leads, you get people, if you want to get people to be emotional, ask them about their family. Asking
Yeah,
about the
I don't.
parents or asking about their kids?
So I don't think that's an issue. I think the interviews, for the most part, people are talking about stuff they've never had a chance to talk about before,
Yep.
opening up in great ways. But, you know, even with, I'm looking at the Brandon Ross episode, the title is Why I Lie to My Kid About Christmas. I feel like that's a titillating title, but what I guess I need to do is go in to the search bar and see how many other videos are around lying to kids at Christmas and change the wording. Because again, these interviews are packed full of men revealing themselves in vulnerable ways about their family, their fathers, their kids, etc. Just no one sees them. So this is very helpful.
So both those things combined of we need to match the title, thumbnail, opening sentence to some related theme. So if the opening is going to be, I think you should lie to your kids about Christmas. The thumbnail says something like, lie to your kids. I lied to my kids. Something like that, right? And then the title is going to be why you should lie to your kids about Christmas. But you start with the title you think you're going to use, which is why you should lie to your kids about Christmas, whatever.
Yeah.
Put that into YouTube, see what other videos are there, and then make an adjustment. So you take what your best attempt at it, and then see what's actually already ranking. And it doesn't have to be word for word, but at least it puts you on the right path. Like in my world, inspiration versus motivation can yield dramatically different results.
What's stronger?
Motivation. Like by far. So if we put motivation versus inspiration in a title, you can get like 10x returns on that one word. And like, is it that different a word? I mean, I'm sure academics would say whatever, but it's like, it's not really that different a word, but it can have a dramatic impact on how well a video does.
Love that.
And so you're creating great content and you're using your creative, you're almost being too creative. You're spending too much time in your head thinking about this stuff where that's great. Now just add a little more science to it to say, I want to rank after these videos. So what's a better title for it?
Got it. Do I have time for one question?
Quick.
What's the biggest mistake you ever made as a father?
That's not a quick question. What's the biggest mistake I ever made as a father?
Got you.
Biggest mistake ever made.
Hey, you know what? Maybe you have time to come on my show and talk about it. Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot like this.
Well, we can do that too. What's the biggest mistake?
It's like I've never made any mistakes.
No. I probably made tons. My challenge is I don't think backwards. So like asking me a backwards facing question, I always struggle with unless I've answered it before. I can't think of a specific moment, but probably if I saw my decisions through the lens of being the person that I would want him to be, like, am I modeling the behavior that I'm talking about properly? And there's probably tons of examples of if I'm on the computer at the dinner table or whatever, am I modeling the right behavior versus what I'm saying? That would be my default answer.
Man, it's going to be powerful. Just remember, Marcus Aurelius' son was Commodus, right? You could be a great person, but if you're not modeling the right behavior, you might end up with a Commodus as your kid. So
we all got work to do.
Important stuff. I think the issue of trying to be a little bit elegant and creative with, the title and the thumbnail copy is just not serving me. And he's basically saying, hey, look at what's ranking for title and then make your changes accordingly. We talked about the art of courage. Like I was like, ooh, the art of courage. That's a juicy title. And it's like, no one's watching that. You know what I mean? It's like, no, that's not going to work. And he really broke that down in a very specific way that proved to me, like, here's how it's going to be better for the audience that you're trying to reach. And that's what's important.
My name is Sean Zubor. I live in Maple Ridge, British Columbia, Canada, about an hour outside of Vancouver. And yeah, I'm a real estate agent. So to be very straightforward, I've only been in real estate for 10 years. I just turned 40 this year. I've always been in sales or entrepreneurial. I've never had a non-commission job my entire life since I was 15 years old. Basically right now I've transitioned from more or less the individual sales. My team generally does more high-rise new construction projects. We're just in the midst of bringing on a $1.2 billion project with about 900 units. So that's really where my personal team focus is, but my passion has really gone behind the brokerage and training the agents. So the thing that I brag about most is we've had rookies of the year do 7 figures their first year selling real estate, which is really cool. And watching people come into that business not knowing how to write a contract and then actually creating a business out of it. That's probably what drives me most. And that's actually one of the reasons I reached out to Evan and the team as well is I'm starting a coaching company, because that is my true passion, seeing these people completely transition in their lives.
What's on your mind, man? How can I help?
First of all, the team has been absolutely amazing, so thank you. Big shout out to Liam and all the guys. We just started the YouTube channel, so we are about 4 videos in, getting pretty good tractions. Cool seeing hundreds of views and stuff like that. So it's definitely working. With that being said, I'm incredibly lucky to have a full-time videography team and all that kind of jazz behind me. And I love doing the videos. It's a lot of fun. I'm just trying to kind of narrow down, how do I pick the titles? And I know there's some content you put out there before that I've watched, but how do I pick some of the titles that are going to go more viral, for lack of a better word, especially towards my niche, and just the overall content, what's the best way to put it, type that would be working best. Like right now, we're doing a lot of the biz dev stuff. We're working on that right now, which is going to be pretty awesome. So that's going to start in the next couple of weeks. But I'm looking at getting the view counts, obviously getting follower counts, and just really narrowing down on what topics I should be choosing and the titles, so on and so forth.
So who do you want to reach with the content? I mean, the biz dev show is to help you grow the business. Cool. If you think about the brand, like, you want Sean to be known for blank, who are we trying to connect to?
Basically, I run 3 different companies, more or less. So one is I run a real estate marketing company. So we sell $1.2 billion in high rises and stuff like that. Number 2, and probably my biggest passion, is I have a real estate brokerage with about 400 agents that we're trying to go across the country and then down to the States. And last but not least, we just rolled out coaching company for real estate agents and entrepreneurs. So for myself, it's mainly going to be focused on entrepreneurs that kind of are like my niche demographic, which I do a lot of extreme sports and activities and stuff like that. So I put that kind of content out there as well. But mainly I'm going after realtors, I'm going after entrepreneurs, that type of niche in general.
Why entrepreneurs? What does that help you with?
Well, it helps me with, because they're a lot of my clients. So I am coaching quite a few of them that aren't real estate related, just building businesses. B, all of my big clients that are investors and or developers, etc. They're all entrepreneurs. So that's kind of been something focused. And eventually I will be getting out of the real estate sector and more just into the building of the business portion. So yeah, that's kind of why I was thinking both.
So where do you want to go with it then? Do you want to build a fund that then you're invested into real estate and you need a bunch of people to, like, you want to raise $100 million from a fund from your audience? Do you want to be the business guy and launch private equity companies? Like, what? Yeah, you've had success. Great. Like the brand, Sean, what do we want to create?
So basically, the be-all, end-all goal is I really enjoy doing the coaching company. So that's more of like a passion project. I love helping people. So that's the passion portion of it. But the 2 main things is exactly that. We're going to get more into the development side. So we're going to be raising a bunch of capital. That's the first. And the second thing is we want to bring our real estate brokerage across the United States. So we've been doubling about every year since we've been started in the last few years. So we are entering different markets throughout Canada. We just got into Alberta. We're going to be into your neck of the woods in Ontario here shortly. And then we're going to go down south. So yeah, I want to be known as a realtor, kind of like a friend of mine, Ryan Serhant. He's known as a realtor, but he's also known as the business side and that little bit of entertainment. That's kind of like the niche I'm looking towards.
Given that you have team, we should be looking at 2 different channels for you. One for the agency, like for all of the real estate stuff that you're trying to do, which you could still be a good face for, but then also have other people on team. And that channel is basically heavily focused on recruiting existing agents. And like, why would somebody join you instead of go somewhere else? Like it's the opportunity, it's the training. Like you're not going to be the cheapest guy on the block to work with, but it's training and then the opportunity to be part of a brand. Yeah. Is there something else?
That's exactly it. Then we also have financial pipelines, and there's Yeah, there's a bunch of things that are available, but 100%. That's where we've grown the most is our training for sure.
Cool. So let's put some of that training up.
Okay.
You be the face, like you're the guy. But as you continue to build and scale, how many people do you have right now?
We have about 400.
Okay, so you have some winners in those 400. You have
100%.
some people who are like good on camera, can start to represent the brand well, and it doesn't have to be Sean carrying the load. Like you might be the front guy and you're making a video once a week or once every 2 weeks or kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then the rest of the content is from team, from other agents. And so I get to see, oh man, this guy, not only he cares about team, but his team cares about team training, and they're all kick ass. And if I join, I might get a spot to help build my brand in the same way.
Sure. And so should it be kind of like talking heads mainly with the team, or is it vlog style, or is it a combination? Because you kind of see, Ryan, for example, he does a lot of the team stuff, but it's more like the show of like basically what he was doing on his own YouTube channel was very much what he was doing in Owning Manhattan and the other different shows, right? So should it be a combination of those, or what would you recommend?
So vlogs are hard. The stuff that would really pop is when it's some crazy expensive house. It's the house tours, like, oh, I want to see what a $40 million house looks like.
Yeah.
If you're doing a vlog and you're selling a $1 million condo in Toronto, it's like nobody really cares about that. So if you're doing anything extreme, that could be cool. But it doesn't necessarily have to be something that hits mainstream America. We just want the top agents to want to come work with you. Like less focused on how to get started. Like back to the original topic here, it's like how to make videos that go viral. If you were to make videos about how to get started as a real estate agent, it would get a lot more views than helping an existing real estate agent get better. But you won't attract as many great people. You get a lot of the beginners. It's like, I'm trying to close my first deal. I'm afraid to ask for the sale. I don't know how to get referrals. It's like all of the, which I'm sure in your 400, you've got people,
lots
right? But, but who's going to actually help you build it? It's like the people who are already successful and now they see working with you as a chance to get better training and build their brand. And so if you make your content a little bit more for the advanced side, it's still aspirational for the startup agent, but for the people who are already successful, who might be pissed that they're they're being taken for granted, they're not getting a good deal, like their agency, like how many realtors would say that their broker's like doing a great job helping them build their brand, right? Like, nobody. So you can scoop all those guys up. And like one great agent is worth how many startup agents for you?
Oh, it's 100 to 1 ratio. If you have a really good one, they can bring in as many as 100 for sure.
So I mean, that's how you really build and grow. It's like, how do you start tapping the top talent from other brokerages and bring them over to work with you? And the content can help do that. You at the top sharing, and then also team, some of your best agents sharing. People who are good on camera. They don't have to be like the most entertaining people, but they have to be teaching me something.
Right.
So leaning into sales strategies, effective training, updates on the market, and brand building. Like a lot of these guys want to build brand. They have no idea how to do it, and they're definitely not getting it from the agency that they're at right now.
Yeah. So would you recommend this? So the name of the brokerage is called Stonehouse Realty. So would you recommend doing a Stonehouse YouTube channel, or should it be? You know how they kind of have like separate channels under one person's name? Like it'll just be they're pretty much playlists.
Yeah.
Would you recommend all under my like Sean Zubor, or would you recommend a separate channel altogether just for that?
Yeah. Normally, I don't say two.
Yeah.
But you have resources, you have team. It's like it makes more sense because you have enough talent on team to be able to carry a full channel, and Stonehouse should be able to crush without you having to be the main guy doing everything. So I would love to see a once a week max video from you for that channel.
Yeah.
That you can film like one morning, one afternoon per month. Or maybe even you doing mentoring sessions.
Yeah.
Like bringing your top guys who are already crushing big deals.
Yeah.
And then you help them go to the next level. Like, have you talked with Liam about the demonstrate the process
brief
show concept?
Yeah, briefly. Yes, we have. Yeah.
So Gary's done this. Like a bunch of people have done this. Gary has his 4Ds program where you pay 10 or 15K or whatever it is, and you spend a day with his team, but you get 1 hour with Gary, and then that video goes on his channel. So he's got like 10 people around the room. So he's already made like 150, 200K just to show up for an hour. And then he also gets content for his YouTube channel. And it's just Q&A. He's just like around the round table and whatever you got. Give me questions. They're not the videos that perform the best. Like those videos versus life advice for a 20-year-old. Like the 20-year-old life advice is going to pop way harder. But in terms of like what actually helps build Gary's business, those roundtables of seeing him execute with high-level business knowledge is going to crush. So seeing you mentor people, that might be an easy way to hack the content creation game as well, where you take some of your best agents or a new agent or whatever it is, and you just show up and they ask you questions.
Great idea. Yeah, I like that. And it's at that point too, you don't really have to come up with what your title or it's going to come from there naturally from their questions anyways, right?
Yeah, I know. Probably focus on dollar amounts. Like what would a good agent versus like top tier agent do top line for you? Or like in actual commissions in a year?
So they're like the average agent does about at our brokerage anyways over the last couple of years is about a 6-figure agent, so about 150. Our top agents are 7 figures, so they're making $1 million plus.
So like that basically becomes a theme, right? It's like how to go from 150, whatever the guy's doing right now, is at 125. How to go from making 125 commissions to $1 million.
And my coaching program, the High Point one that we just created, that's basically the target audience we're going after too. Is I've taught tons of brand new agents, but I find the big, not to minimize it, but there's 150 people that can show you, or 1,000 people that can show you how to go from 0 to 100. Yeah. There's very few people that have actually done it that have gone to, 100,000 to $2 million a year, or whatever it may be. And I think that's kind of our specialty and our niche. So just so I'm hearing this right, your best suggestion would be to sit down with a lot of those guys, roundtable, asking them questions as well. And maybe even a mix of like beginners and them and getting their answers as well and kind of using that as content.
I wouldn't ask them questions. I'd have them ask you questions.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It might be a group format, but it could also just be one-on-one with you.
Yeah.
If somebody is already making mid 6 figures, you want them as an agent, not in your coaching program, right?
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the coaching story, reason why I was saying that is one of the reasons we're actually doing the coaching program as well is because we are looking to go into the states and all over the place. So a lot of my clients that are coming in through this program are going to be all over North America. Building that relationship, if I can help them through the coaching program, go from 200,000 to $1 million, and then we decide we're coming to Texas and they're in Texas, they're going to be a great agent to onboard with us as well. So it's kind of like a funnel that leads into the brokerage down the line by creating these head turners in those areas. But yes, 100%. It's the coaching program is not the key focus. It is the brokerage without a doubt.
Perfect. Yeah. So either one-on-ones or group. And it's really, how many people could you put in there that would lead to relationships for you? Like that's kind of biz dev, and that you're looking at newer agents and you're solidifying a relationship, giving them an opportunity to build a little bit of brand by being on your show, but also going deeper with you. It's all assuming that you're actually a good coach, which it sounds like you are. Like you have a coaching program. You get exposed pretty quickly. Like if you kind of suck at coaching, and it's like, Sean, how do I sell more? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
But
just buy my program. It automatically happens, don't you know?
but like, if you're a good coach, then it's actually the easiest kind of content and the best kind of content to build the brand. So that would probably be your segment. Like if it's a weekly show where it's one-on-ones or groups just a little bit harder to organize versus one-on-ones. And ideally in the office is better. Like where's home for you?
I'm in Maple Ridge, but basically Vancouver, Greater Vancouver.
Oh, let's go, Canada. Yeah, perfect. If you have enough people around you who could like come in, or you fly people in and you like give them a tour of the place and spend like your top guys that it's worth building that relationship with. And then part of that day is they're going to spend an hour with you and film content. And maybe you even have them film for the rest of the channel, right? Like if you think about it, once a month, you fly in, 15, 20 guys or women, whoever's on the team. Part of it is they're going to film content for the real estate channel. And part of it is they also get a one-on-one with you, or group session with you, then that becomes content for the channel. Theirs becomes more talking head kind of videos, and you're helping them build their brand underneath yours. And yours just becomes coaching content to show people how to go from 6 figures to 7. And it might be a mindset issue you got to crush. There might be sales objections you got to crush. Like it's a bunch of things that will come up, but it's all stuff you've seen before. You know how to handle.
And so with the video, so for example, let's say we do one of these coaching sessions, and it's about creating structures for a team, for example, right? So that's one of the biggest differences that we coach on versus a lot of real estate coaches is ours is team structures, how to build teams, how to build leverage, how to build more hours in the day, basically. So if that were, for example, the video, what would be the best way to pick what the title should be for that video to make it most viral, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, so typically what you're doing is whatever title, and like Liam can dive in deep with you on these, but whatever title you're thinking of is a good first step, and probably won't be the title that you end up picking. I'm assuming it's not you who's picking the title. There's someone on team who's helping with this. Okay. So whoever is on team is going to help with this, and they come up with their best version of a title. You put that into YouTube, and you see what already exists, because the game on YouTube is showing up against other people's videos, not trying to rank in search. You'll get more views from suggested, like way more views from suggested, especially for long form, than search. So the goal then becomes, okay, we're going to call it how to build a 7-figure team. And then you put that as your title, you do a search. And then what we're doing is looking for videos that have more views and subscribers that are around that. And it might end up changing the title of your video, as long as it still relates. Like if it's a completely different title, then fine, that's not going to fit. But videos that have done for other channels more views than subscribers, and then we model their title.
Perfect.
But even more important than that channel blowing up off of that content, it's like getting the right people to see it. Because I'd rather have the 6-figure agents finding you than all the 20-year-olds needing life advice who might consider becoming an agent someday, and real estate's their future, right? It's just such a long cycle. Versus you already have enough to be able to recruit top talent from other agencies.
Fair enough.
So I'd probably lean on some branding as well, because that's a lot of people will do education, and your education might be better than other education, and team building might be better than other brokerages, but nobody's really talking about branding, how to make content. And if you're giving people an opportunity to come to Maple Ridge, spend a day with you, film some content, and then they get to film content that also goes up on your channel, you start to have a pretty unique value prop. And so you use that to just, dude, I mean, how fast can you, like the problem you're going to have is how quickly can you open up offices?
Well, that's the thing. So we're heading into Calgary here shortly, and like I said, Ontario hopefully by the end of next year is the goal. And we've been talking to a lot of agents, so I'm thinking that's a great way. And it's sort of on that biz dev side. Most of the biz dev stuff that we've been emailing and talking to have been more of like developers, big entrepreneurs, that kind of stuff. But part of that is definitely going to be the top agents in those different communities that we're going to look at. And I like the idea because I was going to fly out to Ontario with the team. We're just working on something, and I know you were just talking about, we're just working on something with Brad Lee to head down there and do a podcast with him as well. But I was thinking about flying out there, but I never really thought of flying them here, which might actually even be better because we can represent at our current office and not at some hotel or whatever already, or one of our offices. And at the same time, they can get a feel of the environment of what we're doing. It's almost, and it's a trip for them instead of just meeting with me somewhere there. I never thought of that. That's actually, I like that.
I mean, it costs more, but like you pay for their flight, you put them up in a nice hotel, and then you plan a day for them. That's not just all you all day, but they get exposure to your team and what you're doing, and what kind of education could you give them while they're there? Maybe not on the real estate side, but on the brand building side, content side. That's a home run. It's just going to be, you're going to start getting, like you do this well, you put out, there's not a lot of this content in real estate. Like you're pretty wide open, given how many agents there are. Dude, there's such a white space for you. Your biggest problem is going to be like, how do I open up Texas? How do I open up New York? How do I open this?
It's awesome.
You'll have more leads than you know what to do with, like high quality people. And that becomes the next bottleneck of how do you expand that ops team out to be able to open up, how do you open up an office a week?
Yeah. It's a problem I want to solve for sure.
Yeah. Well, the market will take you, right? Like if you get enough, you can start getting some top people. It's like, dude, your training is awesome. Why are you not in Texas or Austin or whatever? It forces you to get great at it.
As far as how much content we should be putting out, like personal channel and obviously this new Stonehouse brokerage channel, how many videos a week? And if we do, because right now I'm going to be doing between 3 to 5 basically a week for my personal channel. Am I going to see substantially better benefits by doing like 3 or 5 versus and I'm not even talking about Hormozy where he's doing like 70 or 100 a week or something like that. But is there a sweet spot? Am I going to see, is it an incremental difference or is it a massive leap if I go from 5 to 20 videos a week? Or if I do, what's your thought on volume?
Well, so that's breaking it down for different platforms, right? And that has nothing to do with you. That's team. Like you're not going to be chopping up your videos to post 70 videos a day or whatever. It's across lots of different platforms.
Okay.
So
sorry. So to rephrase that then, just like individual 10-minute YouTube videos, because I even have like videographers here right now that are going to be filming some of the stuff that we're doing and stuff, right? So what would you suggest as far as how many videos should be done?
I would have ambitions to go daily on both channels. Okay. I think you have a clearer path with the real estate. Like the real estate, there's so much opportunity. There's so much demand. So few people actually providing quality training that you could never post to your personal brand for the next 3 years if you wanted to, and just be like swamped in opening up offices across North America. Like that's a huge game, whether you want to, be that guy or not, but that's a huge opportunity. Yeah. And so I'd look at how are you making one video a week coaching? And then how do you get the other 6 videos a week to be people on your team, like agents, successful agents, sharing their knowledge and speaking to people who are already 6-figure earners who have ambitions to go 7. And you'll still attract the startups because they want that too. Like the hungry ones will want that information, but you're not talking about like how to close your first deal and how to ask for the sale and how to all of those common things. And then the personal side, so that actually doesn't take that much time. Like your time won't be on the content creation. It's more figuring out who are you going to have do the other 6 videos that you can put from your team. And then the personal side is whatever you want to do. I mean, that's like what you want to do beyond real estate, how you want to serve entrepreneurs. You have such a clear strategy ahead for the real estate side that the personal side can be whatever you want right now. And I honestly just making sure that whatever you do on the personal side doesn't screw up what you're doing on the real estate side. Because there's a window. Like that window's going to close. Like like Ryan's trying to do things. Other people are trying to do things. And I mean, being Canadian, it's still small time market, like nothing burger compared to what you can teach, can help people with is a North America wide problem. Yeah. And if you have that ambition, like you can be creating offices every week with top agents.
Awesome. Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I would nail, and with Liam, like I would nail the content for the real estate side. Okay. And then the personal side, it's a longer term play, whatever fills your heart, whatever you want to make, talking to entrepreneurs, whether it's lessons, you can go through people's channels and see what's popping for them. Yeah. And if you have your own version of it, but that doesn't need to pay off. Like there is no payoff in the short term. Yeah. You're just building awareness, which will help with whatever thing you want to end up creating. Go ahead.
And sorry, so the last question with that then, so for the real estate side, like let's just call it the brokerage channel, should I call it the brokerage's name or should I call it should be like Stonehouse Realty's channel? Okay. Yep. Okay. So that's straightforward. Yeah. And then the biz dev with that.
You don't want to be doing that business forever and have to be the face forever.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's perfect. So, okay, that's great. And then the biz dev with that would basically be other agents that we're looking to bring in that we're going to be interviewing, et cetera, or coaching. And then on my personal side, the biz dev would still be with like the developers, entrepreneurs, still even other agents or whatever, but that would just be on a separate channel. So I can still do it on both, more or less. I'm just who the target audience is going to be slightly different.
Yeah. The real estate side is a lot more focused and intentional because you have a 9-figure opportunity in front of you with it. Yeah. Like it's crazy if you do it well, because that window's going to close.
Yeah.
Like if you wait 3 years and you're still starting off making content on the channel and like haven't broken into the US yet because you don't have enough agents, like somebody's going to eat that lunch. So that's like super clear. And then whatever you do on the personal side, it doesn't need to pay off yet. It's not that like you don't focus on it. Do it. Have your guy film content, get ideas. Liam can help too with the strategies around that. But they're not close in terms of size of opportunity right now. Like if you just run hard for the next 3 years and crush this, dude,
huge.
I'm talking to a billionaire. Let's go.
Let's make it happen.
It was a great call with Evan. The most direct takeaway was that I need to start a YouTube channel for my business as well, not just my personal. Also, a lot of the tactics and techniques that he mentioned about like interviewing big agents, bringing them on, letting them be a lot of the showcase of the brokerage, which is something that's right up my alley. I really think that's going to be pretty cool. But the other takeaway which was more indirect, was how confident and excited he was that this would be transformational for the business, and that really right now, in my particular field in real estate, there really isn't any competitors utilizing the YouTube space for their brokerages. When a guy like Evan is stoked to see what's going on and filled with confidence, it definitely oozes over to this side. So yeah, there were some huge takeaways, and we're already implementing them. So I'm excited for it to start up within the next couple of weeks here.
So I'm Bob Graham from Spearpoint Inc. and Inc. I-N-K, because we do a lot of writing work, so that's confusing to people, but there you have it. My business came about just from a long career of doing different things. I trained as a journalist in college. My goal was to run the New York Times or Washington Post one day, and unfortunately, journalism took some turns over the last 30 or so years, and I moved into marketing, did some PR, I've taught some college, had some opportunities to really work on marketing and communications. And then while I was teaching at Johns Hopkins University about 5 years ago, I realized that a lot of my students, they were brilliant engineers, but they struggled to get their product or service out into the marketplace. So that job came to a close. It was a year-to-year contract, and I went out to be a business coach. I've coached a number of businesses since then, everything from startups to fully established businesses trying to transition with new leadership, parents, kids, you name it. And then more recently, I've been really working with people on how to write a lead generation book, which is kind of the perfect culmination of all the things I've done in my career. And it fits like a glove for me. So I literally take a person in, let's say, financial services, an insurance broker. We talk about how they see the world, how they see insurance. We write a book. It puts them in front of their potential audience as a thought leader, as an authority figure. So that brings me to where I am today. The long-term goal for me, and this really follows after something I saw Evan say, I want to help 2,000 people write lead generation books that change their business profoundly. And that 2,000 people really scares me.
I've spent most of my career doing different things. I was a journalist. I've done marketing and public relations. I've taught college composition, English, marketing, and I've been a business coach. I finally figured out a way to wrap all that into one business, and that is I help people write lead generation books. Okay. Small business owners. So that's my passion. That's what I'm really into. I think you can hear it in my voice as I speak. Turning that into a profit is not as easy as it looks, because it's something I do naturally. It's something I do easily. It's something that comes, it's just fun. So it's hard to charge for it at the level that I probably could or should. And as a result, I'm either underpricing or I'm giving some of the services away or I'm not right sizing it. I know I have something here. And this is why I joined your program, because I felt like there was something here that I needed to see all the way through. So I'm hoping you can give me some insight or at least ask me the questions so I can solve it myself.
Let's go, man. I love the energy and excitement for it. What do you charge now for it, and where do you want to be?
Okay, so it varies anywhere, and this is because depending on my involvement. If I'm minimally involved, it might be 3,700 to 5,000. If I'm writing it for you myself, it could be 40 or 50,000. So there's a wide range there, and I get a little cautious when I say those numbers. They feel uncomfortable, if I'm being honest.
Oh, that's great. I mean, thank you for being honest. Is that what you currently are charging, or that's where you want to be?
I have offered the 40 to 50,000 to several people. No one's taken it yet. I have charged anywhere from, let me think, 25,000 down to 5,000 for various work.
Cool. A lot of this comes down to client selection.
Okay.
For people who are not charging enough money, a lot of times the main problem is you're just talking to the wrong people. And what that ends up doing is it makes us feel less valuable.
Okay.
Because whether you're working with small business owner who's just getting started up, who can't afford like their own rent on their office, let alone dropping 50K on a book.
Right.
But whether you're talking to them or you're talking to whoever, Elon Musk, to do a book.
Can you connect with me? That would be great.
Yeah, not yet, but maybe.
Okay.
Maybe it'll work.
All right.
But like the point is, whether you're working with Elon or some pure startup, your process will be exactly the same. Your passion, your energy, your care, the amount of time you spend, like it's going to be basically the same. But one person can pay you, millions of dollars, and the other one loves you, but like can't pay you anything.
Yeah.
What ends up happening is when we target too many of the people who can't afford to pay us, it makes us start to feel like what we offer doesn't bring real value. And so that thing that you want to charge 50,000 for, now you're like, I don't know, maybe it's not worth that much. Maybe it's only worth like 15 or 10. And you're selling your Ferrari to somebody who can only afford a Honda Civic.
Okay.
And so the answer isn't like, think of yourself as a Honda Civic. The answer is we need to just sell to people who want to buy Ferraris.
So I've been targeting the people in fields that are, professional services, like insurance brokers, like financial service people, accountants, chiropractors, people that establish either a very high level relationship with someone early on, and a book would help solidify that, or they make a lot of money from one client. So the cost of acquisition of that client is not unusual for it to be, $10,000. If you're a financial service person, you could generate $1 million from the right client. Having a book at 50,000 is a drop in the bucket.
How good are you at what you do you think?
That's a great question. On a scale 1 to 10, I'm going to say I'm probably 8.5, 9.
Cool. That's a pretty high level. The easiest way to find the clients is to not find the people who are doing this for the first time.
Okay.
So if I'm selling Ferraris, I don't want to have to be the first high performance car that somebody's buying. If you're targeting an accountant and you can see, okay, they make money, you could see a path for them to make $1 million or whatever it is. Even if they make $100,000 in billings from their book and you're charging them $50,000 to write the book, and like every year they get another 100K from the book, like logically that's a pretty good investment for them to make. They don't have the mindset around marketing themselves effectively to be able to then take the Ferrari engine that you've given them and do something with it.
Okay.
So if you put a Ferrari engine in a Honda Civic, it's like it's just not going to work.
Okay.
So you can give them the model, but if they don't know how to execute on the book, which is now getting outside of your scope, like you are not then the marketing expert to then help.
I mean, I do include some of that at the back end because I've realized that's the gap. It's great. You have the book, but it sits on your shelf. If I help you, how to get in front of your clients, how to write the letter to your clients that says, hey, do you have any friends that might want this book? That's part of what I do. So I did recognize that limitation.
It's only the gap for the wrong people.
Okay.
So let's look at all those other things now that you're doing. The marketing side of things, on that scale of 1 to 10, where would you put yourself?
6, maybe 7.
Yeah. So you're much better at writing the book than at marketing the book and creating the systems around it. So how do you get the most leverage out of your business? It's finding the people who already know what to do with a book, and helping them have a better offer.
Got any ideas for that? Evan, do you need another book? I know you have 3. Would you like a 4th?
I don't know how many I have. I think I already have 4, but do I need a 5th? Not right now. It's not a top priority.
All right.
Whether it's a book or some other kind of lead magnet that people are using, where they're actively marketing it. So say one of your strategies is, okay, you need to do a free plus shipping campaign. You need to be marketing this book. You need to be taking out ads on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, to get people onto this book. So then it's your lead magnet in, right? If that's one of your strategies, cool. If they don't know how to buy ads, like, you could do it for them, you could, but now we're starting to get like way further down the line of these, and you're just talking to the wrong person. Versus if they're already spending a lot of money on ads, I would be looking at who is spending an insane amount of money on ads right now. Okay. So I would roll into my own Facebook and Instagram, go through YouTube with the ad, if you have premium, turn that off, ad blocker, turn that off, see who's doing a lot on ads, because they already have a marketing system.
Okay. So this would fit into that as an alternative.
Hopefully is better than what they are currently doing.
Okay. That makes sense.
Paid more, because if they're spending $1 million a year or millions of dollars a year on their marketing campaigns, but they're working with a lead magnet that is only a 6, and you could get to an 8.5, you've just made them a ton of money, and it like, so like, okay, that's cool. Like, I need to do that, instead of you having to convince somebody why they need it. Like, if I have to convince you why you need a YouTube channel, I could, but I'm spending so much time with the wrong person versus somebody who's already bought in and understands it and is ready to go.
Okay. That makes sense. Now, have you used books effectively in your marketing?
If I had to think of what the lead magnet is that drives the most for my business, it'd be the channel, the video. I've written the first book I wrote with Penguin Random House as a qualifier, it's like, hey, it helps open some extra doors, and you get to be a published author, et cetera. And I got, paid from Penguin to do it. And the other books I've written because it was on my heart. And I felt the content was better served as a book than a video or a series of videos. But
okay, that makes sense.
I use our videos as the main lead magnet for people to find out about me and my brand, want to dive deeper, join Mover Makers or any other program. But anybody who's actively spending lots of money on campaigns, that's what I would start to look at.
Now, those people, aren't they being inundated by a lot of offerings? So I'm going to be a small fish in a big pond.
It's still so yes, and how good are you is why I asked. Like, how good are you at the thing? Like, because you're going to spend time either way. Are you going to spend time trying to nail the right clients, or are you going to spend time trying to work with unqualified clients, teach them all the things that they need to do,
evangelizing, and then the other guy gets their business because it's the second person who says it, and they go, oh, this must be a thing.
Like, if you have to spend time with an accountant who's never spent money on ads and doesn't know how to market their business, and now you have to write their newsletter copy, make their website, you got to do that's a lot of time that you are spending, versus that same time could be spent going after the people who are spending money on marketing themselves, and now you're giving them another option to do it.
Okay. And since I have this opportunity with you, do you have some ideas around what that messaging to them might be from what you've heard from me?
Does a niche matter for you?
No. The process is the same. 5 steps, doesn't matter. There would be somewhere I'd have to do a little more uncovering, prep work so I understand the target better, but it really hasn't affected it.
But nonfiction,
Yes.
So you're not
Yes.
parables or anything to help.
No. No. I mean, we could do a parable. I have one guy that I'm talking to about doing a parable, but still in the genre of business, serving a business purpose.
So then the question becomes, who do you target? Like, who are the people who's spending money on ads? If you can target, like, I live in the personal development world where everybody's already writing books,
Right.
and like I've already bought in it. So that might be a little bit harder. But anybody who is taking out ads, if you look at people in fitness, people in health, like programs that people are off selling. And if you have any kind of interest in it, it's better, just so you connect with them a little bit more.
Right. Well, with my journalism background, I know how to have an interest in just about anything.
Sure.
Because when you're a newspaper reporter, you write everything.
It's like, right? I mean, yes, if somebody comes to you and wants to write a book about menopause, like you can figure it out and research and help, but it may not be, like, menopause is probably not the top 10 things that you're looking at every day naturally and like deeply care about.
I only wish you were right, Evan.
Okay.
But that's a whole nother story. We're not going there.
But like, if you think about what interest you have, what do you naturally study, and then who is selling in that space. Even if you watch YouTube and you see turn on ads, like turn off your premium, turn off ad blocker, and the videos that you naturally watch anyway that are more fun, personal, who's showing up before those videos?
Okay.
Because if you already have an interest in it,
right, that would help.
It helps. It just so, like, hey, you're trying to get people to join this webinar with you to then pitch on blank. We found it's actually better to send them to a book. Like, oh, I don't know how to write a book. Oh, well, that's what we do.
Okay. Can I shift gears a little bit?
Yeah.
I read your book. I understand your trajectory because of your wanting to help a certain number of people. I actually set a crazy audacious goal for myself of helping 2,000 small business owners create books in the next 10 years. So I want to thank you, because I really had a lot of concern when I read that. I was like, oh man, this guy's really he's way over the top. But then I'm like, no, this is a real great motivator. My question to you is, when did you start to see your processes, your insights, your understanding start to pay off for you? And what was that feeling that you had, like, hey, this is starting to work? How does one identify that?
So the feeling that it's starting to work is a lot more qualitative than quantitative, right? So the quantitative numbers come from, okay, I'm if you have 2,000 as your goal, like, okay, I helped another one here, and here's another 5, and so you start. That may not feel like you're going fast enough or getting closer. The qualitative stuff and the feeling is more from the feedback. So people leaving comments on my videos saying, hey, this was really helpful, even if it didn't quantitatively do well. We've had some videos that did not get a lot of views, but then it's like, this video changed my life. Like, that feels good, even though the numbers did.
Yeah.
It's an interesting goal to set for yourself, because if you're selling Ferraris, you're not selling to small business owners. So if you're going to sell to small business owners, you need something that is way more scalable.
Okay.
That's where you go to a course or even like a book, write books, or those kinds of things, where it's less one-on-one time, because the small business owner can't afford your one-on-one time if you're actually an 8.5 out of 10.
Right.
Move towards right. So it's a weird goal now, because 2,000 people to work with on writing their books. If we're selling Ferraris, we're selling like Ferrari owners, right? We're selling something much higher ticket to bigger.
Might be 200.
Yeah. Or if it's actually, I love helping small business owners, then we need something at scale.
Right.
Then it's like,
okay. So I guess what you're really telling me is my goal may not be in alignment with where I really need to go to achieve the results I'm looking to achieve.
Yeah. Or if it's to really help small business owners, then you need something at scale. Then it's like 2 million, not 2,000. So
well, I like your idea of going towards that higher fish, and maybe that number isn't so big, because, let's say, I don't know, 8 people have me write a book for them each year. That's a fair amount of revenue. And
that's
I would think once you get a couple, I think once you write a book for someone, they tell all their friends, and you just, the flywheel starts to spin. And that, I think that's what I was really asking you is, when did you know the flywheel was really starting to spin for your business?
When people started coming to me, we made a tribute video on Tony Robbins.
Mm-hmm.
I learned a lot from him, so we made a tribute video on him, and he put it on. Now it's his team, probably, right? It's probably not like updating his YouTube channel, but whatever.
You
It felt
are
like it was.
though, right? This is you on your channel right now, right? This is an AI. Okay.
Not yet.
Just making sure.
AI is not that good yet, but who knows? To get in there, if you ever see two Evans live at the same time, you start to think something's fishy.
That's wisdom.
Tony put up the video I made of him on his channel. Like, he linked to my channel. It's like, oh wow! Like, the whole point was just to do a tribute. I didn't expect him to see it. And in my head at that time, I thought it was him. But knowing now, it's like, having worked with Tony on stuff, is like, maybe he saw it. It's his team who did it. But it's still cool that you get a little bit of recognition. And then more people started sharing. Like, when we did a tribute video for 50 Cent. And he shared it. Like, he shared it to his Twitter and his Facebook at the time. I don't know 50 Cent. Like, I can't call him up and say, hey, you need a book, talk to Bob. But he saw the
video.
I know.
You read my mind.
And then people started asking for help. So not just sharing the videos, like, hey, you're doing all this stuff on YouTube. Can you help us with our channel? And helped a lot of the people that I looked up to as role models, inspirations in entrepreneurship, personal development, started coming to me to help them with their YouTube channels and building their brand. Which, like, wow, that's like, it started off as one thing, and then another one, and then another one, and then you get better at it. Then you know what buttons to push, and that starts to expand. And it's also what I liked it. So if you're actually writing books for people, man, writing 8 books in a year that's work.
I've got a system, a process, and when we say book, we're not talking about, the Bible or the Random House Dictionary. We're talking an 80 or 100-page paperback.
Between the Bible and Random House Digital.
Size-wise. We're not talking textbook. We're not talking Bible. And yes, there is a huge gap. I admit that. Yeah. But we're talking like an 80 to 100-page paperback. Because here's the thing you probably know. Many people tell you they read your books, but the percentage that actually read the books is significantly smaller.
Sure.
If you quiz people, they wouldn't know. I read your book because I know that you were trying to get a certain number of people.
Yep.
But most people I talk to, I've got 4 or 5 books. They don't know what's inside the books. So it's the perception of the book, just like with the YouTube channel in some regards. I mean, the YouTube channel's, oh, wow, he's got 50 videos. This guy must know something, right?
Like, the vision of what you want to create. If you want every small business owner to write their own book because you believe they have a story in them, or you just think you're frustrated that business owners don't know how to market themselves, and you want to give them a better tool to do it. Like, this is the revenue goal. Obviously, you want to build a successful business, but the mission behind it, then it becomes, well, how do we make money to help fund the mission? So making money could be, okay, well, I don't actually want to just sell Ferraris and only work with top entrepreneurs. Like, my mission is to help everybody, but feed me so that I can hire teams, so I can then create the course or create the book or create the videos to help people with everything else. Or it could be associations. Like, if you work with accountants or real estate agents or insurance brokers or whatever, who are their associations?
Okay, that's a good idea.
Who else is selling training to them? Who's selling them their sales training?
Okay.
Like, what conferences are they launching? How do you become a speaker there?
Okay.
You can talk about your process.
Okay.
But then you don't need everybody in the room to hire you, but you have the select few who think they can make go at this and have a marketing engine behind it. So especially if you've already done some work in the industry, like you've already worked with insurance. Did you say insurance or accounting or real estate or
financial services?
Yeah. So, like financial advisors?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. So, like, what associations are they part of? Who's teaching them sales training? What conferences do they have coming up? And can you go there and speak about how to use a book to help sell financial services?
Okay. I want to take the last minute, if I may, to talk about how great your team is.
Oh.
Tony, Liam, Angela, Jenny, all top-notch people. And I'm not just saying that. They are all in their own way amazing, especially Liam. He has coached me like no one's business, and he gets me. He's always there with the response, so you should be really proud of that.
Cool. Thank you, man. It was honestly one of my biggest fears in growing the business. It was like, can you get like what I just care more. Like, how am I going to get people who will be me on calls? And it's been a big, like Tony, Liam, Jenny, like they deeply care. They may not have all the skill sets, but they have their own awesome skill sets, and they deeply care about clients, and have proved my own thinking wrong.
Whoops, you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah, no, but it's great. It's like it was an experiment, and it's like we've hired some awesome people who represent the brand well. I mean, we hear a lot more positive than negative, like a lot more positive. Good. So I will clip this and pass this on to them so they see it as well.
So my biggest takeaway from the session really was that I'm not chasing the people that have the money for what I want to present to them. So I think he really brought home the idea of the fact that I'll be doing a lot of evangelizing if I'm working with really small business owners. Not to say some can't afford it, but moving to folks that spend more money on their marketing, on their advertising. And he gave me some really good suggestions for how to get in front of those people. So it was really valuable.
I'm Kurt Shewell, and out of Detroit, Michigan. Big fan of Evan Carmichael's and of the Movement Makers, so I'm a real big fan. I'm really excited to be on this thing. Real estate's where all the money is. The world's money sits in real estate. Yeah, you can argue about the stock market and such, but the truth is every single billionaire on the planet has a massive portfolio of real estate. It's always real estate related. So if you can understand what they're doing with it, how they're doing things with it, how they leverage it, how they make money from it, then you can really go to that next level. So what I want to be able to really teach is, find that diversification piece that builds your business. So I'm trying to help agents not just go sell another home and be as good as your next commission check, because if that's all you are, you'll have to open lock boxes for the rest of your life. What I want to teach them is if you're running your business as a business, and every real estate agent out there says to me, yeah, Kurt, I got in this to be an entrepreneur. I got in this to be my own boss. I got in this so I can build my business. But none of them treat it like a business. They treat it like a salesperson selling another house. And if all you're doing is chasing lock boxes, then this is the reason that real estate agents never retire, they die. Right now, I've got about 3,700 agents that are in my organization that follow me, that work with me, that I help build their businesses. And it's a very rewarding place. You have your own family. Yes, I work towards taking care of my family. And it took me a long time to get to the point where I could literally do that because I was always becoming a salesman instead of becoming a business owner. Now I understand the business aspects, and that changed everything for me. And I just want to duplicate that and teach that to them. I joined Movement Makers because I always want to be in the right room with the right people. And the only way you're going to scale a business is by doing that. So the first thing we do is we learn to leverage, then we learn to scale. You can only learn to scale, though, by being in the room with those people who are the scalers, the people that are taking their business to another level. Evan Carmichael's Movement Makers is a place that all the biggest people are really in. So that's an audience. If you think about this, if you get a ticket to any room that you could possibly be in, and what does that conversation sound like? Getting a ticket to that room, being in that group, it was probably one of the best tickets I could ever get to be in that room. So that's really why I'm there, to really expand and grow, to learn how to even scale my businesses more and more and more, because it really opens your mind up to a different way of thinking and the people who scale the best. You want to be the best, get in the room with the best. So that's really why I joined that group.
One of the things that I wanted to ask you, so hopefully we can get to it before we get finished up, right, is being a huge fan, obviously, of yours and what you're doing, and that's why I joined the Movement Makers. I mean, just to be part of being in the right room with the right people. So I really want to understand, how do I help people? That's one of the biggest questions I get is, how do you get in the rooms with these people? How are you doing a show with Evan Carmichael? How are you in a room with Chris Voss? How are you doing these huge things? And I want to be able to show people how we can duplicate that process so they can do the same thing. But my biggest question for you, of course, will be, all right, we all know that the bigger the problem we solve, Evan, the more money we make. So we always want to look at how do we solve big problems. What's the biggest problem you're trying to solve for this entire world? Because you are worldwide, my friend. You are global. So what is that one you're trying to fix?
Lack of belief, man. I think lack of belief is the world's number one problem. If you think of cancer or whatever else, like I think the woman who solves cancer would have already solved it by now. She believed in herself enough to go chase that medical degree down, and instead she's a manager at an accounting firm. And I think no matter who it is, me, you, the most successful people in the world, the least successful people in the world, our biggest problem, my opinion, is still the lack of belief to do the next big thing.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I believe myself to do what I've already done. I don't believe in myself enough to do the next giant thing. And so that's an ongoing battle that I have every day. And I think it's something that we all fight every day.
Limited beliefs. So we've got to get people out of that limited belief mindset and just know that you can. And I think one of the things that I found, Evan, and following you for years and understanding things, I really believe that what happens is we get caught in a trap that we forget to say, what would it take to do it? We always say what we can't do. Oh, we can't do it because of this. And others will say, oh, you can't do that because of this, this, and this. But you have to be able to say, okay, that's true. Sitting here, I can't do it because of that. But what would it take for me to do it? What would I need to have happen? Well, you'd have to have this, this, and this. Okay, well, let's take those apart. And I think people like you, Evan, people like the way my mindset works and others that are really successful is that they say, okay, well, how do I get that to work? And then, okay, step 2 is this one, 3 is this, great. How do I make each one of those things work? Now we can actually come up with a solution. And I think that they don't go there because they don't want to ask that question because they are told they can't.
Yeah, I love that how question. For me, the key difference is the intonation of the words. So most people say, well, how am I going to do that? Versus, how am I going to do that?
Right.
Like, right. Same words, but just by switching it to the default framework is that it's not possible, to switching to the framework that it is possible. Sure. And just believing that it is possible, even for somebody else, that if somebody else has done it, then why can't you? And it's to the point about getting in the right rooms, the more you're around people who are doing bigger things, the more you realize that, maybe I can do bigger things as well. And so people who are watching this, people who consume your content and around you, they're probably already the most ambitious people that they know. They're the ones providing for their family and caring for their friends, and sure. They're the ones that everybody calls on when they need support and help, and they're the most optimistic, most caring, most ambitious people that they know. And that's great. Like, don't stop caring and pouring into people. And you got to get around people who are doing more to help you realize that it's possible for you too.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're really hitting a huge thing. And it's kind of that part of how do we duplicate getting people in the right rooms? I think it's like mindsets. So we attract who we are, right? We attract more people like us. So I like being surrounded by people who think the way I think, like the things I like, want to do the things I like to do. And I think we find ourselves resonating with those people, and we're magnetic that way. So we attract those. Whatever we're putting out is what we're getting back, right? So I think if we start getting people to understand, you need to reach out to and put it out there, what you really want and what you're looking for and what rooms you want to be in. And I think that'll open those doors a little bit better, maybe a little easier, something like that.
We just play small by default. So, I was looking at, I'm getting ready for my mastermind presentation next week for some of the people who are coming to Toronto. I did a head count at the team, and we've got over 60 people now who work on the team. And when I looked at that, I thought, wow, that's crazy. I got 60 something people on the team now. And we're kind of laying out, like, what does everybody do? Because one of the questions I get asked by mastermind members, mover makers is, okay, what does your team look like? Sure. What is the structure? So they're trying to figure out what they want to grow into and how I built it. So I finally, for the first time, kind of mapped everybody out for where we are right now. And it's 62 or 64 people. And I looked at that and initially thought, that's crazy. Because if you ask me, I'd still say, like, I don't know, 15 or something. But I'm not managing everybody. We've got people who are, managing people underneath them. But it's like trying to catch myself on that, because saying that 60 whatever is crazy, but it's not. Like, what's 60 people? It's 60 people is still a tiny little nothing organization, right? In the grand scheme of things. And so, okay, well, how do I get to 600? And that means we're doing even bigger work and making even more money and having an even bigger impact. And I can do a lot more good in the world with 600 people with me than 60, then 6, then 6,000. And so it doesn't feel possible, Curtis. Like if I look at, or 6,000, how do I have 6,000 people working for me? I have no idea. It doesn't feel possible. It feels too big. It feels impossible. I think we default live there. I live there. And so having little moments, you say, okay, but how could I do it? If I had to, how could I do it? How do I get from 60 to 600 to 6,000? What would have to change in how I show up and who I am as an entrepreneur, as a leader, the work that I'm doing every day, what would have to change for me to go and make that happen? And even just a little twinge of belief that it's possible, and hanging out with people who feel like that's possible and have done similar things, shortcuts the path. And that's probably the biggest mistake that I made earlier on, is just trying to do everything myself and not asking for help and not joining groups and not being part of the community and being too embarrassed to ask anybody for anything. And that really slowed down my progress quite a lot.
I think you just nailed it hard right there on the, I think the biggest fear we have is embarrassment. People are just stifled. They're frozen because they're so afraid of the embarrassment factor. If they're wrong, if they say something silly or foolish, or that makes them look in a way that they feel unintelligent. We're more worried about insulting somebody, having somebody not like us, be embarrassed about what we said because they'll laugh at us, things like that. And I think it's what we're taught through junior high school into high school, right? That's what that peer group looks like, right? Everything you have to do to live up to everyone else's standards. And I think you nailed it. When you realize this is who I am and this is what I want to do and how would I do this and now I can get to that next level, we really take ourselves outside of that shell, right? You peel that layer off and then you expand. Remember, you can't grow without a little bit of pain, right? You can't shed that outer skin to become bigger without shedding that outer skin. So you have to be able to do these things and to go to that next level to grow and grow. And I think we chase money because we think I can make money. But like you said, what can you do if you have more people? So we don't need more money. We need more people. Right, we need to expand our surrounding. We need to surround ourselves and expand our offering with people. So the more we can get in the right rooms with bigger people, we need more people. More people is going to equate to more success, therefore more money. It all comes, but it comes with people. We need more people. I think that's what we miss on the focusing, because if we have more people, and if I'm in a room with Evan and I ask Evan a question, he might have a solution or the trigger of a solution that I wasn't thinking. And I think that's where we fail, because we're afraid to ask a silly question. And I'm the guy who always asks the dumb question. Well, guess what? My dumb questions get answered and it solves a lot of problems. And all of a sudden success is at your next door because more people go, I need you in this room asking that crap to these people. The next thing you know, you're really asking the right questions. And I think that's the art of learning how to ask right questions, is first by just learning how to ask.
Yeah. And I think it's an evolution for entrepreneurs to go from why to how to who. And so the beginning is the whys. Like, why is this so important to you? Because you're doing something else. You have a job. You have a 9 to 5. You know, it's really hard to get any business off the ground at the beginning. You have to have a strong enough why. And if the why is just money, you're just going to quit because it's not a good enough why. Money's important. I mean, sure, I love making money. You love making money. If you're an entrepreneur and you're not making money, you're not going to be an entrepreneur for very long. But it can't be the why. There's got to be a reason why you're doing it, so that gets you up and going through the tough days. I mean, it took me 5 years to get to 2,000 subscribers or something like that on my YouTube channel. Why keep going? Well, because I still felt like I was making an impact and I wanted to make a difference, even if it's only to 2,000 people. And then you move to the how. It's like, okay, well, how can I do it? And this is where a lot of entrepreneurs, I think, get stuck. Is like they're stuck doing every how themselves. And so it's important at the beginning because you don't have money, you don't have teams, so you got to figure out how to do things. You got to get up and do the work and learn and improve and join the communities and start to how people. But then as you grow, it moves from how to who. So why to how to who. The default becomes like, who's going to help me with this? I can't how everything. And now I need who's who are going to help me fulfill on the promise that I want to do, and recruiting a good team to be able to join. So, you know, I could do a lot more with my team of 60 whatever people now than I could just me howing everything. When I hired my first editor for the YouTube channel, that took me from a video a week to a video a day, because now I didn't have to worry about editing. I had somebody who can help me do the editing. And so constantly we keep focusing on what you're best at, and then bringing on people around you who love doing that thing more than you do, and they're better at it than you are. So you can go a lot faster.
Yeah, no doubt. I think I go back to I heard Warren Buffett. I watched him live once, and he said, "I'd rather have 1% of 100 people's efforts than 100% of my own." It's because you can't do it without the who's. You need those people, right? Now you can expand. Now you can scale, right? First, we have to learn to leverage. Then you can scale. And I think every entrepreneur is trying to scale at the highest levels. Well, we need people. right? So we've got to be able to do that. So now you know who can open that door to those people, who can get you to where you want to be, who's the one that already knows how to do it, who's the one who has the solution, who's the one that's working in that direction that maybe you working in collaboration with. And when you can collaborate with people that are bigger thinkers than yourself, then you're going to have success. And I think we find a lot of people like to be the smartest one in the room. And I think if you're I've always found I'm not in very many rooms where I'm the smartest person, so that helps. But the second thing that happens is when I'm in the room, if I am the smartest one, the first thing I'm looking to do is get out of that room into the next room, right? Because I want to be surrounded by people that know a heck of a lot more than me. And two things it does. One, it keeps my mouth shut and I only ask questions. So I'm not trying to say anything because I know these people are way smarter than me. But if I ask them questions, I'll get the value. I'll get what I want from them, which is what I'm really trying to do. And that's how you 10X yourself, how you 10X your business. And then, you exponentially grow. And that's where the entrepreneurs, I think, get to that level and they keep thinking bigger, where others are still trying to get there, but you can't leapfrog it. You've got to start and then kind of grow in incremental steps.
So what are you working on right now that I can help with, Curtis?
Well, right now, I'm in the real estate space. So with that, I've been able to scale our business. And right now I'm sitting just under 4,000 agents nationwide that I coach, train, teach how to sell real estate, how to build their businesses. And it's not even so much, it always starts with the first step, helping them sell more real estate and coaching and teaching them to do it. So I do a coaching training every day. Open area in the country. I have agents all over the country. They get on it and we go through that. But it's the business side. Everybody gets into real estate because they want to be an entrepreneur. They want to be their own business owner, manager, runner, director, and work for themselves. But the truth is, most of them don't treat it like a business. So I think what I'm looking for, maybe we could talk about, you could give me some help here on coaching me on how do I get better at making that transition conversation with them of, look, you're an agent trying to sell homes. Yeah, I can teach you how to sell another home. But what I really want to teach you is how to start running your business like a business and help transition that way. So they start thinking of it as a business, because most of them say they're in business for themselves, but have nothing to do with running a business for themselves. They just chase the next sale.
Yeah. And it might be an evolution. I own the largest salsa dance school in Canada, maybe North America. We'll teach people how to dance salsa. It's how I met my wife. But at the beginning, the beginners want to learn the intermediate moves, and the intermediates want to learn the advanced moves. And the advanced people go back to the basics to get the foundations down, because that's how they know they really need to, what they need to really improve on. And so it's the whole give people what they want, and then sell people what they want, give them what they need kind of thing.
Give them what they
right?
need.
So getting people in at the beginning, they're not thinking team and business and all of the big things that because you can see around the curves that they don't even know exist yet, because you've been doing this for so long and helped so many people. But at the beginning, it's just, hey, let's help get your first deal. Let's help get you set up. Let's help get some referrals coming in. Let's help you learn to get some confidence in talking to a potential client, right? Like if I don't have any confidence in talking to a client and representing myself, it doesn't really matter yet if I have a business or not, because I can't even land a deal, right? So you're taking people, even if you go from like the why to how to who framework, you're getting people to first learn the skills of being able to sell. And then after they're selling, you're getting to, okay, but now you got to build something. Like you can't just be a salesperson for the rest of your life. I mean, you can, but that's going to, by definition, keep you small. Sure. Let's figure out how to turn this into a real business to get you some of your time back and freedom back, as well as make more money. So I would almost graduate that. So you have your more beginner program for beginner agents, where you're just teaching people how to sell, how to close, how to have confidence, how to represent yourself, how to deal with objections, all of the things I'm sure you're great at. And then once somebody's crossed that threshold, is okay, what's next? Well, what's next is you got to learn how to actually build a business. Here's phase 2.
Phase 2, graduate up. I think that's a great lesson for everybody that's watching, right? Is you graduate to the next levels. And I think maybe that's something people can resonate with. I love that, Evan. So thank you. I think that would work. I think you could, get them to understand graduating up and elevating to that next level. That's how they're going to do it. And I love that. So
a lot of people don't necessarily even see what the potential paths are. So you have an agent who's done well and they're selling, and they just think, okay, well, this is my life now. But it's like a business have to be. You can organize yourself in a much better way, whether that's building as a business as an agent, whether that's becoming a broker, whether that's creating courses, whether that's training. Like there's a lot that you could do from where you're at right now. Even as I started this, I'm talking about the team that I built, and people want to know what's the team and in what order, and how do I model what you've done and save the headache of having everything I had to do to get there. Same thing, like team. Who's the next person? Like, who's the first person that an agent needs to hire once they can afford it?
Who's the first person they hire?
Yeah.
They need an assistant. That's the first thing that they need. They need somebody that's going to free up their time, because if they could take the busy work off their plate, the $10 an hour work, and have somebody handle that, they can scale their business really quickly. If they keep doing the $10 an hour work and they're the one doing it, they're failing themselves miserably.
And then who are the next, 4 hires?
So then they're going to hire a buyer agent to go ahead and show buyers and show homes, because that takes, again, a lot of time. You can list houses, you can go out and take 50 listings and you can manage them at one time, but you can't handle 50 buyers at one time, right? You can only be in one person in a car at a time and doing that. So that's where you're going to find a lot more success when you start understanding that you're scaling. So you need a buyer agent, then you're going to need an ISA, an inside sales agent, who's actually making the calls for you to set up listing appointments for you. So now if you've got somebody setting up listings, you're maximizing your time, right? Your time is so valuable. So you're doing the, $1,000 an hour stuff versus doing the $10 an hour stuff. So when you can hand that off and stop being a control freak, because that's the biggest problem agents have, is they want to control it all and they think they can't hand these things off. Truth is, they can. Matter of fact, they should be, and they take a long time to get there, and that's just getting out of their own way. So those would be your first 3-4 hires right there.
So even one, knowing what those hires are, like, you shortcut my path. So I'm now selling well. Great. Because if I'm not selling, I can't close my first deal. I don't need an ISA. I don't need somebody doing, a home buying agent. I don't need my assistant yet. Like, I can't afford anything yet. So I just need to learn how to sell and have confidence and understand the market and be able to talk to potential clients. But once I'm getting some steam underneath me, it's like, okay, here, we got you here. Now this is how you explode. Here are the next hires that you need to have. Here's the order in which to hire them. Here's what you're looking for. Here's how to do the job interview. Here's what the descriptions are. Here's how much you should be paying them. Here's how to manage them. So now you're not just, out closing and selling. So, like, all those things people need help with, but they may not even know what the plan is. You give them the plan.
No, they don't. You're exactly right. That's one of the best first questions everybody asks, is like, okay, who's my first hire? Where do I start? How do I do it? What do I do when I do that? So laying that out, I think, is paramount. And then the other piece too is they start understanding that they have to learn how to leverage, right? And then they can scale from there. So, because now you're getting those rooms of those people. So I think one of the things that we're trying to do is to really get people to understand opportunity is what they need to be seeking. And I think maybe you can touch on this, Evan, is, a lot of people have, again, the limited mind belief. So they think they know, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. That's not going to change anything for me. Well, if you keep doing the same thing, and one of the questions I ask every agent I talk to is, Evan, doing what you're doing right now, is that going to get you where you want to go? And every one of them says no. Currently doing what you're doing, and if you continue to do that for the next 20 years, is that going to get you where you want to be? And most of them, again, the answer is no. So if that's the case, then why don't you look at what the other opportunities are? Because if you don't have any residual incomes coming in, if you don't have multiple lines of revenue sources coming in from what you're doing with one job, if you can't scale it where you're getting multiple lines of revenue coming in, then you're limiting your opportunity, because there's a lot of opportunity in real estate. It's the number one space. Every billionaire has what? A massive amount of real estate in their portfolio. That's where money can be made in multiple different ways, from investing to buying to flipping to being an agent, selling homes, to running a business. So now you're scaling, where you've got other agents selling homes, you're making money. So they're making money, you're making money, helping people big, and helping people actually scale to where you can get multiple 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ways of making money in real estate while you're actively an agent selling real estate. So there's so many ways to do it, and they just don't look at the opportunity. And that's the piece that I struggle with. A lot of them are like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Well, you just told me you can't get where you want to go doing what you're doing. Something has to change. If you change nothing, nothing changes, right? Insanity, doing it over and over, expecting something magically to happen. It's not going to happen. So that's part of it. So getting people to understand that, maybe you can touch on that or help me in that direction of getting the people who say they want to see an opportunity, but they're refusing to look at an opportunity. What's your best advice there?
It always comes down to a knowledge gap and then a belief gap. So the knowledge gap is like, I don't even know what to do. I don't know who to hire. I don't know that I could become an investor. I don't know I don't know what an ISA even means. I don't know any of these things. I don't know. right? So there's a knowledge gap at the beginning, but then there's also the belief gap that, someone like me can't do that. From where I come from, what I learned growing up, and my parents aren't XYZ, and so I can't have success because of. And so it's equally important to address both. And where I think a lot of people struggle in sharing the messages, they're sharing just the information without addressing the belief gap. So you close the knowledge gap by deciding, okay, that's fine, it works for somebody else, but it won't work for me because there's a belief gap that has to be solved. And that's the power of coaching. Like, I'm sure when people are with you, you're not just dropping information, but you're helping them believe in themselves that, hey, it's possible. And whether that's your story or testimonials or any of your thousands of students who've closed both the knowledge gap and the belief gap, that's why stories are so powerful, is because we see ourselves in that person. Like, oh, if they can do it, but maybe I can too. I know you've got an event coming up, and you have a mother speaking, and it's like the ability for her to come on and share her story and have success. Like, oh, anybody who's thinking, well, I can't win in real estate because I'm a mom and I'm doing this part-time. Like, no, you can. And they may look at you as, well, it's easy for you to say, Curtis, because you're not a mom and you're not nursing and you're not here. Right. But it's like, no, but we have tons of students who have done this. And so people are looking for reasons to stay stuck and stay small. And so sharing the stories to help close the belief gap becomes critical to helping somebody actually make momentum in their life.
No, you're exactly right. And I have the three top builders of their businesses speaking on one stage at one time, of explaining to agents across the country who are flying into Detroit for this event to do exactly that. Understand, how did they do it? And and I love what you said. If they can do it, you can do it, right? I mean, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I'm not that good looking. I'm not some guy on Instagram and social media that people are like, oh, look at that smoking hot guy. That is never going to happen. So they're not looking at that saying, I can follow that. So it has to be what we do. And if I ask, what we find too, Evan, and maybe this, you can bridge a gap, bridge this gap here too, of, agents, the number one question I ask them too, do you want more money or do you want more time back? And remarkably, it's always, well, I want more time. They all want more money, but they all want their time back. And if they could have twice the time, they could make certainly more money, or they would have the better balance of life. I've had many agents say, I'm good with the money I'm making, but I need my time. It absorbs all my time. I don't have family time. I don't get to be with my family to get all these things. And then what happens is, right, they lose time, and then their kids are growing up and they're like, man, I missed it because I was too busy chasing a buck. Well, the reality is, if I could give them their time back, that's more valuable to most people. And people think it's always money. It's not. And maybe you can help bridge that gap of getting them out of the mindset. Then stop chasing the money. Let me teach you how to work smarter, not harder, with literally a laid out system that will help you do it. Because I know you do this all the time.
Yeah, I think most people value money more than time, but those are the beginners, and so they will watch YouTube video after YouTube video after YouTube video. And never pay for a course, never pay for mentorship, and never pay because they value their money too much.
Agreed.
As people get more successful, though, it flips, where people will pay for speed. They now start to value their time more than they value their money. That if I can talk to Curtis and I give him $20,000 and he's going to give me more time back and help me build my business, that's an easy equation to make. Where when somebody's at the very beginning, they don't value their time at all. I'll go spend like tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of time and try a million different things, and none of them work, but they won't invest to get expert help. And so it just depends on who you're talking to. Now, you're talking to people who are already successful. You've been coaching them. They're having more success. So the 1,000 people who've gone through your programs, they're hitting that point of, okay, now what do I value more? I actually want my time back.
Sure.
And so that's, again, part of like, whether you call it phase 2, this is the evolution of a successful real estate agent, of a successful entrepreneur, is that what got you here won't get you there. So you're you can keep doing this. Let me show you what the next 5 years of your life looks like if you keep going down this path. And we've done this for thousands of people. Here's what's going to happen. Because they're already starting to feel the pain. They're feeling the burn of like not being able to enjoy time on the lake because they have to go show another home, and then the person doesn't show up, or they're doing this open house that then the wrong buyer, it's like all of this stuff's like, oh man, like at some point you can't just add more quantity because your time will tap out. And so now we have to start being smarter, right? So we have to start working smarter. So like work hard for sure. Nobody gets there without working hard. Now we have to start working smarter. And so this becomes our phase 2. It's like, okay, here's what's going to happen. Let me help you cross the bridge without all the mistakes that most people go through.
Right.
And here's what it looks like. Whether it's like the belief system that has to change, whether it's the freedom of time that they now value a lot more than they used to. But if you're talking to somebody who's brand new and won't invest $100 in something, but they'll watch tons of YouTube videos on it, like they just are not valuing their time enough. But the people at the highest level, that's all they value. Like they pay for speed, they trust experts, they want to work with you. I did a consult with Lance Armstrong to help him with his YouTube channel.
Sure.
And it was him and 2 other people on the call. And he basically opens up saying that, hey, Evan, you know what you're doing. We're like trying to figure this out, and we're going to do whatever the F you tell us to do. Because here's a guy who values coaching and expertise. And as he became maybe the world's most recognizable athlete in the world at one point,
sure,
he had coaches and trainers, and he knew what he was great at and knew what he sucked at everything else. Yeah. And he listened to them, and they got him to be a peak performance athlete with his work put in. And so the more successful you are, the more you pay for speed, the more you trust other people. Move into the who, right? I'm not going to how everything. Right. I'm going to get who's to come in and teach me what to do. So it's often easier to sell a more expensive program than it is to sell the entry-level program, because you're attracting a different caliber of client, people who want to go fast. They are used to hiring experts. And so as long as you can actually deliver, you will usually end up making a lot more money, having bigger impact, and also dealing with better clients who don't, like the people who ask for the refunds are usually the people at the very beginning. The smallest ticket are the ones asking for the most refunds and doing the least amount of work, where the people in the higher programs are much more likely to follow through, to do the work, and appreciate the value that you're giving for the dollars they spend.
100%. That's money right there. That's if anybody just recorded that little piece right there and listened back to it over and over and over, that's I think that's the perfect message. Let me ask you one last thing, if you don't mind. Just what was something that somebody said to you at a younger age that got you thinking differently and got you to go down the path that you ultimately came down? Or has it been a progression of things? I mean, obviously there's always steps, evolution, like you said, but what was the thing that somebody said to you that really stuck, that said, you know what, I got to start thinking like this. I got to change the way I think.
Yeah, my mom used to always tell me, you're Evan Carmichael, you can do anything you believe that you can. I didn't do as well in school, as my sisters. I have an older and a younger sister. They both smoked me in school. And every time my report card came in, I'd have to have the talk with my parents in their bedroom, and okay, sit on the bed, and now we're going to talk about your grades. But they always left me on a positive. They always left me feeling like I could do it. And they always reminded me, you're Evan Carmichael, you can do anything you believe that you can. And it turns out that's actually great business advice too. They're not entrepreneurs.
Business advice, yeah.
But it became great advice. And then since then, every person I profiled on the channel, I've learned something from. I try to apply, and I try to learn from people who I may not initially like or agree with, because they've figured something else out about success, and I'm probably going to learn more from them than people who are exactly like me.
Sure. What do we talk about, right? You become the 5 people you surround yourself with. If you're surrounding yourself with people at your level, you're not going to raise your level. You got to start surrounding yourself by people at the level you're trying to attain or above that level in order to pull you to that level. So I think it's solid advice.
Evan's awesome. Evan's Evan, right? He just tells it like it is, says it straight out. I think he gave anybody listening some good advice, because I took page of notes here. I think my biggest takeaway today with Evan was how eloquently he put down the understanding of going from why to how to who. And I think those are the steps that people don't realize that's the path. They don't realize there is the path. They don't know the direction of the path, much less what to do. So I think understanding and helping them understand their why and really going deep there will get them to the how
And once you give them and lay it out and they can see that, they can realize that there's a how, now they can understand, now I just got to figure out who can get me there. And then what do I got to do to get in those rooms with those people? And I think that's what I came into this looking for. And I think he spelled it out much better because there's a progression. It's a graduation of going from one level to the next level to the next. So understanding the why is really important. But then now you've got to that next level, the bridge, the evolution becomes, now I've graduated to the how I got to do it. And then once they understand that, because, that's where people like us can lay it out for them and give them the roadmap. And then it's, okay, now who do I need in my world, in my life? And who can open that door to get me in that room, to get me to that place? And I think that that's going to be the progression. And I love that he laid that out for us. So biggest takeaway by far was the why to how to who. I think that was outstanding.
Hi, my name is Florence. I'm optimization specialist, specialized in CRM, particularly for real estate business. A CRM is a software that can help people manage their customers, but you can also push it a little bit further and help them with their operation in the business and different services that you can give and manage everything at the same place. So my touch is, it's not just a customer relationship manager, it's a real machine, a real person almost for your business. I joined Movement Makers because I wanted to specialize myself in doing some videos to help people understand more what they can do by themselves, and not only by going and finding specialists to help them, having more software, be more automated and be more efficient, because at the end of the day you see all these very nice new softwares and things that you can do, and AI is a big thing of that right now, but structures is always the best, and good ways of working doesn't need to be complicated, and I wanted people to be able to know that and learn that by themselves through YouTube.
I started the program, and then when you start fast and then you stop very fast also, just because you're doing so much things. And I started when my business was growing very fast. So it was not really with prospection that I wanted to do videos. It was really just to help more people. But I'm in efficiency. So my job is doing efficiency, and I'm doing custom CRMs for real estate businesses. Okay. So there are people who have lots of value to give, but also lots of paper to use. So when I'm helping them with the CRM, I realize that there's also lots of people that needs help with that, and that there is no training in French about everything, you would say. So there's not much content in French. So I feel it's a very good place to start, even if it's a little bit more niche. And I understand that there will be less people looking at you because there's less people. But because I'm in efficiency, I want to say the more I can in the less time possible, just because for it to be like, you can say like everything I just said, I could say it in like 30 sentences or like in 3 words, and it would be the same message. And that's what I want to try and do, because I know you can do like very long YouTube videos for trainings, but I want to make them like 5 minutes, you say it all. I just don't know how to start because I challenge myself a lot. So that would be my question: how to say like more in a very shorter time and like say the right thing.
Yeah, well, first off, you don't need to put a ton of pressure on yourself. I mean, at the beginning, you're going to suck, which is fine. I mean, it's like if you had to explain your business, I had to go through this too. It's like in our first business, like, man, I wish we could just get somebody to like sit down on the couch for half an hour with us. And if I could explain it and then they'd understand it and then we'd move forward. But like, they don't have half an hour to sit down with you and wait for you to get it out. But every time I talked about it, I got a little bit better at doing it. And it's okay that it's not perfect out of the gate, right? So like, it's not going to be 100%. And guess what? Like, it's never 100%. Even as you keep getting better and better and better, there's always a way to make it better. And so the first is just removing the burden of it. It has to be so good. It's not going to be good. That's fine. That's great. It's like somebody's website. The website is always, I saw your website is like coming soon or work in progress.
It's coming soon since like a very long time.
But it's like, Like it's always a work in progress.
Yeah.
Like my website now, we just launched a new one a couple months ago, and I already want to make changes.
Yeah.
It's like it's always a work in progress, and so that's okay. And so, but how do you actually get better? Practice, like actually doing the work. What I say for you though is like, what is the biggest challenge in your business right now? Getting new clients? Is it communicating the message? Is it just growing a brand? Like what do you want to do in the company?
My point of doing videos is not really to find prospection, but to improve reputation, because you cannot. I've had the chance, or I've made the good work. So in the last 5 years, all my business have been built on mouth to mouth, like on reference. So I don't have like a Facebook page, a website. I don't have anything. We're trying to do it, but like I have people in my team to do it because it's going well. But I wanted a channel, YouTube channel, to be able to build myself a reputation and have discussion with like people that can help my business, can help my people, and help me simplify my customers' life and everybody professional lives. I just don't know where to start, I think.
So the starting video, I would say, is why do you do what you do? So, I mean, you can think about it, but this is more of a heartfelt video than a mind video.
Yeah.
Because the reason why people connect with entrepreneurs is the story. Like you deeply care about efficiency and CRM and French and real estate, like for some reason. It's in you. And so like, why do you care so much about it? That should be video number one, is why you do why you started this business, why you do what you do, why you care so much. And it's not going to be perfect. And you might have to do that again. You probably will. If you're making videos consistently, in 3 months, you're going to look back on your first video like, oh my gosh, it is so bad. I can't believe that's my video. It's terrible. Great. Do it again. Like you can always do the why I do what I do video and improve it.
Again.
So like part 2 or part 3. And like, if you do that every 3 months or 6 months, it's okay. But that's video number 1. Why do you do what you do? From there, I'd say, what are the top 10 questions that your clients or prospects are asking you? Because if you're doing a lot of word of mouth, of people talking, to make it easy for them to also then share a video, because you've put this together. So it just amplifies the ability for people to share. So instead of, I don't know what they're doing now, maybe they email intro you, or it's a text message to intro you, or whatever. For somebody who might be on the fence and not quite sure if they need you or not, that person could then send one of your videos. So what are the top 10 questions that new clients have when they come to you? Like what are 2 or 3 questions that clients have before they sign up and join you? What are the questions they have?
What I do, how can I help them? And what can they do with the software I'm putting in place? Like, what is it that I'm going to put in place? Because all my customers are all in the same area or the same niche, or they want to know who I worked with, because it's a very small niche. Everybody knows everybody. So you're putting some names over there that you're allowed to say, and they understand, like they've seen them work, so they know it's going to work. So most of the time they just want to know how it's going to help them. Great. So that would probably be it. Yeah.
So a lot of that could actually even be covered in that first video of like why I do what I do. Okay. What are the problems that people have though? Like what are they struggling with that your service, your business, your software can help them accomplish?
They have everything in their head, and they think it's a good list, like it's a good task list, but it's actually the worst one that you could get, because it's not a perfect one and you're the only one who has it. So you cannot like give it to somebody or keep tracks or conformity. Yeah, so that's like their biggest problem. They got everything in their head. They don't know how to put it out there. They see everybody and like big words going on, like AI and like automation and everything. They don't have a structure, but they want that. And that's a problem, because when you don't have the structure, and you have like 1,000 emails in your in your inbox, AI is not going to help you. So you need to go back and to like put yourself in what is important and how to do it and how to work properly and like redo the structure. Mm-hmm. So that's what I tell them, and then they realize that, because all people are selling them is you need this and you need that. It's not what you need, it's what you have, and how are we going to work with that.
So if you think about the referrals that you've gotten, somebody is talking to one of your clients and saying, hey, I'm having a problem with blank. Oh, and then they say, you should talk to Florence. So they're saying, like, I have a problem because everything's in my head and we have no structure. Oh, you should talk to Florence. I'm having a problem, like, I don't know how to automate my business. You should talk to Florence, right? I don't know how to create more structure. I don't know how to apply CRM to real estate, or my business is in French and everything else is English. I don't know how to, like, these are the questions or the problems they're facing. They're talking to some of your clients and friends, and then they say, you should go talk to Florence.
Yeah.
So the best first videos to make, the first one is still your story, why you do what you do. After that is like, what are all those questions that we just went through a couple of them? What are all those questions that they are asking to your clients that then they say, your clients say, you should go talk to Florence? So if it's, how do I automate my real estate business? I don't know how to automate my real estate business. I'm struggling with this. And they say, you should talk to Florence. Then you make a video to say how to automate your real estate business.
Okay. Like one specific and simple video.
So it does that video, like if that's a big problem, like how do I automate my real estate business? That video has a lot of purposes. One, it's on YouTube and people can find it and they might search for it. And now they've discovered you and they've never heard of you before and they might want to start working with you. And this is all in French, by the way, too, or you're like the content's in French.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Which is already like, it's niche, but it's great because lots of people are talking about automating businesses. You're talking about automating real estate in French.
Yeah.
Awesome. Like who else is doing that?
Okay.
Right. So you become the go-to person. So that video lives on YouTube and can get some traction and people find you. It can also be used for your clients to be able to send to their friends. So when somebody says, hey, I'm struggling to automate my business, they can say, hey, watch this quick video from Florence. It makes it easier for them to do a referral. And then the third one is if people do find you, there's some people who may not be ready to buy yet. Like they might contact you, but they haven't bought yet. Do you have an email list or people who you stay in touch with who've like contacted you, but they haven't signed up yet?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Most people I talk with, they know they need it. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, okay.
But because they're businesses, they're not like single people. It's like a team. So
even better. Like if it's a business, the person you talk to may not be the one who's buying. They have to convince the person who's buying. And the best thing for you to do is to get an introduction to that person, but they may not want to talk to you right away. So what you do is that video then, how to automate your real estate business, serves as a tool for your champion to bring it to their boss. Hey, look, this is what we need. We should go hire Florence. So I would start with your story, like why you do what you do. And then what are the 10 questions that people are asking people that then lead to a you should talk to Florence, and make those videos. So like, how do I automate my business? How do I get everything out of my head and into a system? How do I run real estate CRM in French? Like whatever, and the questions are going to be in French, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
And so it's great, especially at the beginning, to have the videos serve multiple purposes. So it serves for discovery, that like YouTube people who haven't heard of you yet now can discover you. It also serves as a resource for your clients to share with their friends around that topic. It also serves as a resource for your champions inside organizations to try to sell their boss on why you should talk. Ultimately, we want them to talk to you. Like, let's get on a call with Florence, and that's going to be the thing that sells it. But you're making it easier for people to talk about you and spread the message, as well as having a YouTube video that can get discovered and you get new clients.
Okay.
So I would make a list of, like, I would start with 10, and video number 1 is your story. And then the next 9 are going to be the most common questions.
Okay.
And get those out. And then you start getting a rhythm, and you're probably going to hate the videos as you look back on them. It's like, oh, I could have done it so much better. It's fine. Like, why are people hiring you? They're not hiring you because you are the best video content creator. If you were a video production company, there'd be a different level of standard. It has to look good.
Yeah.
You're a real estate CRM, French efficiency company. Like, they're not expecting you to be an awesome video producer.
Yeah, you're right.
And so it's more about when people say, well, I want it to be good quality. It's quality of thinking, not quality of production. So even what you have now here, like the cabin looks beautiful, whether you just take your phone and flip it sideways or you get on your laptop and use the webcam, you could make some videos even today just sharing why you do what you do, and then a couple of videos around the top questions that people have, and post. And then in 3 months, if you want to do them again, you can redo them. It's fine. But you already know enough that the message can get out there and start helping people and bringing you clients.
Okay.
And we don't want to get too caught up on things always having to be perfect and like, oh, I can't release it yet. The website's still under construction, all of this stuff.
Or the light is not good, or the sound is not good, or
You look great. Like, this looks great right now.
Okay. So it's always easy. Like, I'm talking to you, so I could explain you so much thing. You just tell me something and then I'll talk for 30 minutes. But when I'm like, I will be able to listen to this again. So I'll be able to, because you're there challenging me, I have tons of ideas.
Yep.
But once you're alone, it's a little bit more difficult to just go back to what you had in mind and all your ideas. And I know sometimes you say you can register your customers coaching and use that. But in my case, they are very confidential in a lot of cases. So it's a little bit harder to use that. And even to go back in them and to listen to them, it's not the same thing. So how do you, I will think about my 9 questions to do my 9 videos, but even then it's going to be hard for me to decide what are the good videos, because for me, it's common knowledge, but I don't realize it's not common knowledge for everybody. And I know it's a little bit harsh to say, and that's not the point of it. It's just because for me it's natural. Yeah. So when I think about a subject, I'm like, no, nobody wants to hear about this, or everybody knows that, or it's simple. So how do you go through that and decide what are the subjects that you really choose?
So don't stress about the 9 having to be perfect. One of the 9 will do way better than the other 8. Than the other 8. So it doesn't matter. That's fine. The way through is to think about your clients. Think about a new client who comes on, because you've helped people. This isn't just some idea that you've never helped anybody before and you have this idea of a business. You're already doing it. You're helping people.
Yeah.
So you already know that what you know, your clients don't know. What you think is common knowledge, when you're sitting and talking to a client, you realize, oh, they have no idea. They're completely lost. They're so stuck in their head, don't know anything about software. So instead of just thinking in general, try to imagine a person.
Okay.
Imagine one of your clients.
Okay. And I just tell myself, if I think they know it, I'm just going to do it anyway.
If you imagine a client who doesn't know that thing, then you can be in the position of they don't know this thing. Some people may know it. Cool. And I'm sure some, when you go and you coach entrepreneurs or you coach in these businesses, some of the things you teach, they may know or they may have started. And some of them may already have some kind of CRM. And it doesn't work as well as they wanted to, but they've already started something. Mm-hmm. And some of them have no idea. It's all over the place. It's it's a Google Doc or something. They're completely lost, right? So it's fine. If you can just I used to always, because just talking to a camera is really hard. So I used to imagine that there was a guy who I knew who was always seemed to be struggling as an entrepreneur. And so I would imagine that the camera was him. Okay. And so before I press record, I'm talking to him. I'm not just talking to a camera. And there's lots of people out there who are struggling with the same thing that he is struggling with. So if you could just think about your actual clients, somebody that you helped last week and what they were struggling with, and make that and try to talk to them. Close your eyes, picture them, open your eyes, now start talking. That's going to serve some people. And if other people watching and it's not helpful, it doesn't matter.
Okay, good. I'll do that.
Do you have anybody? Is it just you in the business? You have partners? You have
No, I have software programmers that are there, so it's very not the same kind of personality. Like, so I've started doing on the channel some trainings,
Yep.
but I have somebody that helps me, and she likes like the marketing part of the software more than I do. So I just told her, "I'll do all the marketing." So that's gonna go, and whenever I'm ready, it's already started. So you don't see me much on the channel right now. You see her more than me, but I feel like it's the business. So that's actually one of my questions. It's from my business. So at the beginning, I wanted to just put it's called l'optimisatrice, which mean the optimizator, if you could say. So it's really like if it's about me, because I'm the one who optimize, but I want it to be about my team and that I have a team with me. So is it okay if the channel is about me for some things, but also about other people in my teams?
You can. You need to make the first video because it's your story. You made this business. It's in your heart, even as much as you have a marketing person. The other thing to think about is, can the marketing person help pull the wisdom out of you? So if you're going to make a video about how to automate my business, can she sit with you, or even over Zoom, ask you questions? Okay, Florence, how do I automate my business?
Okay.
And then you answer the question, and then she asks some kind of follow-up question, and you're explaining it to her, so she becomes the person that you're talking to. Whether you keep her in the video or not, like a lot of people will cut that person out of the video, so it's just you talking. But if it's easier for you to have somebody with you who is pulling the wisdom out of you, then even just to get momentum, like if you came up with the 9 questions, and then you gave them to her, and she asked you those questions, and then she asked like a follow-up question or 2. Okay, yeah, that's great, Florence, but how do you, and then you answer that question. That could be the video, whether you keep her or not.
And it's going to be easier with the time, so I'm going to be able to do it eventually on my own.
Yeah, or like it may work out that you always do it together. You look at like Jocko Willink, he always has a guy with him, or even the podcaster like Joe Rogan. Its best stuff is when he's talking with somebody else as opposed to just solo content. There's nothing wrong with having, if you're just way better with somebody else, there's nothing wrong with having somebody with you. I wouldn't overjudge the first 10 videos. You're probably going to end up redoing them in 3 months anyway. So whatever helps get you momentum. If it's you, like you get inspired right now, you're in your cabin, I'm going to make a video right now. Let's just try and see what happens. Or if you book a call with your marketing person and tomorrow or next week, you're going through the 9 questions and just see how it goes. The challenge is looking at it and then just not completely hating it. Like I went through this too. The first 350 videos on my channel, I didn't watch back. I hated it.
Okay. And you kept them there?
They're still there. Yeah. Okay. I just couldn't watch. But it actually slowed down my if I watched them, I would have gotten better. I just couldn't watch it.
You would have been better if you've watched them back just to learn from them?
Yeah, but I was too critical.
Okay.
I thought it was so bad that I couldn't watch it. I felt terrible. I watch it back. I couldn't stand the sound of my own voice. Like I couldn't watch anything back. And so I didn't watch it back. I just kept making new. The only thing I had going for me is I kept making new. I just stayed consistent in making stuff. But if I had watched it back and with a loving eye, because we're so critical, I don't need the critical. I just need kind of a loving eye. It's like, okay, that was good. Oh, I'm getting better. I'll try this next time. Okay. I wouldn't have taken me that long to get better, right? So it's okay. Like just expect to suck, expect it to be terrible. It's okay. And then keep making. And the thing is, even you at your worst, if you're going to talk about like, how do I create structure in my real estate business in French, even you being nervous and not being at your best, it's still probably going to be really good value for people who are struggling with that thing.
Okay.
Like if I have a business in Quebec or France and I'm struggling with this thing, where am I going to get content on it? Who's talking about it? nobody. So at least I get to see you doing it. Because again, it's quality of thought. And you may not have a lot of experience in like the video production side of things, but you have a lot of experience in what you do and being the optimizer.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. And I'm always scared that I'm talking too much, but I know the point is to talk. So it's like counterproductive a little bit. So how do I know when to stop or how to shorter things a little?
You don't necessarily need to shorten it. You just need to make sure that you're giving value. So what I would do is with every video, there's a main thing that you're talking about. So if the thing is, how do I automate my business? That's what we're talking about. So what we don't want to do, there's two things to watch out for. One, repeating yourself.
Okay.
Like you just said the same thing 4 minutes ago. Why are you saying the same thing now? And so when you get nervous, you repeat yourself.
Okay.
It happens. It's normal. It's fine. But that's the thing to start paying attention to. And then two, do you get sidetracked and start talking about something completely different? Like you don't need to fit everything into one video. So this video is just about how to automate my business. Cool. That's all we're talking about. You don't need to start going off on all these other crazy ideas because we tend to like want to jam a lot of stuff in. Now, all of a sudden you're on this 7-minute story that doesn't even connect to the main topic anymore.
Okay.
So you can always do another video. So when you have your first video is your story. The next 9 videos are going to be the top 9 questions that people ask. And then keep those 9 videos on that theme. And again, just do it and post it. But then afterwards, as you look back, it's okay, did I repeat myself? And did I go too far off topic? Because there's nothing wrong with talking as long as it's valuable. Like the best videos on my channel are 1 to 3 hours. People are going to learn. So you don't have to be short just for the sake of being short. It's more about how much value people will watch. Like if they want to learn how to do this, where are they going to go? They're not going to the library. They're not like asking their mom. Like they don't know what to do. They're going to YouTube to learn.
Okay.
So there's nothing wrong with it being long, but we want to keep you from repeating yourself and from going too far down other paths where like just keep the video focused on this one thing.
Okay. Do you suggest, especially at the beginning, to just not edit videos at all and just post them? Because I feel like when I rewatch myself or try to make it perfect and it's supposed to be edited and it's supposed to be like they're supposed to have something over there, I feel like it's longer to do.
Yep.
So I put myself with like, I don't have time, I have more important stuff to do or whatever, or I reconsider everything. So what would you suggest for that?
Yeah, and most of the time, if you're an efficiency person, you're spending time training the wrong skill. So if you spend 20 minutes making a video and then 4 hours editing it, you're training yourself to be good at a skill that you don't care about.
Yeah.
You're not trying to be an editor, you're trying to be the speaker. So it's better to spend more time speaking and less time editing.
Okay.
Especially in thought leadership kinds of videos. Again, like if your business was editing or this was a movie trailer or something, it's a completely different set of standards. I'm coming to you to learn how to automate my business and do CRMs in French real estate, right? It's like, this is great. The most important thing is just the beginning, and not even the editing, just how do you show up in the beginning? So what are you going to start with? And if you stumble, if you're nervous, if it's like the beginning isn't good, just do it again. Start over. Like if the first 30 seconds you're not happy with it, you're like trying to remember what you want to say, you're nervous, you stumble on your words, just start over.
Okay.
Just start over. And then you just cut that part of the video. If you mess up halfway through the video, it doesn't matter. Just keep going. You forgot what you're going to say, you drop your notes on the floor, whatever. I mean, unless the camera shuts off or something, like just keep going. Because nobody cares if they're halfway through a video, it's something like catastrophic would have to happen for people to leave. But in the beginning, that's the most important part. That's where we're trying to decide, do I like this person? Are they going to teach me something? Yeah. And so that's where just checking in and making sure that you're starting off with energy and that you're happy with the beginning, not the production, anything else, just like, what did you say at the beginning?
Okay.
And if you don't like it, then do it again.
And is there something I need to say at the beginning, or like the main subject, but is there something specific I should look for, or?
So we're trying to grab attention, and usually it's, what do you believe about this topic that other people don't believe? So let's example. So how do I automate my business? What do you believe about automating a business, like for your clients, that most people don't believe, or your clients don't believe?
Like I said a little bit earlier, AI is not going to solve your problems. Like, yeah.
Perfect. So that is the start of the video. Okay. AI is not going to automate your business for you. That's your opinion, right? I mean, it's great. I didn't come up with that. You came up with that. It's great.
Yeah, it's a very strong opinion.
But that's great. That's how you start, right? Like, AI is not going to automate your business for you. And so
start with controversy. It's a good idea because I'm very good with being like, don't having the same opinion as anybody else. So I'm going to put myself on, like, I'm going to put strong attentions on that. Then. Yeah.
I mean, even just how your energy shifted now, you said to get excited about it instead of nervous. Great. What is your controversial opinion? And that's the first sentence out of your mouth after you press record. Record. AI is not going to, I messed up. Okay, hold on. AI, right? It's like if you mess up, you do it again.
Okay.
AI is not going to automate your business for you. And it might take you 20 times to say that until you get it. But then when you get it, you keep going. And if you mess up halfway through, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so in the beginning is important. The middle, I can say whatever I want.
Yeah, like it's assuming that you know what you're talking about, because this is you're an expert, right?
Okay.
If you have to go then and do 18 hours of research about AI and automation, then that's too much work.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So you have enough. Just imagine you're talking to somebody. It's like, yeah, Florence, like I'm just gonna have AI automate everything for me. I don't need a custom anything. AI is just gonna do it for me. And he's like, no, what? AI will not automate your business. And then start talking. So that's like homework. Your first video is your story.
Yes.
9 videos of the most common questions you get asked. And then with each of those 9 videos, what is the one sentence that you're going to start your video with? The powerful opinion that you believe that other people don't believe.
Okay.
Because once you get those 9 sentences, it's easier. Like once you have that structure of AI will not automate your business for you, it's easier for you to keep going.
Because
if you just press record,
I already wanted to start talking and explain why and do. Yes.
Exactly. That's it. Whereas if you just press record and you don't know what you're going to say, it starts to get terrible, deer in the headlights. Oh my God, I'm so stressed out, and nothing happens.
Okay.
So
yes.
9 videos, 9 sentences, press record and start going.
Good.
So when is this going to happen, Florence?
So I'm going to start to do one right away because I have a nice background.
It's a great background.
It went great. It was nice to have a live coaching and to be able to just think about different things and in different angles.
Hey, I'm Brad Yates, and I make YouTube videos on EFT, or Emotional Freedom Techniques, also known as tapping, which is a simple mind-body technique based on acupuncture for helping us downregulate stress. And since most, if not all, of the issues that bother us are either caused by or worsened by stress, then you can see that having a simple tool like this can help you in pretty much every area of life. I joined Movement Makers because I have had very nice growth of my YouTube channel, and I've had the benefit of being able to reach a lot of people. I also know there's a lot more people out there that I'd like to reach, and so I was aware of Evan's ability to make videos that reach a larger audience, and I just want to have as big an impact as possible. So that's why I reached out to Evan and joined this program to be able to help as many people as I can.
How can I help, man? What's on your mind?
So as I, joining Movement Makers and going through the course and looking at all the things, and a lot of amazing ideas of things that work for building a YouTube channel, my I'm in a slightly different situation than a lot of the people who might be coming in, because I came in already with a very large following. So currently have over 300,000 subscribers. I just passed 50 million views a couple days ago. So I have an audience that they know what they like, and they have certain things that they want from me. And so it's and I also am doing what feels right. It's like I have always, everything that I have done in building the YouTube channel has been, I'm just, following what feels like what I'm supposed to be doing.
Okay.
So then getting things, well, here you should be doing this thought leadership path, and then it's like, but some of that's different than what it's like. Hey, you've been doing great as a jazz musician, but now you need to play country, and and recognize, okay, I might get more followers, and but also navigating that thing of, okay, but also not saying to the people who have grown, the people who've gotten me to 50 million views, and say, all right, yeah, but I'm not going to do it that way. So like one of the things is with the videos about, you got to make the videos that are an hour and at least 10 minutes. And I have videos that are 7 minutes long. People say, could you make a shorter version of this? You don't have 7 minutes to deal with your anxiety. So there is that demand for that. And and part of it is I go through and have been going through the course and recognizing, okay, it's not like you've said you can never, ever, ever make a short video. It's, but it's building that up and going, okay, how do I also create that? But there is that sense of, okay, how do I use these tools that you have learned over this time? This is your expertise, is finding out this is what works, and having that still work with what my internal guidance is of, this is why I got on YouTube in the first place, and doing those things, even if they may not be, even if they may not hack the algorithm, as it were.
Right. Cool. So, I mean, it's great. 300,000 subscribers. Amazing. I forget what my journey looked like, but it was pretty quick growth after 100, 200, 300. Like it really started to take off. But before we dive into that, tell me, what do you sell, or what do you want to sell, or what's our business model that we want to create for ourselves here?
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is that, so I, as you mentioned, the tapping. So for anyone watching, I use a process called emotional freedom techniques, or tapping. It's a technique based on acupuncture, and it downregulates stress. You can use it for all kinds of things, clearing headaches, clearing uncomfortable emotions, but also clearing the internal blocks that we have to all kinds of different things. Basically, whenever we try to make a change, there's a stress response. I coach, I have private clients, I do live workshops. I do live workshops online. I just finished a mastermind group just a few minutes ago. So small groups, large groups online, and then I do live in-person events around the world. I have online programs where there's recorded tappings. So that's those are the different income models. YouTube has been a great marketing tool for selling those. My YouTube channel per se has never been about that. What happened is 2007, YouTube was pretty new at the time. I was pretty new to tapping, and I thought, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there was a tapping video on YouTube that people could use to start their day? And I'll call it Tap of the Morning. And that's
hilarious. I love that.
And it's all I intended to do. I had no thoughts of doing any more. It's like, I've got a video on YouTube. I didn't even know how to upload it. I had to have a friend upload it to YouTube for me. And it's like, I'm done. And going about building my practice. And then it was maybe 6 months later, I thought, oh, I should probably have a tapping video for people to end their day. And I call it Tap of the Evening. And then I'm done. And then another idea. Now I have like 1,500 videos on YouTube. I even forget what they are. I was thinking of the Taylor Swift song "Shake It Off," and I thought that would make a great video, "Shake It Off." And I went back and I found, I have a video called "Shake It Off," which was actually posted on YouTube 2 months before her song came out.
Let's
so I didn't
go.
get it from her. She may have gotten it from me, but so the YouTube has always, although I occasionally put out a promo, like I just put out a promo the other day about a challenge that I'm doing and a live workshop that I'm doing. But basically, it's for the tapping videos that have always been this mission, built to serve. This. I have an idea of something that will help people in a few minutes process some uncomfortable emotion. So of those 1,500, there are a few of those that are promo videos, but almost all of them are tapping videos that have no intention of selling. They're just, this is my marching orders. This is what I'm here to do. Is I get a nudge from the universe. You know what? People could really use help with this. Make a video, put it out there. So I get it. It was, and I have ads playing on my videos where I make money. I had a lot of resistance to that for a long time. It's like, no, I'm supposed to just put that out there, and I shouldn't make people even watch 5 seconds of an ad before watching a free video. And I got over that. But for the first 10 years, I've been on YouTube for 17 years now. And the first 10 years, no ads. There was no money coming back from it. It was all about, no, this is just mission driven, and that's all it is.
I love it. And a lot of people were in that boat too. And it's been fun since you started, I guess, even before me. 2009 was my first video. So you're even more OG. YouTube even updated their terms of service that allow them to run ads even if you turn it off. So that's where a lot of people just said, okay, well, if they're going to play ads anyway, I might as well be sharing in this instead of them just making money off of my videos. I mean, I love mission first for me too. Built to Serve is the book. Inside of missions, like how do we, to actually accomplish the mission, if you made more money and had a bigger team, you could help more people and serve and have a bigger impact. So then it's okay, well, what's the business model that is most ethically aligned with what you want to ultimately do? Is it, I would love to make all my income off of just YouTube ads and never have to sell anything. I have my courses or I have my recorded tappings, and like that's what I want to get more eyeballs on. I want to be a speaker and I want to host more master classes. Like you get to pick from a business perspective, the most important direction for the next year, revenue wise. What would you love to be able to turn the volume up on?
Yeah, and that's something I look at, like the masterminds, the session that you did on last Thursday about working with the team, and you talked about your team of 63, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot of people.
you work your way up to it.
No, thank you. I only have a team in the last couple of years where it's like, you know what? I could hire a marketing team. I could have some people doing this marketing and not write all of my emails and create the funnels all myself. It's all of that. It's like I want to. I was telling a coach of mine a few years ago. I said I would love it that if my YouTube channel was so big that ad revenue, it's like I made so much money that I didn't have to do anything else, but I would want to because I love what I do. I don't want to keep creating new programs. My marketing team is like, well, we need to make another new program. It's like, no, I don't want to create something else for the current audience to buy. I want to be reaching other people with the things that I feel great about, rather than just making something that's like, okay, here's something else people will buy. So it's being able to just be passion driven, and with speaking gigs, it's like, I want to go do a workshop and I go do it, but not feeling like, okay, I have to make sure this happens because it's that I love having passive income, and building the YouTube channel is part of that. So it's both impact and income. I'd love to have the income that comes from the larger YouTube channel, but most of it is I know the benefits of tapping. I want the whole world tapping, so that's why I make it out there. Is I want everybody in the world going, oh yes, that feels better. And when I feel better, I can do better, and I make the world a better place.
I love it. Without diving into the, how much your channel makes, in front of everybody, if you did say 10x your income from YouTube, just from the ads, are you still doing the courses and the programs, or you're going to transition to, I'd rather do speaking and mastermind kind of stuff?
And I'm already doing those anyway, so I would continue doing those. There's nothing I'm doing right now that I would stop doing with that additional income. I already tell my marketing team, stop telling me I have to create another program to sell to people. I'll create, if I come up with another idea of, oh, here's something that I think people would really benefit, I really want to create, then I'll create that. But otherwise, it's, and I'm doing fine right now, but it's just looking at, the reason I join Movement Makers and growing the channel is far more around impact than income, because I'm already comfortable. I doing fine. I wouldn't mind 10x, and it's like, well, no, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
All kinds of good things that I could do. Things that I could support with that. Things I could create from that. But it's more about, okay, how do I, in 1,500 videos, and none of them is viral. There's and part of that is funny cat videos are a lot easier to watch than tapping on your face.
Yeah. Any educational videos for sure. Yeah. So, well, I mean, I'm just looking. I pulled up your channel. You're talking, and you got 3 videos over 1 million views that are older ones. And so here's what I would. There's a lot of ways to grow a business, and there's a lot of ways to grow a channel, and probably the best course and how we can focus this conversation is focus on growing the YouTube channel. And there's a lot of great side benefits that come along with it that leads to amazing things. Like you get asked to write a book, you get asked to keynote an event, you get asked to join somebody's advisory board. Like a lot of great things happen when you build brand. And if you wanted to ever divert things to your courses or any offer you have, I wouldn't do it through a standalone video that most people aren't going to see it. If you just put up a promo video on the channel, there's a lot more strategic ways to do it that can really turn up the volume and obviously impact as well, right? I mean, if people go through your program, I'm sure they're getting great results compared to only watching a YouTube video. So we could focus on building the channel, but if you ever wanted to increase the volume on one of those programs, you could do it. And it changes the content strategy a little bit, but it can all still be within your ethics and your values and the mission and what we're doing. We're not out here trying to sell something you don't believe in, somebody else's product, some scammy credit card. I don't know.
I already have those offers. There's a team that keeps saying, "Hey, we would love you to promote this in your videos," and I'm like, no, we really think that your audience would enjoy this.
So,
can't do that.
It always has to be a mix as you grow your channel between if you ever lose interest in it, it's dead. You have to always love and feel connected to the content. And the fact you've been going for this many years speaks to just the mission that you're on and how much you care and how much has impacted you. It's like, if it wasn't deeply at your core, you would have quit by now.
Yeah.
It's like, how many tapping videos can we make? Unless you just love the thing. So it's amazing. Like, you are a crusader for this mission, which is awesome. The point about the audience is interesting because I would say you have to take audience feedback with a grain of salt, because it's often a vocal minority who are very loud and may not represent what is actually in the best interest of your channel. It's qualitative and quantitative. It's like I'm Canadian, right? So like all the Americans who then say, well, if this person wins the election, I'm moving to Canada. It's like, okay, great. It's like, it never happens. And so I've seen it happen a lot with channels over the short, and when I'm saying short, I'm talking like a couple minute videos, not like shorts, versus the longer videos. YouTube is favoring longer videos. Now, if you can't ethically get to a point where you're making a longer video, like if it's a 10-minute tapping exercise and then you're tapped out, no pun intended, don't stretch it to 45 minutes just because, right? But more
Evan says it has to be longer.
Yeah, exactly. More eyeballs will happen on those videos than the shorter ones. And so if the mission is just service, then we're always playing the game of how do I ethically make content that has a great chance of getting reach and helping people. And so you may have some people say, hey, like what happened to the 3-minute videos or 6-minute videos? But if you're getting 3 times as many people watching the videos who are being served and being introduced to you, like how do you balance those two things, right? And so that's where a lot of times it's just the vocal minority. And it's just something to pay attention to. Like what I would do with everything is test. So it looks like the videos, the non-promotional videos are around 10 minutes now, like 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes. And then the shorter ones you're doing aren't getting a lot of views, but it's a 1-minute promo that you're going to be in New York or something, right? So it's these shorter things that even if that was 10 minutes, it still wouldn't get views because it's a promotional video, right? Inside of your main content, your 10-minute plus videos, do you have a theme, a series that's happening regularly, or is it just whatever you're kind of guided to make this week?
Yeah, it's whatever I'm guided. It's just, I could be walking down the street and have an idea of, oh, hey, there's an idea for a video. So it's just all about what are the things that stop people from living their best life. And it may be a physical thing, it may be an emotional thing, it may be a career thing. So the theme is always just, we're having a stress response to making change, or to the experience, and how do we process that and get free from that. And I have like lead mags. I have a couple of 5-day free programs, which from your course I learned, put that in the first thing in the description box so that people always see the link to that right away. So that they are guided to look for something more on every video.
Yeah, so really quick on that. Again, the focus of this conversation is probably not the monetization of your programs, it's growing the channel, but just super quick on that. The idea is we have a lead magnet, you've already created some. You don't just, you put it in the first link of the description, the first line, but you also say it somewhere in the middle of the video, and like, hey, by the way, if you also want this thing for free, there's a link in the description below. And then whenever you have something to market, you're going to be in New York, you have a challenge, you have a whatever, that all happens on the email. So anybody who's signed up, you're emailing them, and we're not making a public video on it. Because that public video is basically dead. Like 200 people saw your last one about the New York thing. And what ends up happening is if you make too many videos, like three of your last 4 videos are all promo videos, it hurts your next actual good video that you want eyes on, because you're basically teaching YouTube, okay, when Brad puts up a video, people aren't watching, let's not promote his other videos anymore.
Oh, interesting.
So 3 of your last 4 videos are all these short promos, and there's nothing wrong with doing a short, like, you love making video, you're great on camera, people love you, awesome, make a video, but make it unlisted and then put it in the email. So the model becomes try to get people from your YouTube channel into your email because you're giving them some kind of free value. And then whenever you have something to promote or sell, then that gets hit on the email list, as well as your videos. Like your long form video, you can also say, hey, I just launched this new video about knowing that you are worthy of receiving. Cool. That gets put out to your email list as value as well. So I would stop doing any promotional videos on the channel and put it all through the email to give your videos that you actually want traction on to start getting a little more attention and reach.
I see. Yeah, because if I put something out there saying I'm going to be live in New York, a lot of people are not going to watch it, or so it's not going to get a lot of clicks. And so YouTube is paying attention and going, you put out a video that no one's interested in, so you're now down the ranks, kind of thing.
Well, and like 3 of your last 4 videos are promo videos.
Yeah.
Now maybe that's a weird accident, whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't usually happen that way. I just happen to have this event coming
Lots of things going on. It's great.
Yeah. And I want everybody to know about it. But I'm probably not getting a lot of new people from those. It's getting people to come to the tag videos, and then when they come, then I reach out to those people in that way.
Yes, and So now you're teaching YouTube, okay, like here's another video, oh, people aren't watching. Here's another video, people aren't watching. Like, why should we then promote your new video? You're telling them, you're telling YouTube, people don't watch my videos, so they're going to stop promoting your videos.
Got it. Oh, interesting.
Now this is not a major issue for you because you're not doing it that often. Some people are way more egregious. It just happens to be what you've done in the past 24 hours. So it's something to think about.
Perfect timing. That's why we couldn't talk earlier, because we needed to have our conversation after I posted those. Brilliant. Thank you, universe.
The other quick thing, I know, we're not going to focus on this, but I can't help myself. When you're doing email, you can also see where people signed up from with their IP. And so you can send that email only to the New York people, or New York State, or New York and New Jersey, or whatever, right? Like, you don't need your whole list knowing that you're coming to New York, because they're probably not there. And so you can even send more emails, but to fewer people, but the targeted people, that you're going to come to New York, and people might come from neighboring states to get there, versus like sending it out to because you also don't want to teach your email list that Brad sends us stuff that we don't care about. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool. So now when we're looking at a YouTube channel, this is great. You're bringing a lot of art and a lot of soul. We need a little more science to it, so that like playing within your ethics and zone of genius. Here's what I would say. So normally we're looking at a channel. We look at how often you're making content. So right now you're doing
one. I put out a new video every week.
But in some cases more.
Well, some cases more. Actually, I've been increasing that based on what I've learned in your course.
Okay.
And so now I put out one tapping video every Monday morning, but now I'm putting out some guided imageries because I started as a hypnotherapist. People really like the guided imageries. So I put one out on Wednesday. So trying to throw out a few more other kinds of things, including some longer content, including the development one, development, where because I already have a talk show. You've been a guest on that, so where I'm putting that kind of thing out.
Okay. Great. So at least 1 a week, sometimes 2 and maybe 3 kind of organic content. Awesome. We talked about the length. The next is, where are you at 1 minute? And do you know?
Where am I at 1 minute?
Yeah. So the next thing to look at for your video, so apply a little bit more science to what you're doing, is look at the 1 minute retention of your video. So with every video, I don't know if maybe you've looked at it and you know what, maybe you've never seen it. Either way, it doesn't matter. You can pay a little bit more attention to it. Where YouTube Studio and analytics is like insane. It's a gold mine. I love it, but it's so many things. Most things are useless and not that helpful. I love data geek nerding out over it, but for most people, it's probably not a waste. It's probably a waste of time.
Yeah.
But the one thing that everybody should pay attention to is the audience retention graph, and what it's showing you. Is it making sense now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Have you looked at it for your videos?
I have, and I think what happens with it is sometimes the retention goes down right towards the beginning because someone has seen one of my videos that the title looks interesting, and I'm talking about a subject that they might be interested in, and then I start going like this, and they're like, "This is not what I signed up for." So I think that a lot of that is that the retention is going down because of people finding out, I thought this was country music and it's jazz, and I'm not interested in this.
Okay.
So I think people who like the tapping are going to stay through it throughout the whole tapping round. So I think that unfortunately a lot of that is just people find out, this is not what I was looking for. This is a crazy guy tapping on his face.
Okay. So this is what we have to start to manage. And you can get around that with things like, if you put tap into the title or tap on the thumbnail, people now get a better sense of, this is going to be a tapping video. Most of the people who will watch your videos ideally are not subscribers. That means you're not growing. Like if you're only talking to your 300,000 subscribers, then you're not growing.
Right.
We want people like, who's this Brad guy? Never heard of him. This is I want to dive into what's tapping. I've never heard of this either. Right. In fact, usually the best videos are like that. Like, what is tapping? What is EFT? The beginner level videos as the first step for a lot of people to dive in. And
if I look at your top videos, you've probably done something.
Oh, I have
what is tapping?
a number of those, but yeah, that's.
Yeah. But it's interesting that none of them really took off compared to the other more specific videos. But paying attention to that first minute. So this is, again, how YouTube thinks. YouTube wants to recommend people videos that they're watching. Like, the most important metric for YouTube is watch time. Are people sticking around and watching this video, right? YouTube's goal is keep people on YouTube all day long.
Yeah.
Not a healthy goal for most people, but that they're trying to maximize their watch time. Okay, so to help play that game, how do we help people watch helpful videos? I'm making educational videos, you're making educational tapping videos, actually helping people, as opposed to just getting lost through some celebrity drama or whatever else is happening in the world, right? Causing more stress instead of taking it away. And so a big factor is that first minute. And so what are we doing in the first minute to be able to capture the attention and hold it? And the great thing about what you've done is you have such a library of videos that you've probably had some big wins in that first minute without even paying attention. What have you done already that has worked, that the first minute people are watching? Because usually if you can hold people for a minute, they'll watch almost the whole, it'll just be the slow graph afterwards. Okay, so cool. So we have for most people, if you're actually good at what you do, right? Like, if you were dropping people in the middle, that means that you're not good at tapping and people aren't finding value in it, right? But that's not happening, right? They're liking it. Cool. So that first minute, though, what do we need to do? What do we need to change within your ethics and values? And we're not trying to turn you into somebody that you're not. But how do we tweak or turn the dials on things so that people do get connected to you faster, so that they want to watch the rest of the video? And there are probably insights already from what you've done in the past. If you look at your videos, or you tell your marketing person, look at the past 15 years of videos and find me the ones that have the best retentions, so that we can learn, what did I do differently in that video that maybe we can learn from, that I can bring back. Because you've probably, forgotten more stuff than people have even tried. So it's great in working with, someone like you, versus I only have 3 videos. Now we're just working off the best practices instead of what you've actually done. So it's now if you really want to make an impact, we have to start to master that first minute, so that people get connected to this, they feel the value of it, without you being a slimy salesperson, pitchman, whatever, but it can definitely be better than what it is. And then the last one is the click-through rate. So what are we doing to optimize the click-through rate, the titles, the thumbnails, the testing? You could see massive spikes in views and reach by changing the wording, the picture, the colors on the thumbnail and title. I don't know what your process is now, or
I started Movement Makers, coming up with a template that's this same template with the yellow background, a picture, a different picture of me, and the words in white against a black background, so that they're big, they pop out, so that, because I can look at a lot of my past videos and people going through, and you can't read the title because the title is too small and on a with tiny thumbnails. So trying to make it that, and and I was always had this idea of, well, the title on the thumbnail has to be exactly what the title of the video is, and it has to be exactly this, and recognizing, no, it's okay if it just grabs eyes, and then people can read more about what it is in the title. So coming up with, and it's that thing of, okay, trying to come up with something that grabs eyes without it being clickbaity, and then having people go, oh, you've sold out. Oh, you're this. And like you said earlier, that's the loud minority that might have an issue with that. I've had, I put out a video called "The Only Tapping Video You'll Ever Need," and and in the description box I said, I know it's clickbaity. I'm on a mission to reach as many people as possible, and I'm going to use what it takes to get people's attention, because I know that I'm not just doing clickbait. I'm not just trying to sell you some crap and I'm just coming up with something. It's like I'm totally intend to deliver the goods.
Yep.
but I want to get people's eyes, people who are distracted and don't know. So I've been going back, and I don't know if you can see on there that thumbnail with the yellow background, and I've been going back and now with older videos, doing a couple a day, changing it so that there's this consistency that people look and go, oh, that's one of Brad's videos.
Yep, and it's just tracking it to make sure that it's actually working.
Yeah.
You might like it better, but is it actually working or not? And ultimately, for there's a lot of videos I could make just to get views. I mean, the iconic series on my channel is like the top 10 rules of success. And the first person we did was Kanye, for a lot of reasons. But that video, if I did top 10 stupidest thing Kanye has done, Brad, that video it'd be so much easier. It's so much easier to explode negativity and hatred and poison and animosity. It's so much easier. So I completely understand. And like your gut is the first check. Like if you feel gross doing it, cool. Like we're not doing it. Awesome. So it's within that.
I have a wristband that says cultivate peace. That's my marching orders. Always cultivate peace. So I can't make something that is going to, create controversy and fear and anger just because I know that's what people are looking for.
Yeah. Looking at your videos, looking at the videos that had the highest impressions, but then the lowest click-through rates, to get a sense of which videos, for a channel like yours, is always super low-hanging fruit because you've been around for a while. And there's videos now that are still doing well that are 10 years old, 5 years old, 7 years old, and could be doing much better. Like those old videos could still be getting 3x, 5x, 10x the views, but the click-through rate isn't where it needs to be. So anytime you see a video, it's getting a lot of impressions, but low click-through rate, it means YouTube thinks this is a great video and they're trying to show it to people. Like, just please watch this video. Look at all these impressions. But people are not clicking because they don't connect to the title and the thumbnail. And it's usually like 70% thumbnail, 30% title. That is a much higher ROI looking at those videos that are already doing well with impressions but have a low click-through rate compared to even just like how you're going to go back and update. This always becomes a challenge. I'm going to update all my old videos. Well, you have 1,500 of them. So how do you even decide what to do, right? If you just go in chronological order, you're probably doing a lot of videos that are dead and aren't doing well anymore. So the best ones are the ones that are still getting traction and trying to really amp those ones up.
That's the ones I've been going back to, is I look at what are the views, the ones that are getting the most hits, and then going back and then putting the new thumbnail and tweaking the title if it looks like I can make this even better. So doing that mostly on those.
Title thumbnail, you always want to be different. So imagine as you have two chances to get people to pay attention to what you're doing. So if you were making a landing page, you have a headline and a subheadline. You would never make them the exact same. If somebody doesn't understand what tapping is, you might say EFT, you might say tapping. It's like you have two ways to connect with somebody. You never just say the same thing twice. If they don't connect with something, you don't just say the exact same thing again. You try to tell them in a different way.
You just say it louder.
Exactly. Say it exactly the same way, but louder. Perfect. So that's your title, your text on the thumbnail and your title. You have two chances to be able to get the click, to get people to, clicking on your video. And if they're exactly the same, then you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot.
Got it.
So the title is always longer and usually more like keyword and practical, because the ultimate game is ranking against other people's videos. And then the thumbnail is a little more emotional. You're not being ranked off the text there. It's just somebody watching it. Now, again, you're trying to help people with peace. So we're not trying to, tap like this or die, right? Like we're not trying to, that would probably do well, but.
That's the one that's coming out on next Monday.
Great.
But
Evan told me to make this video, guys. Perfect. Yeah. So don't do that. But an emotional version, a more emotional, shorter version of whatever the title is. That's what we want the text in our thumbnail to be. And then finally, just adding more science to it. I don't know how much time you spend on the audience tab in your YouTube to see where, what other channels are connected to your videos. Have you spent any time in there?
I haven't looked at that one. No.
Okay. So when you go into your analytics, there's a tab at the top that says audience.
Mm-hmm.
You click on that, it'll show you insights about your audience. And most importantly, what what YouTube thinks your audience is and where else they are going. And so you now have enough history that I would, you haven't like pivoted a whole bunch of times over the years. It's just been tapping. So you probably have like this tapping audience, and that's awesome. But there could also be like tapping about money versus tapping about stress versus tapping about, you might have, switched themes up a bunch throughout the years. It'll show you what other channels your audience is subscribed to, and then what other videos they are currently watching. And that gets updated. The what videos people are watching gets updated constantly. It's like in the past 7 days, here's what your audience, what other videos are watching. And why that's helpful is because the best source of traffic to grow a YouTube channel, if like we're at 300,000 subs and it's how do we get to 1 million ethically and as quickly as possible, we want to increase our suggested views. And that's you ranking against other people's videos. And so it's seeing other tapping videos that have done well and then making our version of that, as long as you can ethically do it. Yeah. So what that does is help facilitate a brainstorming process so that you don't have to come up with every idea yourself. And like, kudos to you for being here 17 years later and still coming up with new ideas on your own, walking on the street or whatever.
I have a list of ideas, another 1,500 just ideas that I haven't shot yet. So, yeah.
So if you can marry that with what is actually already working, you can really turbocharge the success of your channel. If you look at that audience tab and then see videos for the past 7 days, it'll give you a list of videos, I think 15 videos of what they are currently watching right now. And if you look at those and say, I can make a video on that, don't watch their video, don't steal that other person. You're taking a title and making your version of that thing. Yeah. And the goal becomes to rank after that person's video. So they're going to watch that video and maybe get some results, or maybe like, I don't know, that didn't quite do it for me. But then they see your video on the same thing, like, okay, let me give this guy, what's his name, Brad, let me give him a shot. And that becomes where you unlock the super growth of your channel. It's surprising how often even a word change makes a difference. So in my niche, inspiration versus motivation. If you use motivation instead of inspiration, you can have like 10x views on it. It doesn't change the video for me. Like, to say it's inspiration, I'm not so caught up on the definition that that's like a completely different thing. So for me to make a video about how to have inspiration every day versus how to have motivation every day, for me, it's the same thing. Yeah. But if I can reach 10 times more people, have 10 times more impact, then like it's in my head silly not to call it motivation instead of inspiration. And so you'll find those little things by looking at what other videos your audience is watching. And those are clearly in-demand videos. And so where people end up, there's a line that you are very safely on the right side of, but you don't want to cross to like, okay, I'm selling my soul to make this video because it's going to do well.
Right.
But if one of those 15 videos that come up every day is something that you have something to say about, like, oh, I never thought about tapping for blank, or saying, I see like, feel that you are rich is a video you have. So it's like rich versus wealthy, or feel versus no, or whatever. Like a little word change like that can make a big difference in how well a video does. And so that would be my next kind of bit of homework. So like the easy stuff is put the call to action to get the lead magnet in the middle, and any selling that happens, any offer, any promotion happens on email, not on the channel. Cool. From there, just a little more attention to the sign. So how are we doing in our first minute retention of the videos? Are people sticking around? And how can we, in an ethical way, keep people around past that first minute mark? Yeah. Maybe you go right into the exercise. Maybe you need to set it up more. Maybe you have to tell the story. Like, there's lots of ways to do it. I'm not going to tell you the way to do it, but you can see in the data what is actually working versus not, and you try different experiments. Yeah. So the first minute, then the click-through rate and paying attention to see, is your new thumbnail style working? Changing the text in the thumbnail and the title so they're not exactly the same. And then the third one is looking at the other videos that are doing well, that your audience is watching, and seeing what you can ethically make your version of to help with the ideation process. And even if you do that as a test, like one a week is going to be your ideas that came to you, that you have your 1,500 videos, and one a week is going to be something that YouTube tells you is actually powerful, important, that you still have something to be able to share on.
Yeah.
If you can add like 5% more science to it, you can get to 1 million subscribers a lot faster. And not that 1 million is like the goal, but like that unlocks, it's not about getting the plaque, right? It's about the impact and the reach and serving people and giving people a tool. Like what you do is actually life-saving for a lot of people, right? I mean, I'm teaching people entrepreneurship and business and all that. Like for you, like that, you hit people with the right video at the right time, it might actually just save their life, which is incredible. And I'm sure you have tons of stories.
That's a comment I often get on YouTube is this saved my life. So it's like, how can I not do that? Yeah. So
cool.
Awesome stuff. Thank you. I think my biggest takeaway is how I formulate thumbnails and titles. I had been in this idea for so long. It's like, well, the title that's on the thumbnail has to be exactly what's on in the title box, and Evan explained, no, these are two different chances to tell something to folks, and that gives a lot of freedom.
I am David Marinak. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm in the packaging business, and packaging is a very broad stroke. And the fact that, people, it's a massive industry. I'm in the specialized packaging business, which is kind of what we're going to today. But this is my passion. This is what I've done for 35 plus years. And I truly believe I've got knowledge and information that could help other people, which is at the core of what I'm trying to do. My biggest question for Evan is going to be, how do I get over that finish line? Meaning I've got information and content and it's been created. I need to get my targets to consume and take action.
I am in a very tired and stale industry.
Okay.
Packaging, I'm in the packaging space, but more specifically, I'm in the B2B specialized packaging space, highly specialized, highly engineered films, products, packaging. And my target is to focus on packaging resellers, meaning big companies that already work with really big clients, but they do not have any capability or even a specialized packaging department. They don't know what exists. They are commodity salespeople, meaning they make billions, but they sell pallets and boxes and bubble wrap. My niche is, boy, if I could connect with these companies, I could instantly be their specialized packaging department, instantly connect them with vetted suppliers that I have around the world that we've already worked with. And getting that message across, or the right message to the right people, it's really a strange one. There's a paranoia. There's oh boy, I don't want to let anyone know that we have a pain point or we have problems getting this stuff. And it's really hard. I mean, it's just really hard to get people to stop in their tracks and pay attention, because, and we're like a one of one in this B2B space in doing this. So my take is, how do we get or create the right kind of content? Obviously, we're doing the long form videos. We're following with the podcast and the Biz Dev show. We are definitely seeing traction where people want to talk about their products and talk about what they do. And then they kind of clam up. The big players are like so wiggy about even sharing this. It's so weird. B2C, people will talk about their dog, their cat, their family, their business. But B2C is like, oh, no, we're not going to go there. So did that make any sense at all?
Yeah. So I think Biz Dev show for sure. And then better targeted content for people who are searching on YouTube, because that still is a place where people are going to search and learn. And even something that you call boring as packaging. Yeah. People who live it, who are curious about it, they're going and they're learning. And to them, it's the most meaningful thing on their mind right now.
Even a B2B on YouTube?
Yeah. Well, where are they going? If somebody's trying to search, how do I blank?
Yeah, right.
They're going.
Right, okay.
So Biz Dev does more to build your sales in the next year. the thought leadership content does more to build your brand in the next 3+ years.
Okay. And the thing that I'm finding out though is it's a long slog, and I get it. There's no shortcut. The other thing I wanted to throw out there is there anything having to do with trying to find an influencer or somebody that literally can speak from a B2B perspective and go, hey, look, by the way, your business. When I talk to packaging resellers, I'm talking to them with things that hit them in their gut. Their price margins are way down. Their business is slow. They don't have any specialized, they don't have this kind of access to this kind of packaging, which would really and could really revolutionize their business. And it's like, to get to that point and get them to pay attention is a really long slog. So I was always thinking like, man, if somebody could, would actually step in and say, look, from a business perspective, hey, this has really been a game changer for us, or a case study about how they, how we've really helped them. I have plenty of case studies and things like that. It's just a matter of getting that to the right people to actually consume it.
Well, let's start with the Biz Dev show first.
Okay.
You've had people on.
Yes.
They are ideal referral clients for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And referrals have not happened, or where's the resistance?
You know what? It's actually, I'm getting better and better at doing this. I wouldn't say it's the resistance, it's the ask. And one of the things Nick has really helped me with is making sure that part of this Biz Dev show, I circle it back to me before we wrap it up. So, by the way, Evan, tell me a little bit about what kind of packaging you're in and what kind of work do you do? Have you ever used global suppliers, or have you ever worked in this kind of, and just to plant that seed? So that's the new kind of, so I know that's going to be effective, and I know that will actually kind of circle back to me.
Okay, let's break this down. So who is an ideal referral partner for you who you're going to have on the show?
Somebody that's in the packaging business that actually makes specialized packaging in some way, shape, or form, the actual manufacturer.
Okay.
And by being able to do that, I in turn am doing two things. Number one, I'm connecting and building a relationship with the supplier, but I'm also enticing is the wrong word. I'm also attracting that potential packaging reseller, or even the end user that goes, hey, I need that. Hold on one second. Wait a minute. We didn't know there was anybody that could do this. And, so it is twofold, but it is the manufacturers that I could connect with.
And the manufacturers are going to hire you, or they're going to refer you?
Well, that's the big picture. So let me kind of bring this full circle. So what I'm trying to do is, if I connected with a packaging reseller, big companies that actually have multiple offices throughout the country, I actually look at this as a couple different ways. Using the Biz Dev shell to separate myself and position myself as something different. Number two, I look at them to actually hire me to either initially teach or train their sales reps on how to find these opportunities. So that's one way. Another thing is for them to actually hire me plus, or that silver model, if you will, bronze, silver, gold, where they're saying, hey, could you be our packaging department? We could run this through you. You can help our reps learn. You can help them close these deals with their customers. So you can instantly be a part of that. And then finally, that kind of all-in gold program would be them hiring me instantly and saying, you're our packaging department, specialized packaging department. You talk to our clients, you work for us, we bring you in on these meetings. I benefit two ways. Number one, they're paying me on the front end. But number two, I'm representing the global factories on the back end. So so I've got it, the best of both worlds. If you ask me, it's just a matter of bringing the people together.
So those are talking to ideal clients. Have you done one where you're talking to referral partners? Do you even know who referral partners are for you?
Well, for example, I did one this morning, a podcast this morning with a packaging. He's in a packaging segment of the business. And when we got to, like Nick had taught me, to turn this around and basically say, hey, who do you know in this space that potentially could use what we do? And that rattled out 4 or 5 different really, really solid leads. So it does work. I think the ask was one of my biggest, I was giving it away. I wasn't asking for anything in return. I was, giving them this platform to really do a commercial about their business. But I really wasn't asking them either directly or indirectly for the referrals, but now I am, to be honest with you. So I see the big picture.
Great. So do you have a list? Usually it works better. Like it can work with ideal clients, that's fine. But even under your gold model, there's a limit to what that would be in terms of revenue for you per year. Referral partners are the ultimate gold partner because that one referral partner could lead you to 20 manufacturers.
You got it.
So do we know who our ideal referral partners are for us?
We do. We've identified them, and there's some big, massive conglomerates that are out there that have, 50 to 500 reps that are out there. Yes, I know who those companies are, or a very good, pretty good chunk of those. And it's getting my messages to those decision makers at those companies to get them to go, hey, we need this. Hold on one second. Talk to this guy, or at least have a discussion with this guy. So we do know who those companies are and who they could be. It's just getting them.
If they're saying we need this, then they're an ideal client.
It's getting them, and that's my problem. It's like when I get a one-on-one with somebody, if I happen to meet you in an elevator and we're chatting, you would come out of there going, man, we totally need this. I mean, this guy has connections and we can totally do this. My biggest battle is getting there. My biggest battle is there's so many layers of these decision makers at these companies that stand behind walls and walls and walls of people. And if they would consume or somehow found that, because I can speak to the industry right now. The industry is very, very soft. Their margins in the packaging reselling space are very tight. And a lot of these companies have let go sales reps. So the quality is plummeting. And I am on the other side saying, I have vetted suppliers, global suppliers, that are already working with some of the largest brands in the world. They do not have access into the U.S. market. We are their U.S. representative. Packaging resellers, you're already selling to Kraft Foods. Let's go in there and talk to them about their food packaging. You're selling them pallets and boxes. Let's go in there and talk about their food packaging that they desperately need because their quality is plummeted, or we've heard that their existing supplier is short shipping them.
There's just two different types of biz dev shows. One where they're clients where they will pay you, and the second is referral partners where they're not hiring you, but they can introduce you to somebody who will hire you. And those ones are usually much bigger for the business because they can introduce you to 10 clients, 20 clients, 50 clients.
Right.
So one solid referral partner could mean 20 new clients for you next year.
100%. And that's you're exactly right.
Versus a client who will just be one client, and maybe they tell other people about you, or maybe the industry is so protective that you're their secret weapon and they don't want to tell anybody else about you. But the big leverage, the upside, is typically with the referral partners. So if you know who the referral partners are, that if they knew who you were, they would never write you a check, but they're going to introduce you to 20 people who could write you a check.
So you got it, and you're exactly right. We know who the referral partners are by company. And it's getting them to the biz dev show, getting somebody to come on here and actually go, yeah, let's go on there. The paranoia and the kind of like, I'm not going to let anybody know about my problems per se in this packaging space is mind blowing to me. Instead of
we don't talk about problems. We don't. The show doesn't talk about problems. The show is, I want to tell your story. They're not coming on to get coached by you on how to solve their packaging problems. So is it a packaging reseller? Is that an ideal referral partner for you?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the ideal target of who we want to deal with are these giant, like, multi-billion-dollar companies?
$500 million to $1 billion plus.
Okay.
Correct.
And who is the person who would actually make referrals for you? Like, it's probably not the CEO. So
it's probably a VP of sales or a COO standpoint that actually has skin in the game.
okay, so those are the people that we want to have on the show.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so packaging resellers, VP sales / COO is who we want to be interviewing. The great thing is nobody has ever asked these people for interviews. Show me any interview with the COO of a packaging reseller it's like they're not being bombarded with asks for interviews.
You're exactly right. But here's my problem. Yep. I don't have that. I'm not Gary Vee or Evan Carmichael to be able to kind of get past that. I want that as much as anybody. I totally want that. I can't get these people even from a local level to kind of even want to tell me their story. Tell me why Veritiv is such a profitable company and how they thrived through COVID or blah, blah, blah. No, we're okay with it. No, we're all right. We don't need it. That's where I'm stuck. I know exactly what you're saying, and I have asked, and we are asking.
Constantly trying to figure out, do we come aggressive and say, look, packaging decision maker, we know your company is struggling, or do we go soft saying, come on our show and tell us why? I can't get them to. It's a free interview. I'm just baffled by this.
So it's the positioning matters. So it's not that they're struggling. Nobody wants to come on any interview and admit that they're struggling, period, right? For sure not. So the angle is different if it's a COO versus a VP sales, but what we're trying to do is edify them and their business.
Right.
So if it's a COO, for example, even if you're brand new, you have history, you have some traction. It's like, nobody in the packaging world has 1 million subscribers, right? It's not, right? But you say, I'm starting a brand new show. Hey, I'm David. I'm starting a brand new show talking about excellence in the packaging industry. Or if it's a COO, operational excellence in the packaging industry. I'd love to hear your story and how you do what you do so well.
Right. I'm going to keep trying that. I'm going to keep doing that. And that's sort of but this is where I've been stuck for the longest time I'm stuck with that.
Stuck with that, with getting a response?
Yeah. Getting somebody, even once I get through there and ask those things, I mean, I'm telling you, Evan, it's been the strangest thing to get them to actually pay attention or even respond.
What is the ask? I'm COO of some packaging company. What's the email I'm getting from you? What does it say?
I would love it if you would come on our show and tell us about your business. Tell us about your background. Tell us what you've done in the past to get to this point. You were obviously leading the way in a lot of different areas of the packaging space. We'd love for you to come on and tell us your story. And that's it. That's my ask.
So that's a good start. We need to position it as something bigger, in that the point of the show is to showcase, if it's a COO, operational excellence in the packaging industry. I'm starting a new show showcasing operational excellence in the packaging industry, and I'd love to have you come on and talk about what you guys are doing so well, as opposed to just, I want you to come on and tell your story.
Right. Got it. Okay. Got it. So operational excellence about their company, operational excellence about.
Right. The show concept is operational excellence in the packaging industry. That's the show. That's what we're here to talk about. And then you're going to interview them about how they bring operational excellence in their business.
I understand. Totally helpful.
Now, if you have any industry connections, that then this might be, you're going to submit this to a local trade association, trade journal, newspaper, whatever, around that they would also, that adds extra credibility. But, and then same thing for the sales side. It was VP sales. I'm starting a brand new show talking about sales excellence in the packaging industry. I'd love to have you come on and talk about what you guys are doing so well in sales. So well, not where you're struggling.
Yeah, and where the struggle thing, that's basically been something that I know it's a hot button, but I guess you're right. They're not going to want to talk about where they're struggling. They're going to want to talk about why they're so great.
Yeah, well, in public, they're not going to talk about whether privately they will, but
I understand.
No VP or or a COO wants to come on and talk about where they're struggling.
I think you're right. And the thing that's interesting too is I think I'm talking or thinking too broad. I don't need 500 of these. I need one. I need two, because like you said, when I connect to a referral partner, they can turn me on to 50 other companies, and it's the end. That's it.
Yeah.
And I can use my contacts to get introduced to a higher level and go from there. 100%. Yeah.
We'll in our setup, we'll usually look at 50. Like, who are the 50 people that could each be worth $1 million+ to you per year?
Got it. I can do this. I can totally do this. This is helpful.
Now, if you said CEO, that's a little harder, because the CEO is getting hit up all the time with different requests.
Right.
Nobody wants to talk to the COO or the VP of sales.
Right. Or even an engineer, but I get it. VP of sales or, okay, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then structure is in the middle. I want you to ask a question that relates to your business. So not the ask, but a question that relates to the business, in that I need them to know what you do, right? Like they don't know who David is. This guy, he's in the packaging world, asked me to be on the show, whatever. You're like one of 80 things they have to do today, right? So you're asking their story, you talk about operational excellence, whatever. In the middle, you say, so I'm from the custom packaging world. We help clients do blank. And one of the things that we've seen is blank.
Yeah.
How are you guys addressing that? So they're stepping into our world a little bit, right?
Yes.
We're in their world the whole time. That's super comfortable. Then they're stepping a little bit into our world, because now we're getting the custom packaging, some of the things that you've seen in the industry.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Evan. Is that on my outreach, or is that part of the show?
It's in the show. That's in the show.
Got it.
No.
Yeah, that's what Nick was referring. 100%.
That's not the outreach.
Yeah.
But halfway through the show, if you're going to talk to them for half an hour, at the 15-minute mark, right? Don't stress about the exact timing, right? We're not like on a clock, but halfway in the middle, you're going to say, so I'm in the custom packaging business. I've been doing this for 30 years, whatever.
Right.
And one of the things we found in making custom packaging is blank.
Yeah.
How are you guys dealing with that in your business?
Yeah.
And they're not going to tell you, oh, we struggle so much.
Yeah, I know.
They're not going to tell you they're not going to tell you their problem. The only point of that is, I want them to know what you do.
Right.
And we're bringing them into our world a little bit. But I don't want that to be the last question. After they answer that, cool. You move back to them and their story, what they're doing, and back to edifying them, because we need to leave on a high.
Yeah.
Then the show,
I totally get that.
Then the show ends, and the show ends on a high. Follow-up then is either, if they have no custom packaging at all, like if you're brand new to the industry and like they don't know this at all, you'd love to talk to them about blank, and you use what they just told you in the answer. Like you asked about custom packaging, they said something, you can use that in your answer. Hey, if you're looking at this, I'd love to talk to you about it, because this is what we do day in, day out.
Right.
If they already have a custom packaging solution, then you ask to be the number two.
Got it.
I'd love to be a second opinion on anything that you're working on.
Well, you're spot on, because that's really how we've tried to set this up too, by actually being a backup supplier, a number two, the backup quarterback, so to speak, and not the first string. That really is a disarming way to go about to get them to listen to our message.
Well, they're listening to you because they've just spent half an hour with you doing an interview. So now you have rapport and build relationship, and you know how to build rapport and connect with people.
Right.
The ask is, if $500 million company already has a ton of different suppliers that they're working with. And so if they have no suppliers, that's maybe a warning sign. It's like they're not big enough. They're too small. They're starting up. So the ask becomes, I'd love to be a second opinion. Anything you're working on, I'm happy to give you a free second opinion.
Yeah.
And they might have something right away that you can go and look at, as opposed to it ever being a hard sale. It's like, man, I like this guy, David.
Yeah.
Right? That's the whole point of the show. So it's a pretty simple model. It just comes down to you getting the right people on the show. So clients are fine. It's just it's a limited size, because even at your gold package, it's only worth so much.
Right.
But there's nothing wrong with necessarily having clients. But if you know who good referral partners are for you, those are the best ones to have on.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of the show, we're bringing them into our world. We're not asking for, do you have 5 names for me? But we're asking a question about custom packaging.
Yeah.
And they know what you do.
Yeah.
And then after the show, we're following up with either I'd love to talk about that thing that you brought up, you know, in a little more detail,
Right.
or I'd love to be your number two or a second opinion. If there's anything that's, you know, we do a lot of weird custom stuff that most people don't see, and love to be your second opinion on things.
Yeah, and I totally get this, and I don't. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe we're trying to make it too difficult. But this really helps. This really helps. Thank you.
Cool. That just transformed the business. Whether those videos, like, who's going to watch a video with a boring COO talking about operational excellence in the packaging business, right? Like, nobody. But anybody who does is an ideal client for you as well.
Right.
But that strategy is not let's go build our channel to 1 million subscribers. That's let's go get some sales, build a relationship.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Very good.
That
100% agreed.
That would be my number one focus. If you wanted to care about thought leadership stuff, a lot of the packaging videos are about design, which is not going to be your main thing, probably, right? Like, you're the actual fabrication, construction. Right. So if there are any videos talking about that, obviously we want to make our version of it. The design stuff will always do more views, but it's not your demo. You know, like,
you're exactly right.
McDonald's new design of whatever, it's like, it's not, it's cool. It might get you a lot of views, but it's not going to get you clients. So anything that does touch on the actual packaging, though, if there are videos, I would look at that. And then, have you looked at Google News to find topics and ideas?
Yeah, I mean, we have. I mean, I have no shortage of topics and ideas, Evan. I really don't. I mean, I think I can. We're getting better and better at quality of video, at all the other kind of pieces, parts. But I also believe that I can actually dial in on some of those hot buttons regarding thought leadership too.
So here's the key. If you wanted to start generating more for business for you and traffic, it's not that you're running out of ideas. Like, you have more ideas packaging than
right.
But it's about making it culturally relevant. So not just talking about evergreen stuff. It's like, what are people actually talking about right now that you have perspective on?
Like recycling or sustainability or biodegradability and environmental issues and things like that.
Yes, and like deeper.
Yeah.
Because if you're, Google News is a great resource, because if you're taking a title of something that people are talking about right now, let's do it right now. I'm going to go to Google News.
Good. Thank you.
I'm going to type in packaging.
Specialized packaging.
I'm just going to do packaging and see what shows up. Okay, so packaging, here we go. What shows up for packaging that maybe we can make a video on? Okay, Deadpool, no. Tesco's laser etched avocados to save on packaging waste. Did you do that?
Yeah, I could. Yeah, and I could totally go into, and Tesco is an overseas company or retailer, and I could actually riff on that a little bit and talk about, you know, kind of what they're doing, good or bad.
Yeah, you could even take this exact title and put it up as your video.
Wow.
Right? But this was recent. This is 8 days ago. They're talking about Tesco's laser etched avocados. Cool. That's some custom packaging right there.
Yes, sir. And to be able to do that in long form, Evan, and, you know, the 8+ minutes, I could totally do that.
Well, you can then click on the article and just see what, you know, this is a long form article that you could just screen share and give your comments on it. And like, did they do a good job? Do you like this? What would you do? What would you change about this? You know? But this is customized, specialized packaging right here that people are talking about right now, and you are not part of this conversation.
Oh, correct. Do I post that on, obviously long form will go on YouTube, but do I drop a link or something on LinkedIn or anything like that to get traffic?
You could post the same thing as a LinkedIn article, LinkedIn summary. You take your video and then even summarize it, turn it into LinkedIn content, sure. But I'm taking this title, and then you're going to be doing your take on this. So like, all of the things that you talk about for custom packaging is without the story doesn't make as much sense. Now you get to wrap it in the story of Tesco and this custom avocado and why you think this is great or why you think this is not so great, right?
Wow. And you know what? And if there was anything that I'm you're so right, because I'm talking about the brand, I'm talking about the packaging, I'm providing the story, and I'm getting the juice from that because I'm the one that's the storyteller.
Yeah, and this is a test. It says it's a packaging technique being trialed by Tesco. So Tesco is trying to do this. This is, if I zoom out, this is their website, and they just did this article. This is June 3rd. We're filming this on June 13th, so this is 10 days old. And they did this whole thing on their website about why they're doing this custom packaging with avocados.
One of the things I've seen you do before is you actually then start asking questions, I think, through, what would you do? Or what do you think? Or, comment below or something like that. That's kind of where you're going?
You don't necessarily need to do that. I would just have the point is people are talking about, you're like, nobody cares about this boring industry. Well, these guys care about it, and they're talking about it. Yeah. And you're not part of this conversation that's happening right now, but you could be if you just knew about it, right? So like they have this little thing here. It says 16 million pieces of plastic removed. So how we kind of got onto this is saying, well, talking about environmental and recycling and reusability and like, yes, and go deeper. You can now tell me the story about Tesco that came up with this package where they removed 16 pieces of plastic with their custom avocado packaging.
Do you feel that I should be, again, like you said, there's a screenshot and I'm basically taking the exact title and I'm making it a long form content. I'm actually discussing this. Am I on camera or just a screenshot of the article?
Both.
Okay.
I would love to see you on camera, whether you're on camera. Like you could be solo on camera at the beginning if you want, or it's you going through. Like if you're going to go through this page, this release.
Yeah.
So you start. This is now two pieces of content. Like it's two websites in the same article, the same piece of content, two different websites. So you're going to start on this one, and Tesco comes out. This is what we're going to call our video: Tesco's laser edge avocados to save on packaging waste. And then you screen share it and put your face on the side, and then you're going to read this and give your point of view on it. And then you see that they linked up the press release by Tesco. So we're going to go look at the Tesco thing as well, and then give our comment on this.
One of the things that Sean was trying to get me not to do was that kind of screenshot with me on the corner. I have one of those big whiteboards where I can have this article right there, and I'm literally notating, but my picture's on the side. He didn't like that. I can share that through a Zoom video, but he didn't think that was effective.
I would, Zoom is okay. I would do Riverside.
Yeah, that's what I have. Because
Riverside, you can make your face bigger and play with it.
Yeah.
And then look, they have quotes here. So Westphalia Fruit General Manager Isaac said, Westphalia Fruit continues to seek to improve our environmental performance and operate in a responsible manner. Right? Cool. Let's go get Westphalia Fruit General Manager Graham Isaac on our show. And let's talk about packaging.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're right. It's not quantity. It's digging through these quality wise.
Of course, yeah. I just went to Google News and typed in packaging, but that's one that just came up. Here's one from The Guardian. It just didn't work. How businesses are struggling with reusable packaging. This is from The Guardian.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
You could talk about that. How businesses are struggling with reusable packaging.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Right.
Yep.
And so, what's your take on this? This is a long thing with there's lots of stuff in here talking about Coca-Cola and other companies. What do you think? So these, you're saying it's boring, but conversations are happening.
Yeah.
People, The Guardian is talking about this.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. Right. And again, and my take again on The Guardian or whatever it is, I'm commenting about the article itself, commenting about the different pieces, parts of the article, and then asking people for their take. What's your take on this?
You can. Yeah. I care more about your take because you're the expert. What the general public take is. But you have your methodology for packaging. You have your framework for how to think about packaging.
I like it.
Just teaching me that is boring.
Yeah.
But if you teach it within a story, within context of a story, then it's more interesting, right?
Yeah. And I totally can do that, especially with the story tie-in, because I could tie it back to, previous customers or people that tried that before, or here's an alternative.
There's so much stuff, man.
Yeah.
Estee Lauder closes in on sustainable packaging goals. EU expert committee votes to ban biphenyls in food packaging.
Here's a question, Evan. How many, because I could totally do this. I mean, how many, the one thing I was doing, and Sean actually said I'm posting too many videos. Is there any limit to how many of these things that I could riff on a day?
I don't know that I would do more than one a day.
Okay.
I would look at one, and you can weave these in with your other content as well. So not every day is necessarily a news story, but these have to get out faster. This can't wait. Like when you edit it, you need to get it out ASAP. So here's one. What top CEOs say about packaging, consumers, and sustainability. That's cool. What top CEOs say about packaging?
Yep.
And this was 3 hours ago.
Yep.
So I would love for you to do this. Like you do this one today, and then you react to it. But this can't take a week, 2 weeks to get out because the story's gone.
Oh, I 100% agree. And that's why I like whether it's Riverside or even my big whiteboard where I can actually show the article and talk about this. But yeah, there's something where I can do this quickly every morning.
Yeah, and so then here's a slideshow talking about all these different people. CEO of Unilever. Next one is president of Walmart. Next one is chairman of Coca-Cola. And so it's like content that you can react to.
Yeah. Wow. This is really, and again, posting that, Evan, on, again, LinkedIn, could be long form content on YouTube, just whatever it is, get it up quickly.
Yeah, I would start with long form YouTube, and then you can summarize the content to turn into a LinkedIn article. But, I guess how you started this was, I'm in a really boring industry that people don't care or talk about. It's like, well, America may not care or talk about it, but there's lots happening, man.
I know.
I just did a Google News search.
I know.
There's all this stuff coming up.
Yeah.
That's not about packaging design and why it looks so cool and how to put your logo on something, but it's like actually about the packaging, and that's right up your alley. And so if you combine that, that's going to help you build your brand and also maybe get some traction with people who care about packaging.
Yeah.
But then combine it with the Biz Dev show, especially on referral partners.
Right.
Where we're bringing on people who's going to generate, again, ideally every person we bring on could be 7 figures a year.
I know.
To us, that's kind of
easy.
like that. That's the
mindset.
Mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then ask to be in the middle. We bring up something about packaging so they know what we do. And then ask afterwards, once we stop recording, you ask to be their second opinion on things they're working on.
And the other thing I started, and I'll leave you with this, the one thing I'm a big fan of is once I've got so much content all over, I'm beginning to pull that into a community or create a community with people in the specialized packaging via like a swarm or a school kind of a community setup. Are you good with that?
I'm not excited about it.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I mean, it all depends on what you're trying to do. Like, I'm putting it through the lens of I'm trying to 10x David's business in like a school community of people who are in your industries. Like, is not.
I guess I didn't say that right. It wasn't necessarily that. It was another avenue for me to put this content and for people to consume this content. I mean, YouTube and LinkedIn, yes, I can spin those wheels. But to be able to have it in a community or a place that we can actually, hey, we just did a podcast with Evan, and here it is here, and it was such and such, and take a look, and it's in the community, or I don't know, maybe not. Okay.
It's not that you can't do it. It just wouldn't be anywhere close to my top priority. It's like you would have to be onboarding people to even school. Yeah. What's school? Like they don't know. They're not the most tech savvy, marketing advanced group. Right. And so you'd have to teach them how to even get into school and what it is. Right. Where if you're spending a lot of time with these people, I'd rather be around like driving business results for you.
No, you're right. You're right. That's just creating more work. I got it.
If it's a hobby, if it's like you're going to do that or you're going to learn knitting, cool, do that.
Yeah. Right. Right.
But like between the Biz Dev show and then better, thought leadership content, those are not the same level of importance.
Right.
Like they're way higher
Right.
compared to let's launch a school.
I got it.
For,
I got it.
cool.
Yeah, I totally can do this. I totally can do this. Thank you
It's
very
so
much.
much easier in boring B2B businesses.
That's why I haven't let go. That's why I've been so adamant about, and I'm all in between Sean and Nick. I mean, the point is that I know no one else is doing this. I know no one else is even commenting on these things, kind of like what you had always done on other people's, you know, Oprah Winfrey mentioned this. What are your thoughts? That's exactly what I'm trying to do with this. So I get it. It's just getting over the hump.
Yeah. Well, it's like in my business, you know, I'm trying to get Oprah on my show. That's really hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even for me.
Yeah.
And now she's sick. And so it's like, it's really hard to get Oprah on the show, even when she's feeling healthy. You're trying to get a COO or VP sales of it's like, it's not that difficult. As long as it's positioned properly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Got it.
I was really sort of pleasantly surprised that he's actually a normal human being. And I mean that respectfully, just because we're in a different world. Very approachable, very nice, very helpful. What I really took away from this is we're looking for quality, not quantity. So I'm not looking to necessarily, you know, bring in 500 new clients or 500, but 1 or 2 would be a game changer. And the ability to do this in an industry that's tired and stale doesn't have to mean that it's not possible. It totally means that it's possible. So that was one takeaway. The other takeaway is my ability to use my personality and comment and get involved online by, frankly, commenting on topics that are out there on Google News. You know, I always thought that I didn't have the right camera angle, or it wasn't timely enough, or whatever. But I'll tell you what, every day for me to be able to take a screenshot and then comment on a video about that, that's very simple stuff. And that's the one thing I think is a huge opportunity, to be that kind of conduit for the information about the industry.
Hi, I am Dr. Judy Wright. I am a family physician and a life balance and wellness strategist. I have been a family physician now for, I'm dating myself, maybe 22 years. It was always almost a lifelong dream. I remember as early as 8 years old, because I was that weird kid that liked going to the doctor. So I remember as early as 8 years old, because we had a family physician who took care of my entire family, knowing that I wanted to be a physician. Now, I didn't always know I wanted to be a family physician, but I knew at 8 that I wanted to be a doctor. I eventually did leave patient care, and a big part of why I left patient care was because I didn't have the opportunity to do patient care to the level that I wanted to. There's a lot of red tape factors, administrative factors that goes into it, and it was like you have to see more and more and more patients, and I'm like, there's no way I can see more patients and give the care that I know that I can give. So I eventually did leave direct patient care, and I actually started to work for health insurance. And it seems counterintuitive because, like, isn't this part of the problem? But I actually really wanted to understand and also bring the fact that I am this type of person to helping to make decisions for the population at large, right? I've been doing that now for about 12 years. I watched, I guess it was a master class. It was about 90 minutes from Evan. And I found it extremely interesting because one of the things I realized, even though I watch a ton of YouTube, probably more than I should, I realized I didn't really care about so much about getting a bunch of views or what. I mean, I do want views, but that wasn't like a big thing to me. I really wanted to understand how to use my podcast to help build my business.
So we got Judy here in the house. She's part of our Movement Makers program. As part of that, we're doing live here together. So what's on your mind, Judy? How can I help?
I am about to start my biz dev show. In fact, the intro is dropping on Monday.
Let's go.
I am a physician, and I'm also a life balance and wellness strategist. Okay. And what I do is I empower medical professionals, physicians and nurses, to prioritize their well-being by really maximizing and gaining balance using some stress management techniques, self-care techniques, really going in so that they can prevent burnout, which they're dealing a lot with, and really get to their next level of their personal and professional lives. Even though I mostly deal with medical professionals, my show is about talking to professionals. I believe in general, like I didn't want to just, because I think we can all learn from each other. So it's about learning from them, the people who are employed, the leaders, the employers, you know, about how they got to where they were, how do they deal with all of, you know, the stresses around it, and how, if they're a leader or an employer, you know, what do they impart to those that they lead, things of that nature. And so one of the things that I find is that it's trying to understand who and how to reach out, like how to find the people, right? So I did conduct 2 interviews already, but I'm finding it difficult to find people. So who and how do I reach out and find those people?
So first off, your background is in the medical community, correct?
Yes, it is.
And what are we selling? Or is it a like a coaching program? I get to meet with you once a week. Is it just a 3-day intensive? Is it a workshop? Like, what am I buying from you?
So I'm a speaker as well. And so I do keynotes and I do workshops. So it's a combination, Evan, of B2B and B2C. And I really went back and forth on that, but I really feel like you need to do both to really affect those professionals that are working. It's mostly speaking, keynotes, facilitation of panels, workshops, but there is a bit of group coach as well.
So if you were to go into an organization and deliver a keynote or do a workshop, what is the follow-up or continuity or program afterwards that they can, because I mean, as great of a speaker as you might be, they're probably not fixing their entire burnout problems from listening to you for 45 minutes talk.
Absolutely.
So what is the ongoing that you provide people with afterwards?
Right now, I'm also building out a course that we can use with the group coaching and work through it from there. So I want to license, I'm building out a course and I want to license that out as well for them to be able to use, whether they license it out for 3, 6, 12 months.
What does the group coaching look like for you?
Group coaching is, and this is the B2C part. So let's say someone's job is not doing this, but they want to get some coaching. And I chose group coaching because a lot of times in the medical profession, especially the physicians, they sometimes feel very isolated. And it's important to know that other people are going through what you're going through. And so it's really doing group coaching for 6 weeks to really help them hone in on how to manage their stress, their everyday stressors, how to reintroduce boundaries if they feel that they've slipped. Just overall trying to balance their entire life and not just say, okay, well, we want to try to just deal with the work. No, it's not about that. It's the entirety of your being.
Got it. And who hires you to come in and do speeches?
I'm trying to move more into some of the organizations. Mostly I've been hired by associations. So I've spoken in front of several medical associations. That's usually where it is. And so I'm branching also into the nursing association space as well. And I'm trying to get more into organizations.
I mean, I love the idea of, especially at the beginning, being an expert in a niche. the fact that you come from the medical community allows you to speak to the medical community.
Yeah.
So if you're talking to physicians and you're a physician, or you're talking to nurses and you've been a nurse, or whatever your background is, you can speak to them because you're in that community, versus going to try to talk to corporate, some VP of sales or VP of marketing. The industries where you just may not have, it's not, a lot of your techniques will still apply, of course, but the industry specificity isn't there. And you don't know as much yet about the thing that they're going through.
Yeah.
And you don't need that many clients.
Yeah, that's true.
So you, at the beginning especially, even before worrying about going broad and having, every medical professional in America buying your course or whatever, it's figuring out what's a higher ticket thing that you could sell to fewer people that is niche. The more niche it is, the more you can charge for it. So it doesn't scale as well. That's not $100 million business, but it definitely gets you to your first 7 figures. So now I'm thinking about who are the organizations that would bring you in. So not an association, because they don't necessarily have budget to hire you to do programs.
Right.
But who is it? The hospital? Like, who are the organizations that might hire you to come in?
I would think hospitals and hospital systems. And you're right. Like, a lot of times, even though nursing associations tend to have more of a budget than physician associations, a lot of people don't realize that. But conferences, just got back yesterday from Arizona, and I just did a conference. So the conference, if you have like a big health conference, that may also be a place.
So if you speak, who then would sign up for your program, where they actually will pay, like the organization pays for you, not the people in the room? You might get paid to speak at a conference. You might speak for free because it's just good awareness, whatever, that's fine. But then the people in the room, they would still need to sign up with you on their own, versus the event. The conference is not going to hire you to then go spend 6 weeks with their members.
True. It would be the hospital and the hospital or the systems.
Great. So these are the people who you have to start to get to know.
Okay.
And then who's making the hiring decision inside those organizations? Is it HR? Is it like professional development? Like who are the people inside the hospitals and hospital systems who would talk to you? Not the marketing person.
Yeah. What I find is that even with HR, they often are not the final decision maker either. Even because I've spoken to multiple HR directors, so they're often not the final decision maker. But what I will say is, because you have different specialties in medicine, sometimes it's by department. So even if one department says we don't have a need for that, another department may say, "Oh yeah, we need that in here."
So if it's not the HR professionals, if they're not the final decision maker, who is the final decision maker?
It varies. It could be department heads. It could be the CEO of the hospital. Well, usually not even that high. Usually a little lower than the CEO of the hospital. It could be the CFO, right? Sometimes the HR director has to go to the CFO to get it cleared.
Got it. It's got to get cleared. But it's the HR person who is like asking for the budget to do it.
Yep.
Got it. So you're looking at department heads, and department heads have their own budget that they're working
Departments
with.
have
to get it cleared?
Their own budgets.
And a typical hospital or hospital system would have how many different department heads, or it's all over the place?
It's all over the place, but because you're going to have your primary care department head, and then you have all these specialties, surgery and neurosurgery and OBGYN. So different departments usually have different department heads, unless you're a very small hospital.
Perfect. So those are your ideal clients.
Okay.
If you think about the strength of the Biz Dev show, it's to build relationships. A lot of people don't know that you exist, or that your program exists, or that you have a solution that could help them.
Okay.
You're not just out there selling a widget. You're not just selling. You're not a real estate agent. It's like something that people can clearly understand what you're selling.
Yeah.
You're selling something new. And so the biggest problem is just awareness that the right people who have a need for you don't even know that what you do is even a thing. The goal becomes, how do we build relationships with the key people that if they like us, they can sign a check for us. And so you getting to know the department heads in all of the even local hospitals to start. Like, where do you live?
New Jersey.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So you're not in some tiny little city with no hospitals.
Right.
So, what are the top 20 hospitals in and around you? And then who are the department heads? So if it's like 20 hospitals times 5 department heads, that's 100 people. Those are the targets that we want to get on our show. Because if they knew we existed, then that leads to business for you.
Okay.
And so the interview, and the good thing is how many hospital heads have ever been interviewed for anything? If you said CEO, I'd be a little more worried because now that person is very busy and might have other even media obligations. But a department head, the head of surgery for whatever hospital, nobody's ever asked them to do an interview to tell their story.
Yeah. And I just interviewed for one of our bigger hospital systems here, the senior vice president of employee health. That I just interviewed, and she works with all the medical directors are under her, and
so now more of those. Because if you interviewed 50 of those people, your business you got your 7-figure business.
True.
So that becomes the main goal. Then for me, it becomes down to what do you sell afterwards. I would look at a 6-week. You have your 6-week program, which is the language would matter. Normally, it's say like a sprint or intensive.
Okay.
But if you're selling, not burning out, the last thing they want to do is sprint or do something intensive.
True.
So, but like a 6-week detox or a 6-week, whatever word is appealing that hey, in 6 weeks, I get to spend 6 weeks with Judy and she's going to show me how to blank. And then there's a 12-month program for maintenance afterwards.
Okay.
And then the department heads, if they like you, know you, trust you from the interview, you get a shot at doing, like the first set might even be a speech or a workshop or something in front of their clients or their members that then leads to a 6-week detox and a 12-month maintenance.
Is this a matter of like cold emails to those people?
Yeah. So, I mean, find the top 50 hospitals in and around where you live and just, you can go to Google Maps and like hospital and just see what pops up and you go further and further and further away. Even New York City, like it's not far from you. Like You can do New York and New Jersey pretty easy. If you're in some tiny little city, then that'd be harder, but you've got tons of hospitals around you. So finding the names of the hospitals is pretty easy to do. Mm-hmm. And then you're just looking for who are the department heads.
Okay.
So what are the departments? And then who are the department heads? And most of the time, the hospitals have the same email. Like the email might be listed on the website. But if it's not, you just need to find anybody at the hospital email because they have the same email structure. When you're assigned an email, it's like first name dot last name at hospital or first initial last name at hospital.com, right? So they'll have the same structure. And that's relatively easy to do. Then you just outreach and send them the message.
Okay. And I think that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, because I am in an area that has a good amount of hospitals. And New Jersey has big hospital systems, and so does New York.
Yeah.
And even with that, Evan, it becomes confusing because I did look and I was like, oh my God, there's so many of them. And when you're looking at the hospital system and you start to break it down into the different hospitals in the hospital system. So it's a lot, which is a good thing, but it could be a bit overwhelming as well.
It's a great problem to have that I have too many clients that live around me.
Right.
That's a fantastic problem to have, Judy.
Yeah.
I would start with either ones that you have some kind of connection to, like you work there at some point, or just go by geography. Like what are the top ones that are closest to you?
Yeah.
like Google Maps, start by the closest one, and then just go further and further out. Because if you can go and see them in person to build a relationship, it's not that you couldn't do the show with somebody in California, and you could still lead your 6-month or your 6-week detox and your 12-month program virtually. You can still do it.
Right.
But to be able to, walk 20 minutes and get to them, or take an Uber for 5 minutes, and well, New York traffic, New Jersey traffic is sometimes faster to walk than it is to Uber. But still, like, you can go and see them instead of having to hop on a plane.
Right.
Especially at the beginning, can make a big difference. So I would just start by the ones who are closest to you, and then find out how many departments they have, who are the department heads. And in Movement Makers, we have I even wrote an email of like what to put in the email to send off to people.
Okay.
So you can literally copy and paste that and put in, there's a couple areas where like you need to put in something custom. But it's not that difficult to get department heads at a hospital to come on to your show and tell their story. And with the interview itself, the whole point is just to build a relationship. So you're not trying to sell anything on the spot. You're not trying to talk about, too many things related to you. You want to talk about them. So
right.
How did they get started? What do they love about their job? I mean, in the training in Movement Makers, we also share, like, here are some sample questions that you can ask. But somewhere in there, we want to bring up one question related to you. So like halfway through the interview, you say something like, so what I do is I help a lot of medical professionals deal with burnout, because I've seen that to be a massive problem for them. And we do this, 6-week detox and a 12-month maintenance program helping medical professionals overcome their burnout. How are you seeing burnout in your organization? Is it a thing? Where are people struggling? What's your view? And so now they know what it is that you do, and we're asking them a question around it, and then you see their answer. And then you move back to them and their story. But we've planted the seed so that they know who this Judy is and what you provide, which then afterwards you can follow up to talk about, whatever they say, whatever their answer is, you can follow up with an opportunity to be able to work inside the organization.
Thank you. You read my mind, because I was going to ask you, like, I think that in the interview I did, that's what felt most awkward to me, was how do I interject?
Yeah.
Might as well. Yeah.
So that, of course. So you want to, it's one question, and it's worth going through. Like, if you're going to hone in the biz dev show, it's worth watching all the training in that module in Movement Makers, maybe twice or 3 times.
I've watched it twice already.
I love it. Judy's doing her homework. Let's go. But so, that stuff is in there. Yeah. And we're asking a question that relates to what you do, but is also one that they can answer. So if you're talking about burnout, you're mentioning your programs and what you do and how you're an expert in it, but then you're throwing it back to them. It's like, and how do you guys deal with at blank hospital? And they'll give you some corporate answer, probably, right? They're not going to say, oh my God, Judy, like, we just suck. Everybody's quitting. Our doctors hate us. Like, they're probably not going to give you, the truth in an interview, but it's not the point. We don't need to, we're not trying to coach them. We're not trying to give them advice on the interview, unless they specifically ask. If they say, hey, Judy, what do you think we should do? That's probably not going to happen. But if they do, then you can tell them. But the whole point is just to build the relationship and to, in the middle, plant the seeds so they know what you do. And then it's in the follow-up that allows you to go in and they'll be a lot more vulnerable when you're offline. Than when you're than when you're, especially if it's an interview that's supposed to be a profile piece, then afterwards you follow up. And then there's like, hey, like, we are really struggling with XYZ. Can you help us?
Got it. That's super helpful. Yeah, because that was my most awkward thing. I can talk to people about what they do all day, but then I was like, how do I interject this? So that's really helpful.
Yeah, and that's probably the easiest question to ask, is just how did they deal with burnout, or how did they deal with mental health at the organization? Before you ask a question, you tell them what you do.
Okay.
So because just asking, how do you deal with mental health at your organization, or how do you deal with doctors burning out or surgeons burning out? And you can tailor it to, if their department head of surgery, how do you deal with the surgeons when they are burning out and working X, 16-hour shifts or whatever? That's a great question on its own, but I don't know what you do. So you need to say before, hey, what I do is I help hospitals and medical organizations deal with the burnout at their companies through a 6-week program and then a 12-month ongoing, because we found a lot of burnout that happens in the profession. And then you ask your question, right? So how do you see burnout, right? Because now you want them to know what it is that you do. You're not just interviewing them for a YouTube channel, but you are an expert yourself. And that just plants it. That's the whole point of this, is just to plant the seed. We're not selling on a video. We're just planting the seed. And we want them to think afterwards, like that Judy person was pretty awesome. We should look more into what it is she's selling. And you can follow up afterwards to say, it was awesome having you on. We're going to cut it, put it up. And if you need help with dealing with the mental health of your doctors, be happy to come in and do a workshop or talk about the programs that we've got.
Right. This is
so like
very helpful.
If you think about the top 50 to 100 department heads across New Jersey, New York, if you get them to come on your show, even if half of them come on your show, and then 10% of those end up buying, that's a huge payday for you.
Yes.
And then we start raising our prices, Judy.
And then we start raising our prices.
I don't know what they are, but we're going to raise them anyway.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, this was great. Thank you. The session with Evan was phenomenal. I was really trying to figure out how to hone in, and I was going back and forth. Well, I know I deal with medical professionals mostly, but maybe I should open it up to everyone. And hearing Evan say, no, stick with these medical professionals right now, it was very helpful. Sometimes even when you niche down, you especially in my profession, you want to help everybody. All right. And so being able to hone in and even just getting over myself, because I feel like I'm talking to them solely about them. So it is awkward for me to interject myself in it, but hearing how this is not what Evan does. He doesn't do what I do, but he so easily was able to integrate it that it gave me more confidence to be able to do just that.
To see me coach other entrepreneurs, check the video right there next to me. I think you'll love it. Continue to believe, and I'll see you there.
You don't need to tell people to subscribe to your channel.
Yeah.
For me, it's all about energy. Like, you just need to give them a reason that, man, when I'm with her, I just feel better.
Yeah.
And so I want to subscribe and watch more videos.
Yeah.